Chapter 1608. Ah! Amidst the solemn music, the sky above the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy reverberated with boiling cheers. The dove symbolizing peace flew over the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy as if it was purposely arranged. In the open space in front of the clock tower of the academy, students wearing long black coats that resembled formal attire gathered together. At this moment, the eyes of these students were filled with passion as they looked in the direction of the clock tower. There was a platform there, and there was also a burly old man with a full beard, tanned skin, and a sharp glint in his eyes. The dean of the Walpurgis Royal School of Engineering, Edward Gillian, was a man who had a lot of experience in his life. Rutherford. The moment the solemn music ended, the dean on the platform opened his eyes and spoke loudly. Raishin. Step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, Raisin, who was wearing a uniform, brought Yaya, who was wearing a kimono, up to the platform and in front of the dean. I'm Edward Snowden. In the name of Rutherford, Your Excellency is recognized as the candidate of the Devil King and is allowed to attend Valpraki's party. A tray full of carvings was placed in front of Lei Zhen after the dean's words. It's on the tray. A pair of fingerless gloves, completely black in color and exquisitely sewn with gold thread, lay on top of the gloves, which were completely black and made of the finest silk. The gloves shone with a luster. It was a glove that could only be obtained by students who were qualified to participate in the night meeting. The moment they obtained this pair of gloves, the student who owned the gloves would be crowned with a title, Gauntlet Holder. Among the 1237 students in the entire Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, only less than 100 of them possessed this title. The Gauntlet Holder will be qualified to participate in the night gathering. In other words, Lei Zhen now had the right to participate in the night party. After learning that Felix had been arrested, he could no longer take down the magic liquor, Cabalcandy, as a reward. After obtaining the qualification to join the night party, Lei Zhen brought Yaya along to challenge the gauntlet in the academy like crazy. Although this kind of behavior earned Lei Zhen the title of Mad Dog. However, it did make Lei Zhen's name known. The executive department of the night party recognized Lei Zhen's strength. Lei Zhen was approved to become a gauntlet holder and obtained the qualification to participate in the night party. Standing in front of the platform, Lei Zhen looked at the tray in front of him. And looked at the position of the wrist part. There, a landing code embroidered with gold thread shined with a dazzling luster, shining under the sun. Sun. Login codename, Second Last. In other words, he was second to last. Lei Zhen's mouth twitched slightly when he saw that his login code was actually his own ranking. You're ranked 100th in the night meeting. It was as if he had dealt the final blow to Lei Zhen. The dean made the declaration expressionlessly. Is there a problem? No, no. Lei Zhen took a deep breath and took the tray. Then he took Yaya and retreated to the back. The dean nodded and looked at the person beside Lei Zhen. Wu Yan. Step forward. The entire place fell silent. Wu Yan led Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon in their white night outfits. They parted the crowd and they slowly walked up the platform. This reaction was completely different from when Lei Zhen was on stage. However, that was only natural. After all, the person in front of him had not only gone up against the number one student in the academy, Magnus, but also had the upper hand. Now, he had defeated Felix, one of the 13 meat players, who was ranked 4th. He was clearly just a freshman, but he was already so powerful. Furthermore, he had 5 automatons that were second only to Magnus in the academy, and all of them were extremely beautiful girls. It was impossible for him not to attract attention. When they arrived in front of the headmaster actually put on a smile and declared loudly, I'm Edward Snowden. In the name of Rutherford, I recognize you as a candidate for the Demon King and allow you to participate in the Walpurgis evening banquet. After saying that, the headmaster personally picked up a tray and placed it in front of Wu Yan. On the tray was a pair of high-quality black gloves similar to Lei Zhen's. There was only one difference between the gloves and Lei Zhen's. It was the coat embroidered with golden thread on the wrist of the gloves. Scarlet eyes. Scarlet tays. Looking at the gloves on the tray, Wu Yan really wanted to refuse. He didn't want to participate in the evening banquet, it was something he had already decided on. However, the evening banquet executive department recognized Wu Yan's strength and announced that he was qualified to participate in the evening banquet. Therefore, even if he didn't want to participate, Wu Yan had to come here to get the gloves and go through the motions. If he really didn't want to participate, he could just forfeit when the time comes. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan decided to participate in the ceremony today. The headmaster's next sentence caused an uproar among the students. Your evening banquet is ranked 4th. The headmaster smiled meaningfully in front of all the students and the shocked Wu Yan. Is there a problem? It was the same scene as Lei Zhen, but this time, there was a lot of noise. 4th place, didn't that mean Wu Yan was about to become one of the top 13 in the academy? The 4th place was also Felix's previous ranking. Could it be because Wu Yan defeated Felix that the headmaster and the evening banquet executive department decided to let him replace Felix's position? As a puppet user, your strength is clear for all to see. Amidst the noisy crowd, the headmaster's voice clearly traveled into everyone's ears. I believe that you have the qualifications to be ranked this way. If anyone disagrees, you can step forward and explain your reasons. If it is reasonable, this ranking can be changed. The moment the headmaster said that, the crowd quieted down. Although it was noisy, who would actually object to Wu Yan replacing Felix's position? That was someone who had defeated Felix and was able to fight against Magnus. Since no one has any objections, it is decided. The headmaster looked at Wu Yan with an expression that said he expected. Wu Yan, do you have any objections? Wu Yan met the headmaster's gaze. Coincidentally, the headmaster was also staring at Wu Yan. Or rather, he was sizing up Wu Yan. His sharp eyes were filled with an unfathomable light. Wu Yan sighed inwardly when he saw this. Forget it, it doesn't matter what my rank is. Anyway, he wasn't going to participate. Immediately, Wu Yan nodded in agreement. No objections. Seeing that Wu Yan had agreed, Canon immediately stepped forward and took the tray for Wu Yan. Then, the group retreated to Lei Zhen's side. The dean lowered his voice and spoke to Wu Yan and Lei Zhen in a friendly tone. Then, I, the dean of the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, hereby acknowledge that you are the official gauntlet from now on. Ah! The students cheered once again, bringing the simple award ceremony to an end. Under the gaze of all the students present, Wu Yan and Lei Zhen stood on the platform. They looked at each other and smiled. Next time. I won't lose again. Lei Zhen said resolutely. I will defeat you at the night party. We don't have to wait until the night gathering. After all, I'm not sure if I'll show up at the night gathering. If you want to challenge me, feel free to do so at any time. Wu Yan smiled as he looked at Lei Zhen's determined eyes. I've said it before. Although I hate trouble, I'm never afraid of challenges. The two of them looked at each other with a sharp look in their eyes at the same time. They reached out their hands at the same time and held each other's hands. Ah! The cheers of the students continued. Chapter 1609. Unpleasant. It's so unpleasant. In the student cafeteria, Charlotte violently cut the toast on the plate in front of her while venting her dissatisfaction with an indignant expression. How did a guy who came to the academy for less than 10 days become a gauntlet holder and one of the 13 people? Calm down, Seal. Sigmund, who was enjoying a chicken dish on the dining table, said coldly as he held a small piece of chicken in his little dragon claw. You're not upset because Wu Yan became a gauntlet or because he's one of the 13 meat players. You're upset because he's ranked higher than you, right? Ah. That's right. Charlotte choked and blurted out, as if she had nothing to lose. How can a guy whose theoretical score is so bad that he could hand in a blank paper be ranked higher than me? In the Walpurgis Royal Magic Academy, Charlotte was ranked 6th among the 100 participants of the night gathering. Charlot had spent more than a year to achieve this ranking. While improving his ingenious magic, he had also worked hard on his studies. She only got the ranking after she got the best results. In comparison, Wu Yan, who came to the academy for less than 10 days, had already handed in a blank paper. He was originally the last among the 1237 students, but now, he had climbed to 4th place. How could she not be dissatisfied? That's true. Sigmund replied casually as he continued to enjoy his chicken. However, you also know that the selection method for the 100 participants of the night meeting is different, right? Hearing this, Charlotte fell silent. Indeed. The selection method for the 100 gauntlet holders who could participate in the night gathering was different. Those gauntlets who can participate in the night gatherings. First, it was decided by the results of the Academy's regular tests. Every student's score in each subject would be tabulated. Then, the average score was calculated and the top 100 students were selected from the 4 years of the Walpurgis Royal Magic Academy. This was the way the Night Party Executive Department chose the gauntlet. However, because of the selection process, it was easier for the first-year students to get better grades than the students of the other 3 years. After all, the first-year students just came to the academy. Even if they participated in the regular tests, the number of tests they took was much less than the senior students. Under such circumstances, as long as the first-year students in the first few tests, occasionally, they would get better results and their average score would increase greatly. Their ranking would also increase by a lot. For example, if Wu Yan and Lei Zhen were able to get into the top 100 in the last test, they would be qualified to participate in the night gathering. That was because the academic strength test was the last test before the night meeting. However, the other senior students had gone through the tests again and again. Some had good results, and some had bad results. If the average score was used to calculate, the score would be very unstable. That was to say, the method of selecting the participants of the night gathering was very advantageous for those students who had fewer tests. In other words, the selection method was not directly related to one's combat ability. However, the night gathering was a competition to select the best puppet users. Strength was the key factor. This kind of selection method was undoubtedly in conflict with the most fundamental purpose of the night gathering. Therefore, after the night gathering executive department selected the top 100 students with the best results, they would arrange about half of the rankings, the top 49, according to the strength of their combat ability. In other words, the top 49 were completely arranged according to the strength of the puppet users. With the 50th place as the dividing line, the 50th place and the 50th place and below were arranged according to the results. Therefore, the 50th place and below in the night gathering were mostly occupied by junior students who had little combat experience but had excellent results. The 50th place and above were all occupied by senior students who were truly at the top of the academy. It was easy to imagine how powerful a student like Charlotte, who was able to enter the ranks of the 13 in her second year, was. A powerful puppet user would not be ranked below the 50th place. This was something that all the students in the academy knew. And to be able to become one of the 13 in the second year, not only did it prove one's strength, it also proved that one's talent was a level higher than the others. As for being able to become one of the 13 in his first year, one could imagine how shocking it was. By the way, Charlotte is a second-year student. Raisin is a transfer student, so he's also a second-year student. Wu Yan, on the other hand, signed up as a first-year student because he's never learned any magic tricks before, so he wanted to start from scratch. Charlotte and Raisin were Wu Yan's seniors. As long as you have the strength, you will be able to enter the top 50. Wu Yan's strength is comparable to Magnus and he even defeated Felix. I think fourth place is a bit unfair for him. Sigmund raised his head and looked at Charlotte. Come to think of it, Seal, he's your friend. Now that he's one of the Meet 13, don't you want to go and celebrate for him? Friend. Charlotte seemed to feel that this word was very new to her. She paused for a moment and then muttered with some hesitation. I want to go and celebrate for him. But now that he's a gauntlet, he'll become Charlotte's enemy sooner or later. Thinking of this, Charlotte couldn't help but think of Felix and Felix's evaluation. Naive. This person who just became her friend and said he didn't want to participate in the night party has now become a gauntlet. In that case, would she still be able to get along with him in a friendly manner like before? Haven't I already decided to defeat everyone who gets in my way? In order to become the Demon King, she alienated anyone who could become her enemy. Because that person said he didn't want to participate in the night party, she let down her guard and went to interact with him. But now, he's still her enemy. Not only that, but because they had practiced together, Felix clearly knew his strength, knew Sigmund's magic, and knew his fighting style. Furthermore, Felix had the strength to fight against Magnus and defeat Felix. Charlotte could imagine that if the two of them were to fight, it would only take an instant for Charlotte to be defeated. Charlotte couldn't help but be on guard. She didn't want to be called naive anymore, Seal. As if he saw through Charlotte's thoughts, Sigmund spoke in a deep voice. I think Wu Yan can be trusted. Trust? Charlotte laughed self-deprecatingly. But I've already been betrayed once, Sigmund said in response to Charlotte's self-deprecation. I think you've known for a long time that Felix would betray you. Charlotte was stunned. Indeed, you've been longing for the Felix who's always helped you and treated you gently. Or perhaps, you're still longing for him even now, but you're only longing for that fake Felix. The real Felix isn't the Felix you like. Sigmund's words hit Charlotte's heart one by one. Perhaps you didn't realize it yourself, but in your subconscious, you've long suspected that Felix is trying to get close to you with ulterior motives. The proof is that even after struggling for an entire night, the person you chose to trust is still the friend you just met, not the person you like. Sigmund sighed. Since you chose to trust him, then trust him until the end. Charlotte was speechless. Chapter 1610. Walpurgis Wangli Ji Academy, Tortoise Hut. In the end, I still got into trouble. Lying on a bed, Wu Yan raised his hand and looked at the black glove on his hand. His fingers were not covered, and the back of his hand was empty. There were only two intersecting black bands. On his wrist, there were a few English letters embroidered with golden thread, Scarlet Taze. Login codename, Scarlet Eyes. Twitching his lips, Wu Yan lowered his hand and looked at the ceiling. Since I'm going to participate, why don't you give me a better login code? Isn't it too casual to use the color of my pupils to decide my login code? I think it's pretty good, Scarlet Eyes. Sasaba, who was tidying up the laundry with Canon and Ikaros, tilted her head and blinked her cute big eyes. In our world, the second true ancestor's name is Scarlet Taze. You're also a true ancestor, it's not bad to have such a name. Why don't you just let me inherit Agrora's title? Wu Yan waved his hand while still lying on the bed. Fiery Night Earl, she's obviously a super cute girl. Why would she have such a title? To be precise, Fiery Night isn't Agrora's name, it's the fourth true ancestor's code, right? Natsuki's blue eyes flashed with nostalgia. She seemed to be thinking about the days she spent on Itagami Island. She glanced at Wu Yan when she regained her senses. You should be glad that you didn't get tricked like Raishin. Otherwise, I will give you a last stone login code. You'll be famous by then. That's true. Master. Astria was lying on the bed opposite Wu Yan. She pressed her pair of plump breasts onto the soft bed, flattening them. Are you going to participate in that meeting? Night meeting? Wu Yan shook his head without hesitation. Forget it, it's useless for me to participate in the meeting. I don't want to become a demon king. I might as well focus on completing the demigod path mission. You won't be able to play that kind of game. Natsuki closed her eyes. She laid on the back of the sofa. You're ranked 4th. How long would he have to wait before he could go on stage if he were to attend the night party? Wu Yan shrugged. Nagisa looked at him in confusion. Does the ranking have anything to do with the time? Of course not. Why would the academy waste so much effort to come up with such a pointless ranking? Natsuki tapped her fan against the armrest of the sofa as she spoke. The gauntlet holders who are ranked at the top have preferential treatment. First of all, the order of appearance is already preferential treatment. Preferential treatment? Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Natsuki. Even Ikaros turned to look at Natsuki with her indigo eyes. Since you're interested, let's hear it. Natsuki shook her head. I've heard that the night party is based on the competition system of Royal Breast Battle. Royal Battle of the Breasts? Nagisa said with uncertainty. I think I've heard of that term before. I remember it's a special format to make the audience more excited. Every once in a while, a participant will join in, right? Correct. Correct. Natsuki nodded. The night party of the academy is only held at night. That's why it's called Walpurgis's party. On the first night, the 199th place will fight each other. No matter what the result is, the 98th place will have to fight on the second night. Next night, the 97th place must join the battle as well. Every other night, a new gauntlet must join the fray. Wu Yan stood up and glanced at the girls before adding on his instructions. Moreover, the battle has a time limit. Before the clock rings at midnight, the battle will start. If there is no winner after midnight, the battle will end. The next night, a new enemy will join the battle, and the battle will begin. This is the uniqueness of the night meeting. The more survivors there are, the more chaotic the battle will be. In fact, there was even a possibility that those who were ranked lower would band together to waste time and work together to defeat those who were ranked higher. Isn't it easy to have an unfair result like this? Kanon spoke with a confused expression. If someone keeps stalling for time, they can stay in the arena and wait until the 100th night. They might have some ace up their sleeves and defeat the first place. That doesn't prove that they're the best gauntlet user, right? Yes. If the 100th place player can survive until the end, that's a skill. Wu Yan chuckled. Also, the 100th place player is the only one without special privileges. Special privileges? Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria were dumbfounded. Huh? Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria were confused. When facing an opponent with a lower ranking than you, those with a higher ranking have the right to choose not to fight. Natsuki was the one who answered this question. When facing a higher ranked opponent, the lower ranked person has to stay in the arena for a full hour. After that, the lower ranked person can leave the arena and wait for the second night. Aside from Astria, who's an idiot with an IQ of 9, Nagisa and Kanon understood what Wu Yan and Natsuki meant. If the 100th ranker wants to stay on the battlefield until the 100th night, he would have to spend a full hour on the battlefield every day, accumulating a total of 100 hours. Wu Yan said with a tone that sounded like he's full of admiration. Those ranked after the 50th place all relied on their results, but those ranked before the 50th place are all people with strength. The 100th place is at the bottom of the rankings, and his strength is not enough to be ranked in the top 50. Facing so many strong enemies, he can still last until the last night. If he can become the Demon King, there should be no one who will object to it. The higher ranked person has the right to not fight. Once it's the higher ranked person's turn, no matter how many people there are, other than the highest ranked person, no one else has the right to be absent. They have to stay in the arena for a full hour. Natsuki said disinterestedly. With the addition of one person every night, if the fourth-place player wants to fight, they have to wait until the fourth night. Not necessarily. Wu Yan shrugged. Those with a high ranking also have the right to be automatically demoted. So, if I want to fight, I can directly drop to the 100th or 99th place and I can fight on the first night. Then. Canon met Wu Yan's gaze with her breathtaking eyes. Oni-chan, do you want to fight? There's no reason for me to fight. Wu Yan sighed. He raised his hand and looked at his glove. Forget it, I'll just go with the flow. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Canon nodded in agreement. For the girls, there's no need to consider whether they want to participate in the night party. As long as Wu Yan decides to participate, they will participate. It's that simple. Clang. At this moment, there was a knock on the window. Everyone in the room paused for a moment before they looked at each other and smiled. Natsuki, the smallest person in the room, looked like an old woman. She glanced at Wu Yan from the corner of her eyes. It's that brat, right? I think so. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She's the only one I'm familiar with in the academy. No one else would come looking for me, let alone using this method. Let's go take a look. Natsuki closed her eyes and said. That brat should be very lost right now. Lost? Nagisa, Canon, and Astria were confused again. It seems like Natsuki is the only one who saw through Charlotte's thoughts. All right. Wu Yan hesitated for a moment before standing up. I'll go take a look. Master. Ikaros stood up. Wu Yan patted Ikaros's head to comfort her. I'll be fine. Ikaros nodded. Chapter 1612. Walpurgis Royal Mecha Academy, an open space in the depths of the forest, Raster Kaon. A delicate shout resounded from the sky above the open space and fell, and the sharp sound of breaking through the air also resounded through the sky. In the open space, a deadly beam of light shot out like a shooting star with a piercing sound. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of a beautiful girl with a pair of pure white wings who was holding a laser lightsaber and was as beautiful as an angel. Astria's expression didn't change in the face of such a powerful beam. Her crimson eyes flickered as she thrusted her laser lightsaber at a certain point on the side of the beam. Boom! Instantly, a ferocious power erupted from the girl's slender and voluptuous body. Through the laser light sword in her hand, she exerted all of her power on the side of the incoming light beam. She actually forcefully shook off the fatal light beam that could destroy everything and send it flying. Looking at this scene, Charlotte, who was standing on top of Sigmund's gigantic dragon head, gasped in shock. Not only was the laser lightsaber not destroyed when it collided with the element of destruction, it even sent the Raster cannon flying. How is this possible? I don't have time to distract you, Charlotte. While Charlotte's heart was in shock, a teasing voice drilled into her ears. Then, a magical light flashed at the corner of the clearing and entered Astria's body. Ha! Astria shouted. She flapped her wings and dashed forward, leaving afterimages in her wake. She appeared above Sigmund in the blink of an eye with her laser sword in hand. She aimed at Sigmund's head without any fancy moves. She swung it down. Whoosh! The vibrating laser lightsaber whistled through the air, accompanied by the sound of the wind. The strong wind caused Charlotte's uniform to stick tightly to her body as she stood on Sigmund's head. Sigmund! Charlotte didn't dare to be careless. She quickly gave the order. Then, he poured the mana in his body into Sigmund's body. Roar! Sigmund roared in anger. He swung his dragon tail like a whip towards Astria who was coming at him. It collided with the laser lightsaber that was slashing down with great force. Clang! The laser lightsaber and the steel-colored dragon tail collided with each other. The clear sound of metal clashing also sounded. Sparks violently flashed in the air above the empty space. Thick air waves also swept out from the point of collision, causing the large and small figure and dragon figure to rapidly retreat. Astrea did a somersault in the air and flapped her wings again to stabilize herself. Sigmund, on the other hand, retreated quite a distance before he managed to stabilize himself. The scales on his dragon tail cracked and blood flowed out. Wu Yan's eyes flashed as he looked at Sigmund, who stopped in midair. Dense magical power surged out of his body and turned into gas. It surged towards Astrea. A moment later, Astrea released a terrifying aura. The laser lightsaber in her hand vibrated as it sliced through the air around her. Upon seeing this, Charlot's expression changed. Immediately after, a considerable amount of mana surged out from his body and flowed into Sigmund's body. With the infusion of Charlot's mana, Sigmund's body suddenly expanded. A bloody light flashed in his eyes as he opened his mouth, and a terrifying energy condensed, making Sigmund's mouth flash with a dazzling light. The laser lightsaber in her hand vibrated more and more frequently. At a certain point, Astrea's crimson eyes turned sharp. She gripped the hilt of her sword tightly and charged forward. Before she reached Sigmund, the laser lightsaber in her hand slashed down at him from afar. Rasterkane. At the same time, Charlotte gave the order. The blinding light inside Sigmund's mouth exploded and turned into a beam of light. It pierced through space and shot towards Astrea. Astrea's laser lightsaber landed on the incoming laser beam. She didn't know if it was a calculated move or not, but her laser lightsaber landed on the incoming laser beam. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the sword clashed with the light beam. A thunderous explosion erupted from Astrea's position, sending a wave of fire and dust into the air. Whoosh! Suddenly, a hole was pierced through the center of the fire wave and smoke, leaving behind an empty area. Astrea shot out like an arrow and arrived in front of Charlotte and Sigmund, who couldn't react in time. She swung her laser sword at Astrea. Stop! Wu Yan shouted when Astrea's laser sword was about to hit Sigmund's body. Stop here. The laser lightsaber stopped less than 5 centimeters away from Sigmund's chest and slowly dissipated. Yay! The illusory frame in her eyes disappeared along with her cold aura. Astrea flapped her wings and cheered in the air. I won again. Yua! Charlotte hugged her head and shook it like she couldn't accept it. Why did I lose again? Why can't I win? How did Astrea manage to knock the raster cannon away? Logically speaking, Astrea's laser sword should have been obliterated by the element of destruction when it collided with the rastercane. In the end, not only was the laser lightsaber not destroyed, it was sent flying instead. It's not that it wasn't obliterated, it just regenerated at high speed. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw Charlotte hugging her head like a child. Astrea's magic allows her to control particles to form laser lightsabers. No matter how many times the laser lightsaber is destroyed, it can be regenerated. That's why Astrea's laser lightsaber was able to regenerate at high speed during the clash with the element of destruction. That's why she was able to send the element of destruction flying before it was destroyed again. Half of his explanation was true and half false. The fake part was that Astrea's laser lightsaber wasn't formed by controlling particles. The truth was that Astrea's laser lightsaber could regenerate indefinitely. Since it was a lightsaber, as long as Astrea's hilt wasn't destroyed, the lightsaber could always regenerate. That works? Charlotte was stunned for a moment before she shouted unwillingly. One more time. As if. Wu Yan rolled his eyes. Lunch break is almost over and we haven't eaten yet. How many more times do you want to fight? Ugh. Whoa. Charlotte immediately whimpered. You have to use at least 2 automatons, otherwise, it means I'm not improving at all. Ugh. I'm also improving all the time, okay? Wu Yan waved his hand. He turned around and he headed towards Natsuki, Ikaros, Nagisa, and Cannon who were resting under the shade of a tree. That's why I hope you can continue next time. That was the truth. He may not be as good as Charlotte, but his mastery of magic is still improving. His mastery of controlling and manipulating automaton is also getting better and better. The fact that Astrea was able to use super regeneration to clash with Sigmund's magic and send him flying was proof of that. When the laser sword clashed with Sigmund's magic, Wu Yan used force domination on Astrea. Otherwise, Astrea wouldn't be able to come up with such a strategy with her limited brain. The fact that Wu Yan is able to use forceful domination proves that he has taken a solid first step on the path of puppeteer. Charlotte jumped down from Sigmund's head and brought Sigmund, who had shrunk to stand on her head, to the shade of a tree. She flicked her long blonde hair and walked to the shade. Under the shade, Ikaros, Nagisa, and Cannon laid out a cloth and sat on it with Natsuki. And in the middle of the four girls, there was a large pile of delicious food. It looked like a picnic. Chapter 16:13. Wah! Astrea's eyes glowed when she saw the delicacies on the table. She pounced on them. Author of this article. First dish, I happen to be hungry. Master. Ikaros ignored Astrea who pounced on her. She picked up a sandwich and handed it to Wu Yan. Thanks, Ikaros. Wu Yan rubbed Ikaros's head. Ikaros's indigo eyes loosened up, she looked like she's enjoying this. Wu Yan took a bite of the sandwich Ikaros gave him. He looked at the delicacies on the table and asked. Who did all of this? Cannon-chan, Ikaros, and I made these. Nagisa put her hands on her hips proudly. She looked at Wu Yan expectantly. How is it? Is it good? Not bad. Not bad. Wu Yan chewed on the sandwich as he gave an honest evaluation. It's just that the taste is a little too strong. If it's a little lighter, it would be 90 points. Is the taste too strong? Nagisa picked up a sandwich and started munching on it. I heard the English prefer a strong taste, so Nagisa wanted to do as the Romans do. I wanted to make the taste a little heavier. Is that so? Astrea stuffed her sandwiches into her mouth without saying a word. I think it's delicious. Huh. Wu Yan laughed dryly. To you, as long as it's food, it's delicious. Master. Ikaros said with a bit of unease. You don't like the taste? Of course not. Of course not. Wu Yan shook his head. It's just that I prefer a lighter taste. If Ikaros likes a stronger taste, we can make it that way from now on. No. Ikaros shook her head. Whatever master likes, Ikaros will like. Oh, you. Wu Yan lovingly reached out his hand and patted Ikaros' head. Then, big brother. Cannon placed a plate of pastries in front of Wu Yan. Try this. This one has a lighter taste. Alright, teacher Nangong's words. Do you want to drink black tea? Nagisa took out a tea set from a basket and poured out a cup of black tea excitedly. Nagisa is prepared as well, but Nagisa just learned from Ikaros and Cannon-chan. Minamiya-sensei, please don't dislike Nagisa's black tea. As long as you have the heart. Natsuki looked at Nagisa. It was as if he was looking at his own sister. Become amiable. And intimate. Natsuki's current appearance was far too different from the usual Natsuki who had no interest in anything, as if everything in the world was beneath her. Wu Yan almost fell into a daze. It turned out that this legal loli could also be gentle at times. Natsuki glared at Wu Yan with an icy glare. Were you thinking about something rude just now? I'm starting to suspect that you're a mind reader instead of a space manipulation magic. Standing at the side, Charlotte, who was hugging Sigmund, looked at this extremely harmonious scene and exchanged a glance with Sigmund. Both of their expressions were somewhat strange, but also somewhat peaceful. Hey! Charlotte walked up to Wu Yan and lowered her voice. You have a really good relationship with your automaton, close? Wu Yan nodded nonchalantly. It's alright, aren't you close with Sigmund as well? That's different. That's different. Charlotte shook her head. Sigmund watched me grow up since I was a child. He even bathed me during labor. To me, Sigmund is like a father, I see. Wu Yan nodded thoughtfully. He looked at Sigmund and teased him. Then you must have it tough, Sigmund, to have such a stubborn daughter. It's alright, don't be fooled by Seal's appearance. She's just an ordinary girl. Sigmund's calm voice revealed a hint of kindness. You definitely wouldn't have guessed that Charles was playing house until he was 14 or 15 years old before he started to feel that it was too childish, Sigmund. Charlotte flew into a rage out of humiliation. Be careful, or I'll replace all of your chicken with natto. I'm not a bird, Seal. If I only eat natto, my body won't be able to take it. Wu Yan and the others laughed out loud when they saw the interaction between the two. Miss Charlotte. Cannon said politely. Please sit down and try our food. Charlotte shook her head, embarrassed. That won't be necessary. Why are you being so polite? Wu Yan pulled Charlotte's hand and pulled her in. For those who cook, the happiest thing is watching others happily eat the food they make. Don't hurt Cannon, Nagisa, and Ikaro's feelings because of your politeness. Then. Alright then. Charlotte could only sit down obediently. She picked up a sandwich and took a bite. Her eyes lit up. It's not bad. Really? Nagisa smiled happily. Then eat more. Okay. Okay. Charlotte lowered her head as if she was not used to it. She looked like a child who had come to a stranger's house as a guest, causing everyone to feel a burst of laughter. But that's not surprising. In the academy, Charlotte gave everyone a negative impression. Hence, if she wasn't feared, she was loathed by others. It had been a long time since Charlotte was bathed in kindness like this, right? You seem to be getting stronger and stronger. Charlotte suddenly said as she sat on the tablecloth. The night gathering is about to begin. With my current strength, I'll lose right away if I fight you, right? Wu Yan paused in the middle of delivering the sandwich to his mouth. After thinking for a bit, he said. Are you planning to admit defeat? If it was the usual Charlotte, she would have retorted and said, I am the Charlotte of the Bilo family. But this time, Charlotte seemed to be deeply moved as she spoke softly. In the past, I didn't understand how a freshman like you could be so strong that even Magnus would be suppressed by you. Now, I roughly understand. As she said this, Charlotte's gaze swept across her surroundings. She glanced at Natsuki who was drinking tea with her eyes closed. She glanced at Nagisa who was drinking tea with a smile on her face. She glanced at Ikaros who was holding a basket and staring at Wu Yan. He glanced at Cannon, who was arranging the dishes on the tablecloth and arranging them neatly. She glanced at Astria who was happily munching on a sandwich. You and them trust each other. Charlotte spoke her mind. That's why you are stronger than anyone else. Basically, puppeteers could control the automaton under their control at will. Even if it was an automaton with strong self-discipline, it could still be controlled by using the method of forced domination. However, the automaton isn't a normal automaton. Automaton had the ability to judge and have a strong sense of self. If the coordination and synchronization rate between the puppeteer and the automaton was too low, the automaton's movements would become sluggish, and the puppeteer's mana consumption would increase. Therefore, if a puppeteer and an automaton could understand each other and connect their minds, then they would be able to unleash more than 120% of the automaton's power. That's why Charlotte said that. Because Wu Yan and the girls have 120% trust in each other, leaving everything to each other, this bond, this understanding, became the key to Wu Yan's rapid mastery of his magic. After all, the so-called trick magic was performed through the cooperation of the puppeteer and the automaton, wasn't it? Looking at Wu Yan's profile, Charlotte couldn't help but recall Sigmund's words as she mumbled to herself. Trust him until the end. Chapter 1614. Walpurgis Wangli Ji Academy, Tortoise Hut. After returning to the male dormitory, Nagisa, Ikaros, and Kanon suddenly stopped when they passed by the cafeteria on the first floor. Oni-chan. Kanon wasn't used to calling Wu Yan by this name. She tugged at Wu Yan's sleeve as he was about to head back to his room. You can go back with Minamiya-sensei and Estrella. Nagisa, Ikaros, and I need to go to the cafeteria's kitchen. The cafeteria's kitchen? Natsuki and Estrella stopped. Wu Yan turned around to look at Nagisa, Kanon, and Ikaros with a confused look. Why are we going to the cafeteria's kitchen? To fulfill our promise. Nagisa giggled. We talked to the person in charge of the kitchen this morning and asked them to lend us the kitchen. When we come back, we will work in the kitchen as a reward. At this point, Wu Yan and Natsuki finally understood how the dishes were made. In Walpurgis Wangli Academy, other than the cafeteria in the middle of the main street, the only place that provides food for the students is the cafeteria in the student dormitory. Due to the cafeteria and the cafeteria providing food, the students didn't have kitchen utensils in their rooms. It was the same even in the dormitories of the most outstanding students. Wu Yan and Natsuki were puzzled at first, they didn't know how these dishes were made. But now, they know the answer. Then. Estrella raised her hand impatiently. Let me help. You? Nagisa blinked and scratched her cheeks. But Estrella-chan, you don't even know how to fold clothes, right? Can you help? Estrella choked. She clenched her fists and yelled with a determined expression. As an all-purpose angel, I'm the strongest in close combat. It's just a human job. I can do it if I learn it. Really? Nagisa and Kanon looked at each other. They didn't know whether they should believe Estrella or not. Master. Ikaros spoke in a soft voice. In the past, Estrella helped me in the kitchen. Oh? Wu Yan didn't expect this. So she already did it. Then get Estrella to help out. There shouldn't be any problem. However, Ikaros didn't even get to say the word title before her next sentence froze everyone's face. That day, everyone didn't get to eat. Ikaros sounded like she was telling a story, her tone as calm as an ancient well. Estrella used Chrysor when she was cutting the fish and sliced the kitchen in half. Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon were speechless. Estrella. Wu Yan grabbed Estrella's shoulder and he said in a serious tone. Leave this to Ikaros and Kanon. Estrella grumbled in dissatisfaction. Why? Why? I'm good at doing chores at home. Nagisa smiled sheepishly. So, leave it to me. It won't be a problem. I do chores all the time too. Kanon chimed in. I'll be of help. Ikaros, on the other hand, couldn't bear to see Estrella sobbing like this. If you want to help, you can. MMPH. Before Ikaros could finish, Nagisa and Kanon covered her mouth. Then, I'll leave this to you. To prevent any accidents from happening, Wu Yan grabbed Estrella's hand and said that. If there's anything, just call out my name in your mind. You've all set up a telepathic skill. If you call out to me, I'll be able to sense it. Then, he pulled Estrella who was pouting with a displeased expression and quickly walked towards his room. Natsuki sighed and turned around. Her blue eyes landed on Ikaros, Nagisa, and Kanon. Come back when you're done, don't stay outside for too long. Got it. Minamiya-sensei. Nagisa and Kanon replied obediently. Ikaros nodded as well. Seeing this, Natsuki turned around and walked towards her room. Then, Kanon-chan and I will go help out in the kitchen. Nagisa waved her hand enthusiastically. Ikaros, I'll have to trouble you to do some shopping. Shopping? Ikaros tilted her head in confusion. What shopping? Yeah. Soy sauce, right? Canon reminded her. When you borrowed the kitchen this morning, you asked us to remember to buy soy sauce when you come back. Soy sauce. Ikaros paused, she seemed to be recalling what soy sauce looked like. She nodded after a while. Got it. Then I'll have to trouble you. Nagisa and Canon waved at Ikaros and walked towards the kitchen, chatting and laughing. Soy sauce. Ikaros stood there in a daze. She muttered the word soy sauce and walked out of the tortoise dormitory. The sky is starting to redden. It's almost evening. One by one, students came out from all directions of the main street and came out from the buildings. They chatted with each other and walked in other directions, making the entire main street seem lively. Ikaros was wearing a white long jacket with red edges and a red short skirt. As she walked down the main street, her pair of indigo eyes revealed a pitiful expression. Under the dim light of the evening sun, she was as beautiful as a goddess who had just fallen into the mortal realm and didn't know how to return to the heavens. Instantly, the noisy surroundings quieted down. So pretty. She looks like an angel. Who is she? Is she a student too? Which year is she from? That uniform, I think I've seen it somewhere before. I remember now. Isn't that the uniform worn by the automaton from Scarlet Eyes? As soon as this sentence rang out, the surrounding boys who more or less had a hint of surprise and lust in their eyes felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. They shuddered and looked at Ikaros with some fear in their eyes. Under the gazes of shock, fear, curiosity, and scrutiny, Ikaros lowered her head and walked down the main street. She slowly walked away from the noisy crowd. But not long after, Ikaros stopped in her tracks and froze on the spot. Buy soy sauce? Where should I buy soy sauce? Ikaros, who had been staying in Walpurgis Xianxia school for quite some time, wasn't exactly unfamiliar with the place, but since the meals were all provided by the dorm cafeteria, let alone Ikaros, perhaps not a single student in the school had ever come out to buy soy sauce before. Although it's not that she's unfamiliar with the place, it's true that Ikaros hasn't been in Walpurgis Xianxia Robotics Academy for a long time. She really doesn't know where to shop. She doesn't even know if there's a place that sells things in the academy. After standing there for a full 5 minutes, Ikaros raised her head and an illusory square appeared in her eyes. Wide area radar, activate. The moment her voice fell, the illusory frame in Ikaros's eyes also fluctuated. But nothing happened. Ikaros was stunned again. No. Mana. Yes. No mana. In this world, due to the restriction bracelet, not only was Ikaros suppressed to level 69, she was also restricted to the same level as an automaton. Without magic, Ikaros is just an ordinary person. And now, Wu Yan isn't with Ikaros. Ikaros didn't know what to do. Wu Yan placed a telepathic spell in every girl's body. Aside from being able to sense Wu Yan when the girls are in danger, Wu Yan also said that if the girls were to call out to him in their minds, he would be able to sense it. If Ikaros were to call out to Wu Yan now, not only would Wu Yan send his mana over, he would also come in person. But Ikaros didn't want to trouble Wu Yan. Right at this moment, a young girl slowly walked over from the front. Chapter 16-15. When the girl walked into Ikaros' field of vision from the opposite side of the main street, the first thing she noticed was her dreamy long hair. It's like snow, a little different from white, and not silver at all. If you really want to describe it, you should use the color of pearls to describe it. The pearl-colored hair was tied to the right side of the girl's head with a black flower-like hair ornament, allowing the long hair to hang down in a ponytail. Under the evening sun, it shone with a peculiar luster. The girl was wearing the uniform of the Walpurgis Xianxia Academy. However, due to the girl's mature voluptuousness, the front part of her chest was open like a coat, allowing people to clearly see her fair skin and a pair of soft fleshy sides. An exceptionally long scarf was wrapped around the young girl's neck and secured. The silk ribbon fluttered behind her back, making her look exceptionally adorable. Other than that, the girl also had a pair of ruby-like eyes, abnormally fair skin, and a somewhat vacant expression on her delicate face, making her look like she was at a loss, delicate and pitiful. At first glance, this girl, other than her appearance, her temperament was a little similar to Ikaros. However, unlike Ikaros, who was pure and holy, the pearl-colored haired girl was more lovable, and in this aspect, she was quite similar to Ikaros. Next to the girl, there was a dog half the height of a person. A pitch-black wolfhound followed her every step. Compared to normal wolfhounds, it was slightly bigger. However, the wolfhound's shoulders, limbs, and the front of its head were all covered with steel-colored armor. When it walked on the ground, its steps were also powerful, and its eyes would flash with a fierce glint from time to time. Even though it was a dog, it gave off a more dangerous feeling than a wolf. From this aspect alone, it was clear that this wolfhound half the height of a person wasn't a real wolfhound. It was an automaton. The girl's automaton. Of course. Ikaros didn't pay special attention to the girl because her temperament was similar to her, or because of the wolfhound. What really attracted Ikaros's attention was the basket of sandwiches in the girl's hand. Inside the basket, other than the sandwiches, there was also a small bottle. There was some black liquid in the bottle. Soy sauce. After realizing this, Li Yundong said, Ikaros's pair of indigo eyes couldn't leave the bottle in the girl's hand. As the girl walked closer, the distance between her and Ikaros kept shrinking. Ikaros's gaze also kept following the soy sauce bottle in the girl's hand. Such an obvious display. Finally, it attracted the girl's attention. The girl's footsteps stopped on the spot, looking at Ikaros, who stood not far in front of her staring at the basket in her hand. A timid expression appeared on her face. You. The wolfhound, the girl's automaton, of which the girl's is of a person, of a girl, of course, of her of a person, and bared its of its teeth. However, Ikaros didn't even look at the wolfhound, still staring at the basket in the girl's hand. That. The girl mustered up her courage and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. You. Do you need something? Ikaros didn't speak, still staring at the basket in the girl's hand. The girl tilted her head, a question mark floated above her head. Following Ikaros's gaze, she looked at the basket in her hand and timidly took a step to the left. Ikaros immediately turned her head to look at him. You. The girl timidly took a step to the right. Ikaros turned her head again and looked to the right. This time, the girl seemed to have guessed what Ikaros was looking at. She looked at the basket in her hand suspiciously. After a while, she didn't move, but her hand moved the basket to the left. As expected, Ikaros looked over reluctantly. The girl slowly moved the basket in her hand to the left, then to the right, constantly moving. Ikaros followed the basket's trajectory, constantly shifting her line of sight. Suddenly, on the main street, a young girl moved the basket with all her might, while another young girl moved her head back and forth, following the direction of the basket. This strange scene caused the nearby students to stare in a daze. Not long after, the girl tightly gripped the handle of the basket in her hand, her red eyes timidly looked at Ikaros. Do you want some? Ikaros finally raised her head and looked at the girl. She lightly shook her head and spat out 2 words. Soy sauce, soy sauce. It took the girl 4 to 5 seconds to understand what Ikaros meant. She took out the soy sauce bottle from the basket in her hand and said with uncertainty. You want this? Ikaros looked straight at the girl without saying a word. Before the girl could feel uncomfortable, she nodded. I'm here to buy soy sauce. Buy soy sauce. The girl was stunned for a moment before she weakly opened her mouth. But. I'm not a soy sauce seller, not a soy sauce seller. Ikaros lowered her head again. Not a soy sauce seller. Ikaros didn't pay any more attention to the girl. She turned around and lifted her foot, as if she was about to leave. Wait. The pearl-haired girl hurriedly stopped her. Gripping the soy sauce bottle in her hand, the girl hesitantly walked in front of Ikaros. Then, she handed the soy sauce bottle to Ikaros. Ikaros was stunned, she couldn't understand the situation in front of her. Here. A faint smile hung on the girl's face. Even though she still looked weak, there was a hint of gentleness in her expression. You need this, right? Ikaros was silent for a moment before she reached out and took the bottle from the girl's hand. This is for you too. The girl also passed the basket in her hand to Ikaros. Her red eyes met Ikaros' pair of indigo eyes. The ripples in their eyes were almost identical, making people want to protect them. You can't eat soy sauce. After passing the basket in her hand to Ikaros, the girl reminded her out of kindness. If you're hungry, eat this. With that, the girl bowed to Ikaros and walked past her with her black wolfhound. After a few steps, she stopped, turned around, and asked with a timid expression. That. You. Hearing the voice, Ikaros also turned around and stared at the girl. The girl couldn't help but shrink her neck and asked in a voice that seemed like it's about to disappear. You. What's your name? Me? Ikaros' indigo eyes flashed with a hint of emotion, her red lips parted slightly. Ikaros, is it? The girl repeated the name several times, her timid face blossomed into a beautiful smile. My name is Flay. The girl by the name of Flay extended her hand and stroked the black wolfhound by her feet. This is my family member, Robbie. Family member. Ikaros looked to the black wolfhound. The black wolfhound by the name of Robbie licked Flay's palm intimately. This sort of behavior was something that an automaton with intelligence like an ordinary person would not do. In other words, even though this black wolfhound was an automaton, its intelligence did not seem to have reached the level of a human. It should be similar to an ordinary dog. The young girl named Flay, on the other hand, called this dog-shaped automaton that did not have much intelligence, but she called it her family. If others were to hear this, they might want to laugh. However, Ikaros clenched her hands before her chest. Her heart that would only waver when she faced Wu Yen, for the first time, began to have feelings for something else. After all, Ikaros was also not a human. Until next time, after she finished her introduction, Flay bowed again. Then, she brought Robbie with her and walked toward the other side of the main street. Seeing Flay's gradually disappearing figure, Ikaros lowered her head. Her indigo eyes were fluctuating non-stop. Family member. Chapter 16:16. The darkness of the night shrouded the brightly lit Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy, setting off gusts of cold wind that gently ruffled everything in the academy. Reading the latest novel, the moon was high in the sky, and the stars were twinkling. The night breeze blew through every building, every tree, every street, and every space in the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy, bringing with it a series of whistling noises that swept through every corner of the academy. In the Walpurgis Wangli Academy, a young girl slowly walked out of the tortoise-like male dormitory that belonged to the weaker students. Pink hair swayed with the wind, two long ponytails moved up and down with the owner's steps, also swaying left and right with the cold wind. At the same time, the girl's short red skirt swayed in circles, exposing her fair thighs to the air from time to time, causing one to think of an elegant figure. Walking to the center of the courtyard, Ikaros gently raised her beautiful face and looked at the sky. Her indigo pupils reflected the stars in the night sky, the shadows of the stars were clearly embellished on her face. Unbeknownst to anyone, a pair of pink wings unfurled behind Ikaros' back. Pink feathers fluttered from the wings and fluttered into the night sky, carried by the night breeze. The angel-like girl stood on the ground with a pair of pink wings, her eyes seemed to contain the entire starry sky. Her delicate face was exposed under the moonlight, like a silver veil, shimmering faintly. Beautiful. Extremely beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. This otherworldly angel stood in the courtyard of an old dormitory. She was lucky enough to be seen by the boys in the dormitory who happened to pass by their room windows. In an instant, the windows of the tortoise-like dormitory were opened one by one, the boys' heads poked out and looked at the angelic girl standing in the courtyard. His eyes were already wide open in shock. They stood there in a daze. At this moment, every window of the tortoise-like dormitory was filled with people, at least 40 to 50 of them. But these people seemed to have made an appointment. No one made a sound. As if they were afraid to break this beautiful scene that they might only see once in their lives. The boys in the tortoise-like dormitory watched quietly. There was only one thought left in their minds. Is that girl really an automaton? No. Or should I say, is that girl really a species that exists in this world? Impossible, right? How can there be such a beautiful person in this world? This person is definitely an angel that fell from the sky. With such thoughts, the boys in the tortoise-like dormitory were mesmerized by this scene, oblivious to the fact that this otherworldly angel's heart was filled with confusion. She clasped her hands together and placed them in front of her chest, making a praying pose. Ikaros looked at the round moon, her eyes filled with intoxicating ripples. Family, even if they weren't human, could they still become family members with humans? Automaton? Angel? Aren't they all weapons? Weapons can become family of humans? Ikaros, who wasn't very good at emotions to begin with, fell into a deep confusion, unable to extricate herself. Ikaros couldn't help but fall into a deep state of confusion, unable to extricate herself. While Ikaros was deep in the abyss of bewilderment, the boys in the tortoise-shell dorm were looking through the window at the angelic girl bathed in moonlight with infatuation. At that moment, a person silently appeared behind Ikaros. Then, a coat draped over Ikaros' body. Ikaros was stunned for a moment before she snapped out of her daze. The moment she snapped out of her daze, a voice that was deeply engraved in her soul entered her ears. The night is very cold. It's just a simple sentence, but it instantly filled Ikaros' heart that was in a state of confusion. Ikaros tilted her head and looked at the person beside her. He was also looking up at the night sky with a pair of deep red eyes. She uttered the name that was buried deep in her heart. Master, why didn't you tell me you were coming here? Wu Yan also tilted his head, meeting Ikaros' pitiful pair of indigo eyes. You can't do this next time, it'll make me worry, Master. Ikaros' eyes twinkled and she nodded obediently to show that she understood. What's wrong? As if he could see the confusion in Ikaros' heart, Wu Yan didn't shift his gaze away, he continued to stare at Ikaros' eyes that seemed to be able to speak. If there's anything troubling you, you can discuss it with me. Troubling. Ikaros clenched her hands in front of her chest, she didn't shift her gaze away either, a hint of depression appeared in her eyes. I don't know, but the energy furnace's condition seems a little strange. Wu Yan furrowed his brows. Tell me in detail, how strange is it? Something, it feels like. Ikaros tried to find the right word and came up with the right one. It's like there's something strange going on in the furnace, there's something strange going on in the reactor. Wu Yan relaxed his furrowed brows. In other words, your heart is in a mess. What? Mess? Ikaros was startled by his words. Wu Yan turned around to face Ikaros, he asked in a serious tone. Ikaros, can you tell me what's bothering you so much? Is this what's troubling me? Ikaros crossed her arms in front of her chest, she lowered her head and fell silent. Master. When she raised her head again, there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. Can weapons become family with humans? The moment he heard that, Wu Yan understood everything. He understood why Ikaros was behaving this way, but why would Ikaros be so confused? Could it be that something happened while Ikaros wasn't by my side? Wu Yan thought about it for a bit before tossing it aside. No matter what happened, the most important thing right now is to unravel Ikaros's confusion. That's the most important thing. Ikaros. Wu Yan reached out and patted her head. Do you know what family is? Family, what is family? Ikaros's confusion deepened. This question might be too difficult for you. Wu Yan smiled. But remember, Ikaros, if there's someone who cares for you from the bottom of their heart, takes care of you, tolerates you, comforts you when you're sad, looks at you with a smile when you're happy, and protects you when you need help, then that person is not your friend, but your family. Friends, family. Ikaros murmured. Other than confusion, there's also some uneasiness in her eyes. Then, am I Master's friend, family? Wu Yan froze for a moment before smiling. His smile was unusually gentle. No, Ikaros was stunned. For me. The hand that was stroking Ikaros' head slid down and caressed Ikaros' beautiful face. He let his voice enter Ikaros' heart with a wordless infatuation. Ikaros, you're my lover, lover. Ikaros's heart clenched. When you're happy, you're happier than you. When you're sad, you're sadder than you. When you're happy, you're happier than you. When you're in pain 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Wu Yan's gentle yet powerful voice struck Ikaros's heart. To me, Ikaros is such an existence, so, please be happy, please don't be sad, please don't be in pain, even if it's for me. At this moment, Ikaros's heart melted. Me too. Ikaros looked at Wu Yan with her indigo eyes. Her lost look was replaced by a look of longing and love. Master, you're my lover. Under the moonlight, the two looked at each other and finally, they closed the distance between them and kissed deeply. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the boys who were still by the window were all broken. Chapter 16-17. The next morning. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, Kanon and the other girls arrived at the student cafeteria. The moment they stepped through the door, Wu Yan sensed something amiss. Reading the latest novel. When Wu Yan and Co entered the cafeteria, the noisy cafeteria quieted down with a whoosh. Then, with a whoosh, all eyes focused on the group that just entered the cafeteria. Among these gazes, some are curious, some are jealous, some are disdainful, there are even some that contain traces of hatred. Wu Yan and Co couldn't help but stop in their tracks at the entrance of the student cafeteria, unable to move an inch. The entire cafeteria is so quiet that you can hear their footsteps. All the students sitting at the tables in the cafeteria are speechlessly staring at Wu Yan and Co standing at the entrance. Anyone would be able to tell that something isn't right with such a scene. What's going on? Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria were frightened by the strange scene. They shrunk their necks and hid behind Wu Yan's back. Natsuki furrowed her brows tightly and scanned the entire restaurant. His sapphire-like blue eyes also scanned the entire student cafeteria. It should be said that Natsuki truly lived up to her reputation as an attack magic officer. She had solved many magical disasters and was revered by the demon race as a demon assassin. Natsuki only needed to glance at the student cafeteria to discover something. These people aren't looking at us. Natsuki raised her doll-like face and she looked at Wu Yan with a confused expression. They're looking at you and Ikaros. Me? Ikaros and me? Wu Yan is having a hard time wrapping his head around this strange situation. He listened to Natsuki's words and he didn't say anything. He froze on the spot. Why are they looking at me and Ikaros? Ikaros tilted her head. Her beautiful face carried a sadness that never faded, but her pair of indigo eyes were also filled with confusion. A man and 5 girls stood at the entrance of the cafeteria. They were being stared at like monkeys in a circus. It made people feel very unpleasant. No matter what. Let's go in. Natsuki said with a displeased expression. Of course not. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will transfer everyone here to the cesspool. Yeah. Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria nodded like they were pounding garlic. It was clear they were uncomfortable with the situation. Phew. Wu Yan exhaled. He suppressed all the doubts and puzzlement in his heart and regained his composure. You're right, let's go in. Although he doesn't understand why this is happening, Wu Yan still led the girls into the student cafeteria, ignoring the gazes of the people around them, as if there's no one around, and they started looking for a seat. After entering the student cafeteria, Wu Yan subtly observed the students around him. He found out that these students are all looking at Ikaros with eyes filled with shock, infatuation and even greed. Those eyes that are filled with disdain, contempt and hatred are all focused on him. What the hell? Wu Yan grumbled in annoyance. Did I offend you? Wu Yan quickened his pace. Before he could resist the urge to toss everyone into the cesspool, he saw a familiar face. At the corner of the cafeteria, a beautiful girl with long blonde hair was sitting there. There was a small dragon chewing on chicken on the table in front of her. A beautiful girl with a small dragon is currently looking at Wu Yan like he's some filthy thing. Her eyes are filled with coldness. Charlotte. Under Charlotte's cold gaze, Wu Yan felt conflicted about whether he should go over or not. But after a while, he dismissed the idea and walked over while smiling in an embarrassed manner. Yo, you're here to eat? Charlotte didn't say anything, she just stared at Wu Yan. Before Wu Yan started to feel uncomfortable, she opened her red lips and coldly spat out a sentence. Perverted pervert. Perverted pervert? Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, Astria, and even Ikaros were stunned by his words. Huh? Wu Yan had a shocked expression on his face. I don't think I molested you, right? What did you say? The coldness in Charlot's eyes was replaced with killing intent. Do you want me to make a hole in your body? Why else would you scold me? Wu Yan pursed his lips in annoyance. Since I didn't molest you, why did you call me a pervert? Humph. Charlotte didn't explain herself. She just snorted and turned her head away. Sigmund, who was enjoying the chicken, suddenly raised his head and pointed at the newspaper on the table with his oily claws. Look at that. Wu Yan exchanged glances with the other girls before sitting down and picking up the newspaper on the table. They gathered their heads together and focused their attention on the newspaper. The next moment, be it Wu Yan or the girls, all of them widened their eyes in shock. It was a newspaper with the theme of what happened in the Walpurgis Royal Ingenious Academy and some important news outside the academy. It was made by the students themselves and was only distributed in the Walpurgis Royal Ingenious Academy. Looking at the date recorded on the title of the newspaper, it was obvious that this was the latest newspaper that had just been released in the morning. On the front page of the latest newspaper, there were two pictures. One was a picture of an angel girl with pink wings and pink feathers fluttering around her. She was praying to the full moon with her eyes closed. One was a picture of an angelic girl with pink wings hugging a uniformed male student and kissing him passionately under the full moon. The former is of course Ikaros. The latter is the picture of Wu Yan and Ikaros kissing in the courtyard of the Tortoise dormitory last night. What is going on? Wu Yan yelled out. Ikaros's face turned bright red as well, it's a rare sight for her to do so. Oni-chan, master. Why you guys? Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria stared at Wu Yan and Ikaros with disbelief. Ikaros is blushing from embarrassment. You guys did this in the courtyard of the dormitory? I see. Natsuki chuckled, but there was no joy in her eyes. I finally understand why those students are looking at us with such gazes, the beautiful scene of Ikaros praying under the moon. I believe anyone who saw it would be stunned. Some of them might even fall in love with her at first sight. However, such a goddess, who had a 90% chance of falling in love at first sight, had thrown herself into another man's embrace and kissed him. Who wouldn't hate Wu Yan for that? As for the disdainful gazes and Charlotte's perverted comments, it's easy to understand. In other people's eyes, Ikaros is an automaton. Kissing your own automaton? For those whose values towards automaton were still stuck at the level of an item, such an action should be no different from hugging and kissing a moving doll, right? That's why the people who read the newspaper have the impression that Wu Yan is a fetish. Disdain? Disdain? Isn't that obvious? Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon didn't know what to say. Astria, who still can't wrap her head around Ikaros's blushing face, kept mumbling to herself. Only Wu Yan was speechless. What's wrong with kissing each other? Wasn't it normal to hug and kiss one's lover? Boring. Wu Yan lost interest in this matter. He tossed the newspaper on the table and narrowed his eyes at Charlotte. Don't tell me you're the same as those superficial guys who think that kissing an automaton is a pervert? Charlotte wanted to say yes, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. After all, Charlotte also treated her automaton as her family and not an item. Chapter 16-18. Maybe it's because they got bored or because there's not much time left before class, the students retracted their gazes and allowed the cafeteria to return to normal. Wu Yan, Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, Kanon, and even Charlotte sighed in relief when the others stopped looking at them. At this time, from the entrance of the cafeteria, a young man wearing a military belt on his uniform walked in with a girl wearing a short black kimono. His gaze moved around the cafeteria for a bit before stopping at Wu Yan's table. Yo! As if they were old friends who had known each other for many years, a young man wearing a short black kimono and a military belt around his waist greeted them as if nothing had happened and walked over. This morning's newspaper. Gulp. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful elbow landed on the young man's stomach. The young man clutched his stomach as his face contorted in pain. I might not be from the same country as you, but I'm sure you've heard of them, right? Wu Yan picked up a cup of black tea from the table and he sipped it leisurely. There's a saying, loose lips cause loose ends. Do you understand now, Raisin? Yes. Understood. Lei Jin squeezed out a sound as he clutched his stomach. I just want to have a meal with you. I don't want to eat with you. It wasn't Wu Yan who spoke, it was Charlotte who frowned. Charlotte looked at Raisin with a cold gaze. You better stay away from me. Wow, that's so scary. Lei Jin pretended to cry out with a condescending smile on his face. As expected of the legendary Tyrant Rex. His temper is really irritable. Do you want to die? Second to last. A ruthless expression appeared on Charlotte's face. I won't do anything just because this is a student cafeteria. Well, I know the famous Tyrant Rex won't give face to the cafeteria, but you should give face to your friend, right? Raisin shrugged and glanced at Wu Yan. At least he didn't refuse to eat with me, right? Humph. Charlotte's beautiful face that was emitting killing intent froze for a moment. She coldly snorted and turned her head away. It seems like he was convinced by Lei Jin. Of course, on the surface, Charlotte was still cursing under her breath. Why do I have to eat with a mad dog like you? This guy is the so-called idiot, right? Do you want to die? What a pitiful child. Humph. Lei Jin turned a blind eye to Charlotte's cold and vicious abuse. He brought Yaya with him as if nothing happened. He sat next to Wu Yan. Fortunately, the cafeteria's table was quite full. Wu Yan's group of 6, Charlotte, Yaya, and Raisin were seated. There were 9 people in total, so it wasn't crowded. Raisin sat next to Wu Yan and Yaya sat next to him. Yaya sat next to Astria, who was busy eating. She stared at Wu Yan curiously. What's wrong? Wu Yan, who was sipping his tea, noticed Yaya looking at him. He turned around and asked her about it. I don't think there's anything good about my face, right? No. And no, it's not like that. Yaya shook her head and continued staring at Wu Yan's face. She asked him a question out of curiosity. Mr. Wu Yan, did you really kiss your automaton? Cough. Cough cough. Yaya's unscrupulous question made Charlotte and Lei Zhen, who were eating, choke and start coughing violently. Wu Yan, on the other hand, smiled at the undisguised curiosity in Yaya's eyes. Why do you ask such a question? Because. Yaya hesitated for a moment and said this carefully. Don't you find it strange that you kissed your automaton? Yes. Oh. Wu Yan nodded without batting an eyelid. Then, why would it be strange? Because. Yaya didn't only show hesitation, there was also a trace of sadness. Because no matter how much an automaton looks like a human being, it's still an automaton. It can't be compared to a human being, can it? Because. Hearing this, Lei Zhen, Charlotte, Natsuki, and the other girls fell silent. That's right. No matter how similar a human being and an automaton were in appearance, they still could not be mentioned in the same breath. After all, if a person kills another person, they will be charged with murder and will be sent to court. In severe cases, they will be sentenced to death. However, if a person were to kill an automaton, he would at most be charged with the crime of damaging or vandalizing public property. At worst, he would only have to compensate for the crime. This is the most fundamental, and irreconcilable difference between humans and automatons. No matter what other people thought about automaton, such a difference would not change as long as the current world system did not change. Automaton did not have its own rights. It may be cruel, but it is the truth. It is because of this that Yaya reacted this way. That's why everyone is against Wu Yan. However, when everyone was against Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Once upon a time, to those slave owners, the slaves that were bought and sold legitimately were just objects. But now, aren't humans still the same? Everyone is equal. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Perhaps in this world, there is an uncrossable gap between humans and automaton, but automaton also has a life. This is a fact that no one can deny. Wu Yan's voice was very soft when he said this, but it was more powerful than anything in the ears of the people sitting at the same table. As long as they have a life, their status is equal. This is a principle that every human advocates, even if it's just words. Wu Yan couldn't help but curl his lips into a perfect arc. Therefore, even if there is an insurmountable gap between humans and automatons now, there will be a day in the future when humans will be able to live on equal terms with automatons. At least, that's what I think. Just like the warm breeze of the morning, sweeping away the thick fog that pervaded the world, Wu Yan's one sentence easily swept away the complicated emotions in everyone's heart. It also took away the confusion and worry of every night. Mr. Wu Yan. Yaya couldn't help but stand up and put her face in front of Wu Yan. I believe. I also believe that day will come. I also want to believe that one day. Sigmund, who was standing at the dining table, slowly opened his mouth and spoke in a relaxed tone. If I can live to see that day, then my 150 years of life will be worth it. You will see it. Charlotte showed her gentle side for the first time. She stroked Sigmund's head and looked at Wu Yan with satisfaction. All right, Yaya, don't cause trouble for others. Lei Zhen waved her hand. She looked like she didn't agree with Charlotte's words, but she also looked satisfied. Let's stop talking about the future. Wu Yan picked up his teacup and looked at Lei Zhen. There are so many seats here, why are you sitting here? Don't tell me you're afraid of being lonely or gossipy. The surrounding girls all turned their attention to Lei Zhen, making him feel a little awkward. Did I get caught? You have something to say, right? Wu Yan pursed his lips. If you have something to say, then just say it. Well, as you know, I haven't been in this academy for long. So, I want to ask about someone. Lei Zhen scratched his cheek and looked at Charlotte. Wu Yan is also a new student of this academy, so it's natural that he wouldn't know too much. This time, Lei Zhen was here for Charlotte. Actually, someone tried to assassinate me this morning. Chapter 16-19. Assassinate you? Everyone sitting around the table looked at the serious Lei Zhen in surprise. Someone tried to assassinate you? Charlotte frowned and waved her hand in disgust. Then why aren't you dead yet? Why do you say that? Although Charlotte said that with a mocking tone, Lei Zhen had a subtle reaction to the question. I personally think that guy, no matter who he wants to assassinate, he won't succeed. No matter who he wants to assassinate, he won't succeed? What does that mean? Looking at everyone's puzzled expression, Lei Zhen smiled bitterly. Actually. Just as Lei Zhen was about to explain, Wu Yan suddenly laughed. He pointed at the glass wall of the student cafeteria that's only 2 to 3 meters away from him. It's as if he's trying to hold back his laughter as he said this. I think, you guys should look for yourselves. Everyone followed the direction Wu Yan pointed at and looked outside the student cafeteria. Outside the student cafeteria, in the middle of the main street that connected all directions of the Walpurgis Wangli Robotics Academy, there was a person who was looking around sneakily. It was a girl with dreamy pearl-colored hair. Her long hair was tied to the right side of her head with a black hairpin that looked like a wreath. A ponytail hung down from the right side of her head, and a long scarf was wrapped around her neck. There was a slit in the front of her uniform, revealing her voluptuous breasts. The girl's eyes were red, and her skin was very white to the point of being morbid. However, that delicate face of hers, even for someone like Wu Yan who is used to seeing all kinds of pretty girls and surrounded by pretty girls all the time, he can still say that she's beautiful. Beside the beautiful girl was a large black wolf dog. When they saw the beautiful girl with pearl-colored hair, no one noticed. At the side, Ikaros, who has been quietly guarding Wu Yan, had a look of surprise in her eyes. It's her. She's the one who wanted to assassinate me. Lei Zhen's mouth was slightly agape as he exclaimed. But, why did she come here? Pearl-colored hair? And he even has a dog-shaped automaton with him? Charlotte seemed to have thought of something. I remember now, she's a third-year student of the Academy's Tactical Tactics Department. She's ranked 99th in the Night Gathering, the Gauntlet. Log into Flay with the code name, Quiet Noise. She's a Gauntlet? This time. It was Lei Zhen's turn to be surprised. She's ranked 99th? Doesn't that mean? Yaya said with uncertainty. That Miss Flay is our opponent in the first battle of the Night Gathering? Our opponent in the gathering? Natsuki looked directly at Flay who was looking all around outside. She spoke without turning her head around. So. Only that little girl knew how to assassinate? Lei Zhen was ranked 100th in the evening party. In other words, Flay who was ranked 99th was trying to assassinate Lei Zhen because she wanted to eliminate her opponent. I understand now. Charlotte crossed her arms and glanced at Lei Zhen. Flay felt that she would definitely lose if she were to fight you openly in the Night Gathering. That's why she wanted to assassinate you and eliminate her opponent, right? She felt that she would definitely lose if she were to fight me? Lei Zhen's face was filled with confusion. Aren't you being too unconfident in yourself? I should say that you're the one who doesn't have self-awareness. Wu Yan glared at Lei Zhen in an annoyed manner. Boy, you're the one who has been madly challenging the gauntlet in order to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Night Gathering. You're the one who obtained the glorious title of Mad Dog. Although you're ranked 100th in the Night Gathering, you must have defeated quite a number of gauntlets when you were crazily challenging them, right? Natsuki explained in a bored manner. Your strength is definitely not ranked in the night gathering. Everyone in the academy knows that. Other than you who's ranked in the night gathering, that little girl who's ranked 99th is the weakest among the people who participated in the night gathering. I'm afraid that Flay also knows that. Charlotte said in a sympathetic manner. She knows that she's the weakest in the night gathering. Because of that, she wanted to kill her opponent? Nagisa held Kanon's hand. She had an expression of disbelief on her face. That can't be, right? That girl doesn't look like a bad person, does she? Lei Jin grew silent. He looked outside the student cafeteria and did not ask any more questions. Under the attentive gazes of Wu Yan and the others, Flay seemed to be planning to do something. She patted Rabi who was beneath her. Immediately, Rabi turned around and ran into the bushes at the side. When he came out again, he was holding a pitch-black iron cage that could hold more than 10 people in his mouth. He dragged it to Flay's side. A cage? Charlotte was stunned. Why did Flay bring out a cage? Could it be? The corner of Lei Jin's mouth started twitching. She's trying to lure me in and lock me up, right? If that's true, then that would be a masterpiece. Even Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Such a large cage is placed in the middle of the main street. How is that girl going to lure someone in? This question was quickly answered by Flay. Flay entered the large iron cage and took out a low-grade photo album with a half-naked woman on the cover. She placed the photo album in the center of the iron cage. That. Natsuki's delicate and pretty face turned marvelous. That, could it be that this is a bait used to lure prey? Hee hee. Lei Jin had an expression as if he wanted to die. He opened his mouth and laughed emotionlessly. So, in her eyes, I am a man who can be hooked with that kind of thing. You. Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria blushed. For them who are pure and kind-hearted, even a low-grade photo album is lethal. Kacha. Suddenly, a sound came from outside the restaurant. Everyone immediately looked at the direction of the iron cage. Then, they were all embarrassed. It was unknown whether the mechanism of the iron cage had been triggered or not, but before Flay could come out, the iron cage's door was loosened and was closed. Flay turned her head and looked in the direction of the door. She fell into a daze. After a dozen or so seconds, she finally understood that she had been locked in the trap that she had set. She panicked and started running around the iron cage. As a result, Flay stepped on her own scarf and fell to the ground with a paw. Seeing Flay falling down with such force and flattening her full breasts, Charlotte, Nagisa and Kanon all felt heartache for Flay even though they were lacking in bust size. Lei Jin covered his face. He couldn't bear to look at Flay. At this moment, Lei Jin noticed something. Wu Yan's gaze was no longer on Flay. He was looking at the other side of the street. Everyone also looked at the direction Wu Yan was looking at. There, a tall and thin male student was slowly walking toward the iron cage. He had a sturdy body and a short cloak that looked like a scarf draped over his shoulders. The side of his face was well defined and his gaze was terrifyingly sharp. Moreover, this male student had a unique short hair. His short hair was the same as Flay's. It was pearl-colored. No. It wasn't just the same hair color. This male student's appearance was also very similar to Flay's. Behind this male student was a robot. It was a 2-meter-tall robot with a body that was as sharp as a blade. Its body was made of metal. There was a pair of wings with spikes sticking out from its back. There were also 2 huge blades on its back. There was no need to think about it. That was definitely the male student's automaton. When they saw the boy with the automaton slowly walking up to Flay, before the crowd could say anything, the boy reached his hand into the iron cage and lifted Flay's scarf. Almost at the same time, a figure rushed out from Wu Yan's side. Chapter 1620. On the main street outside the student cafeteria, in the pitch-black iron cage, Flay had just crawled up from the ground when a hand suddenly extended over and grabbed Flay's scarf. Flay felt her vision blur for a moment. Then, the hand that grabbed her scarf did not possess much strength. However, with Flay's slender body, she was absolutely unable to resist the strength of the hand that grabbed her scarf. The hand pulled Flay over. Bang! Following a muffled sound, Flay was smashed into the iron pipes at the edge of the iron cage. Although she did not hit her head, her body was still in pain from the collision. Flay reflexively raised her head and looked in front of her. The next moment, a person with the same hair color as her, a face that was 70% similar to her, and red pupils that contained sharp killing intent entered Flay's line of sight. Seeing this handsome yet frightening face, Flay muttered in a daze. Loki, the male student that Flay addressed as Loki swept his gaze through the iron cage. Then, he coldly looked at Flay. "You're doing something that makes one unable to hold back their laughter again." Woo. Flay seemed to be very afraid of Loki. She cowardly shrunk her head back. However, she still answered Loki's question with a mosquito-like voice. "If I don't do that, I won't be able to win the Night Assembly. Even if you do that, you will still not be able to win against anyone in the Night Assembly." Loki spoke those cold, emotionless, and impactful words. "Could it be that you still don't understand how weak you are? Do you not understand the fact that you are the weakest among all the participants in the Night Assembly? Weakest. Weakest, weakest." It was true that Flay had received quite a shock. However, she should also know this. Thus, she did not refute Loki's words. Instead, she weakly opened her mouth. Even if this is the case, I am still a puppet user. In my eyes, there is no such thing as a puppet user or not." Loki coldly looked at Flay. "There is only the concept of the strong and the weak. As for you, you are the latter." After saying those words, Rocky violently flung away Flay's scarf, causing her to stagger and almost fall to the ground. "If you understand, then throw that thing away from me," saying such a sentence. Loki's sharp gaze also shifted to Flay's hand. It was in Flay's hand. It was a pair of finger-revealing black gloves that could only be owned by the participants of the night gathering, the top 100 gauntlet holders. The login code embroidered with golden thread on the gloves was, "Quiet Noise, Private Lent Roar." Evidently, the thing Rocky was referring to was Flay's gloves. On the battlefield of the night meeting, it didn't matter if the automaton was destroyed by the opponent. Or perhaps the puppet itself had been defeated. None of them could disqualify puppet operator from participating in the night meeting. The only criterion to determine the winner of the night meeting was the presence or absence of gloves. That is to say, if two puppeteers were to engage in an ingenious battle at a night gathering, the two puppeteers would be able to defeat each other. In order to win against the opponent, the winning condition was not to destroy the automaton or defeat the puppet operator, but to snatch the opponent's gloves. Once the gauntlet holder's gloves were snatched away, even if the gauntlet holder's automaton was still intact, the gauntlet holder still had some strength left, and the gauntlet holder might even be beaten half to death by the gauntlet holder. Even if the gauntlet holder was about to win, the gauntlet holder would still be declared the loser. Of course, in the night meeting, the gauntlet holder was not allowed to attack the puppet operator directly. Otherwise, the gauntlet holder would lose the right to participate and the gauntlet holder would be declared the loser. Therefore, defeating the opponent's automaton and snatching the gauntlet holder's gloves had become a part of the winning process. In other words, if Flay really threw away her gloves, she would lose the right to participate in the night meeting as well. Feeling Rocky's gaze, Flay couldn't help but hide her hands behind her back and cower a little. However, she did not follow Rocky's words and throw away her gloves. Tisk. Rocky clicked his tongue and turned his gaze to the side. A large black wolf dog was baring its teeth at him. Raby. This fellow is the one you're relying on to participate in the night meeting, right? As Rocky said those words, a burst of dense magic power surged out from his body. The humanoid automaton standing behind Rocky suddenly raised its metal head. Its pair of dim eyes suddenly flashed with red radiance. Like a machine that was activated, kacha-kacha sounds could even be heard from the inside of its body. If you don't plan to give up your right to participate in the night meeting. Rocky lowered his head. His bangs covered his expression. However, the magic power surging out from his body grew stronger and stronger. I'll destroy it. Flay turned pale with fright. She shook her head with all her might. No. Then throw away the gauntlet. Rocky revealed a ruthless expression. However, there was an undetectable anxiousness in his tone. Throw it away. But. Flay was so anxious that she was about to cry. If you throw away the gauntlet. Raby will also, and everyone else, humph. Rocky snorted coldly. He no longer bothered with superfluous words. Angel Ji. The humanoid automaton by the name of Angel Ji moved in response to Rocky's call. The spiked wings on its back spread open. The two enormous blades on its back rose and fell. They landed on its mechanical arms. Then, as if they had fused with its arms, the two enormous blades attached to its arms. Mand. Accompanied by an ice-cold mechanical voice that sounded like it came from some sort of machine, Angel Ji raised his hand that was equipped with the enormous blades. Then, a burst of wind and a sharp whistle sounded. Without the slightest hesitation, he slashed his hand toward Raby, who was baring his teeth at Rocky. Raby. Flay's frighteningly pale face immediately turned deathly pale. Bang! At the moment when Angel Ji's enormous blade was about to land on Raby's head, one of the glass windows in the student cafeteria suddenly exploded. Immediately afterward, a figure shot out explosively from the student cafeteria. Like a fighter jet whistling through the air, that figure arrived before Angel Ji in a flash. Then, she extended her slender hand to receive Angel Ji's enormous blade. In the next moment, a transparent protective barrier formed from crystals was formed from the slender palm that was slashing towards Cherub's giant blade. Like ripples on the surface of water, the barrier shook and expanded. Clang! The enormous blade smashed down heavily onto the transparent protective barrier formed from crystals. Following a loud collision sound, a burst of shockwaves exploded. From this, it could be seen how powerful the enormous blade was. If this attack landed on Raby, who hadn't even activated his magic circuit and hadn't received Flay's magic power, then there was no doubt that Raby would definitely die. It was clear that Loki wanted to kill Raby. However, this sure-kill attack was blocked by the protective barrier that appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, Loki and Flay finally saw the full appearance of the figure that rushed out from the student cafeteria and arrived before Angel Ji. Then, she raised a protective barrier and blocked Angel Ji's attack. Her pink hair was slightly swollen, and there was a pure white halo above her head. Her pair of dark red pupils fluctuated with an illusory square frame. Pink wings adorned her back, bringing up pink feathers, and the long hem of her night suit fluttering back and forth in the wind, making her look like an angel. Surprisingly, it was Ikaros. Flay's face was filled with astonishment. It's you? You? Loki stared straight at Ikaros, who was holding up a crystal barrier. His red pupils shrunk. Then, he abruptly turned his head around and swept his sharp and vigilant gaze across the surroundings. In the end, his gaze stopped at the glass door of the student cafeteria that had just been blasted open. A man in uniform with a pair of wine-red pupils was standing at the location of the shattered glass window. One of his hands was stretched forward, and his palm was fluctuating with a circle of magic power that had turned into a solid circle of light. Looking at the man who was still in the student cafeteria, standing on the broken glass window and extending a hand with a magic halo rippling around it. Loki's eyes were filled with graveness and hostility at the same time. Scarlet Eyes. Chapter 1621. Cherub, level 66, standing at the entrance of the student cafeteria, Wu Yan slowly retracted the mana he poured into Ikaros' body. He looked at Loki, who was staring at him. Then, he looked at Ikaros with a reproachful expression. Ikaros, master. Ikaros exited Sky Queen mode. She lowered her head and a pitiful expression appeared on her beautiful face. She looked like a child who was about to be reprimanded. She slowly walked back to Wu Yan's side. However, Wu Yan was indeed reproaching Ikaros. After all, Ikaros didn't even say a word. When Flay's scarf was pulled away by Loki, she rashly rushed out and rammed into the student cafeteria's glass wall. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's timely reaction and channeling mana into Ikaros' body, Ikaros, who has no mana and is equivalent to an ordinary person, would have rammed into the glass wall. She would have suffered a lot of injuries by now. Moreover, even in this state, Ikaros would have still rushed under Cherub's greatsword to protect Robbie. At that time, Ikaros, who is equivalent to an ordinary person, would have been seriously injured by Cherub's greatsword. Wu Yan didn't understand why Ikaros would suddenly rush out and protect Robbie. And to protect the rabbi, but the action itself was too reckless. When he thought about what would have happened to Ikaros if he didn't react in time and didn't channel mana into her, Wu Yan felt a lingering fear in his heart. His gaze towards Ikaros became even more reproachful. Next time, at least inform me first, okay? He wanted to reprimand Ikaros, but when he saw Ikaros lowering her head, she looked so pitiful. Wu Yan's heart softened. As a result, the reproach he intended to say turned into a plea. This caused Ikaros to be stunned. She lowered her head even more. I'm sorry, master. Wu Yan extended his hand. He rubbed Ikaros' head to comfort her. His gaze shot out like an arrow, meeting the sharp eyes of Loki, who had been staring at him all this time. Who is that guy? Lei Zhen was also observing Loki from the side. She looks just like Flay, of course. Loki is Flay's younger brother. Charlotte replied reflexively before looking at Lei Zhen in surprise. Don't tell me you don't even know Sword Emperor Loki? Sword Emperor Loki? Lei Zhen narrowed his eyes as if he remembered something. He looked at Loki. So that's how it is. He's one of the Meet 13 ranked at the top of the night party. He's a second-year student like us, but he's the Burning Flame Sword, who ranks 7th, right? Fortunately, you're not too ignorant. Charlotte looked at Loki with a serious expression. That's right, he's Loki. So far, he's never been defeated in actual combat exercises. He's known as a strong competitor who can compete with the number 1 martial, which is Magnus. An opponent who can compete with Magnus. Lei Zhen's gaze towards Loki had already changed. He wasn't shocked by Loki's strength. Instead, it was a natural reaction when he heard the name Magnus. However, this reaction was not fear toward the strong. Instead, it was anger, hatred, and other similar emotions. Of course, this emotion only flashed through Lei Zhen's eyes for a moment. In the next second, Lei Zhen returned to his usual arrogant tone. That guy called Loki is ranked 7th, and you're ranked 6th, but he's said to be an opponent who can compete with Magnus, but you don't. What's going on? It's the stupidest thing to do to judge an opponent's strength based on their ranking. Charlotte said with contempt. Although the top 50 of the night meeting are ranked according to their strength, that is still the judgment of the night meeting's executive department based on the strength they saw. Who knows if Sword Emperor Loki is hiding some trump cards in the dark. If the Gauntlet's ranking was based on their strength, you wouldn't be ranked in such a pitiful position. Charlotte's gaze turned towards Wu Yan. As for him, he won't just be ranked 4th, Lei Zhan didn't know what to say. During this time, Wu Yan and Loki stared at each other from afar. They didn't say anything. However, in the air, a sense of nervousness that made one's heart beat faster unconsciously filled the air. It was not until a long time later that Loki was the first to break the silence. You can't even control your own automaton? Scarlet eyes. Looks like our red blaze, the eyes of the legendary Sword Emperor, had some problems as well. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and he chuckled. Could it be that you couldn't even see that I was transferring magic power to my automaton just now? In other words, Ikaro's attack was ordered by Wu Yan. Of course, that's not the case, but Wu Yan took it all on himself. Ikaro's indigo eyes were filled with infatuation and Loki's expression darkened. Can I assume that you're planning to resist me? Resist? Wu Yan laughed sarcastically. The so-called resistance usually refers to the weak who overestimates themselves and challenges the strong, or the inferior who intends to subdue the superior. Your Majesty Sword Emperor, do you think you're stronger than me? Or do you think you're superior? The way I see it, you're neither strong nor superior. You're just an idiot who thinks you're invincible because of a little achievement. Loki stared coldly at Wu Yan. Defeating Felix makes you so proud that you think you can defeat me? Or do you think I'm weaker than Felix? I think you're mistaken. Wu Yan sneered. To me, Felix is just an ant that I can kill with a pinch. He's not even worth mentioning. As for you, even if you're stronger than Felix, you're just a slightly bigger ant. As soon as he finished speaking, Loki abruptly raised his head. A burst of mana visible to the naked eye turned into a substantial mist that rose in spirals. Although I'm humble and forgiving, there are 3 kinds of people I can't forgive: those who order me, those who resist me, and... Loki's red eyes flashed with killing intent. His sharp gaze landed on Wu Yan. I don't know where you came from, you meddlesome eyesore. No, you're neither humble nor forgiving. Wu Yan didn't even bat an eyelid at Loki's mist-like magic power. His magic power is even stronger than Loki's, it's like a tidal wave that's exploding out of Wu Yan's body. But I have to admit, those guys who jump out of nowhere and casually swing their swords are indeed eyesores. Gazes that contained icy coldness and killing intent collided in midair. Mana that was so strong that it did not seem like an ordinary person's charged into the surroundings. An invisible wave spread through the air, causing the air to be filled with a tense atmosphere that could erupt at any moment. Looking at Wu Yan and Loki who were confronting each other in the distance, mana continued to rise from their bodies and collided with each other in the space between them, giving rise to dense waves. Lei Zhan, and Ye could not help but tremble. Even Charlotte and Sigmund revealed troubled expressions. These 2 people were both monsters, Charlotte, Ye, Sigmund, Lei Zhan, and the others who had such thoughts in their hearts did not know that this was the result of Wu Yan hiding his strength. Competing in mana? Forget about a single Loki, even if there were 10, 100, 1,000, or 10,000 Lokis, they would still not be a match for Wu Yan alone. However, it must be admitted that Loki's own mana was also extremely powerful. At the very least, in terms of mana, Charlotte felt that she was no match for Loki. Chapter 1622. As the mana collided with each other, the students who were gathered in the cafeteria and the main street all retreated far away as if they were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Charlotte, Yaya, Sigmund, and Raisin also retreated a distance away. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon acted as their automaton and stood beside Wu Yan without saying a word. Only Flay, who was trapped in the iron cage, had nowhere to run. She could only endure the suffocating pressure and tightly hold onto the steel pipe of the iron cage. Cold sweat dripped down her face. Rabi curled up into a ball and hid behind the iron cage. As time passed, the 2 of them, who were constantly releasing their magic power, finally showed different performances. Wu Yan still had a calm expression on his face. He looked at Loki with a smile that was not a smile. His eyes were filled with curiosity. On the other hand, Loki's face started to turn red. As if he used too much strength, his face was covered in sweat. The mana rising from his body also started to weaken at a slow rate. When Charlot, Sigmund, Flay, Ye, Lei Zhen, and the others saw this scene, they understood what was going on even if they didn't have good judgment. Who was the victor of this hidden battle? However, this hidden battle was fated to have no result. Flay, who was inside the iron cage, looked at Loki. Her face was covered in sweat and she looked like she was about to vomit blood. Her face was terrifyingly red. She couldn't help but call out worriedly. Loki. Fu Lei's cry did not appear to be that abrupt in this completely silent place. Instead, it clearly reverberated through the air. Ikaros, who was standing beside Wu Yan, couldn't help but stretch out her hand and pull on Wu Yan's sleeve. Master, there was no need to think about it. Ikaros wanted Wu Yan to be lenient. Wu Yan was surprised that Ikaros, who had always silently followed his orders, would take the initiative to express her will. At the same time, he had a guess. Perhaps Ikaros has some sort of relationship with Flay. That might be the case, no matter what. Wu Yan naturally wouldn't go against Ikaros's rare wish. He slowly retracted his mana. Sensing Wu Yan retracting his mana, Loki stopped. Loki hurriedly stopped the magic that was constantly gushing out. He started panting. The entire arena. It returned to silence. Charlotte, Nagisa, and Kanon, who thought the two were going to fight, immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They all gathered around Wu Yan. Let's stop here. Charlotte took a glance at Wu Yan, whose expression remained unchanged. Glancing at Rocky, who was sweating profusely and gasping for breath, he said in a stern voice. Whatever grudges you have, let's settle them during the night meeting. However, Charlotte's words gave Loki a way out, but in return, Loki's cold gaze was met with an icy glare. Are you planning to get in my way? Tyrant Rex. If you continue like this, you're the one who'll suffer, Your Majesty Sword Emperor. Raisin stepped forward and stared at Loki. Or, do you plan to face all of us alone? You're the second to last. Loki's brows twitched. He stared at Raisin like a predator staring at its prey. You're a mad dog? Are you planning to meddle in my business? So, I can only apologize to you. Lei Zhen didn't want to be outdone and sneered. It's your sister's fault for being so popular with dogs. A mad dog like me can only obediently run over and wag my tail. Loki glanced at Charlotte, Raisin, Flay and the automatons. Finally, his gaze stopped on Wu Yan. You'd better not meddle in the affairs between me and my brother anymore. Scarlet eyes. Wu Yan curled his lips when he heard Loki's words. Are you threatening me? It's just a warning. Rocky's voice was cold as he opened his mouth and said this. I'll say it again. Don't think that you're invincible. After saying that, Loki turned around. His automaton, Cherub, had also dispelled its combat-ready state. The two giant blades in its hands fell from its arms and were put away on its back, hanging up. Loki left the scene with Archangel, who was making clanking noises. That guy. Looking at Loki's back as he gradually walked away, Charlotte and Lei Zhen's hearts sank slightly. From the situation just now, everyone could see that Rocky was at an absolute disadvantage. Ignoring the fact that Wu Yan is more powerful than Loki, Charlotte and Raisin also showed signs of wanting to join the fray. Although Loki had stopped his attack, he was obviously not afraid when he was facing two players who were ranked in the top 13 and a strong gauntlet. Therefore, Charlotte and Lei Zhen both understood. Loki did not stop because the situation was not right. Loki was confident. Even if he had to fight against Charlotte and Lei Zhen, he was confident that he could win. That was why Loki's gaze only swept past Charlotte and Raisin. It stopped on Wu Yan. Loki was not confident he could win against Wu Yan. However, Loki's last words did not express his confidence in winning, but his determination to die. He was telling Wu Yan that, even if he can't win, he will still fight. That was all. What an annoying bastard. Charlotte hugged Sigmund with a fierce expression on her face. Who does he think he is? Does he think he can win against me just because he can compete with Magnus? Don't let me see him at the night party. Well, from a certain perspective, you're quite the scary guy. Wu Yan shrugged as if nothing had happened and he teased him nonchalantly. I think that the Sword Emperor will regret being targeted by you in the future. While they were talking, the surrounding students also dispersed noisily. Come to think of it, not long after, the news of Scarlet Eyes, Tyrant Rex, and Sacred Blaze, the three meaty existences almost fighting, would spread throughout the entire academy, wouldn't it? As the surrounding students dispersed noisily, Ikaros quietly walked over to the iron cage and opened it. Then, she extended her hand toward Flay. Flay looked at Ikaros' hand in a daze. After a while, she came back to her senses. She held Ikaros' hand and carefully walked out of the cage. Then, she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Thank you, for protecting my family." On the side, Rabi wagged his tail and walked up to Ikaros. He used his furry head to rub against the back of Ikaros' hand. Ikaros was stunned for a moment, but she still shook her head to express that Rabi was welcome. Hey! At this moment, Leijun walked over with Yaya. You don't seem to have a good relationship with Sword Overlord. Aren't you siblings? This idiot. Wu Yan, Natsuki, Nagisa, and Charlotte cursed in their hearts at the same time. Since they knew that they were brother and sister, but they still looked like they didn't have a good relationship, who would obediently tell you the reason for it? Besides, wouldn't it be even more hurtful to say it out loud? Sure enough, traces of worry appeared on Flay's weak and delicate face. Her red eyes were filled with sadness. It's just that I've been causing trouble for Loki. After saying those words with a fading voice, Flay bowed to the crowd as if she had exhausted all of her strength. I'll be taking my leave first. After saying those words, Flay turned around with Rabi and planned to leave. Seeing Flay's lonely back, Ikaros opened her vermilion lips. She seemed to want to say something but was unable to say anything. She could only quietly look at Flay's back without saying a word. Wu Yan, who saw Ikaros' reaction, smiled bitterly in his heart. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said something that caused the expressions of everyone present to stiffen. Say, senior sister Flay, do you want to go on a date with me? Chapter 1623. Say, senior Flay, do you want to go on a date with me? In an instant, the air froze. Flay, who had her back facing the crowd and was about to leave with Rabi, stumbled and fell to the ground with a whimper. Charlotte, Raisin, and Yaya looked at Wu Yan, who had a leisurely smile on his face. Their mouths slowly widened. Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria widened their eyes in disbelief. Ikaros's indigo eyes were filled with a blank look. As for Natsuki, she seemed to have guessed something. She held the lace fan that almost never left her hand, tapped her forehead, and sighed. Even though the girls and Raisin reacted differently, it is undeniable that everyone was shocked by this sudden statement. They were unable to react for a long time. Ignoring everyone's reaction, Wu Yan walked up to Fu Lei, who had fallen to the ground. He helped her up with a ridiculing expression on his face. How is it? Can you accept? Flay could only stare blankly at the face that was right in front of her with a mocking expression. Her mouth opened and closed like a goldfish as she uttered a few strange syllables. Soon after, her pretty face became rosy as she shook her head in panic. No. No. I can't. Oh. Wu Yan pretended to sigh in disappointment. In other words, I was rejected? No. That's not it. Perhaps it was because he was too kind. Seeing Wu Yan's disappointed expression, Flay couldn't bear it anymore. She grabbed her hand tightly and squeezed out a voice in panic. I can't leave the academy without permission. Permission? Wu Yan blinked his eyes. You're talking about your family members? Flay grew silent. After a while, she nodded with difficulty. Lord Father doesn't allow us to run around. I'm just strolling around the city. Wu Yan said with a smile. It should be fine, right? But. Flay was still flustered. I won't, no. Wu Yan was slightly startled and asked with uncertainty. You mean you don't know how to date? Flay nodded timidly and embarrassedly. This made Wu Yan laugh out loud. It's okay. She could leave this part to the man. Miss Flay, you only need to look forward to it. Oh. Fry immediately had a troubled expression. Clearly, not only had she never accepted such an invitation before, she was also not good at dealing with such matters. Average. If a girl behaved like this. In that case. There was most likely no chance for a date. However, Wu Yan had a look of victory on his face as he threw out a trump card. If you promise me, I can tell you that the target you want to assassinate is Lei Zhen's weakness. When Flay heard this, the troubled look on her face immediately turned into one of interest. Huh? Lei Zhen, who didn't know what was going on, let out a confused voice. How about it? At this moment, Wu Yan was like a big bad wolf luring a big white rabbit to open the door. In the eyes of the crowd, the expression on his face was simply evil to the extreme. All you need to do is follow me to the ingenious city and you will be able to obtain a method to fulfill your wish. Isn't it very worthwhile? I. Flay had a nervous and conflicted expression on her face as she twisted her hands. She seemed to be in a difficult position. However, when she saw Robbie looking at her with round eyes and wagging his tail, Flay's heart immediately calmed down. I understand. Flay stood up and bowed as if she didn't dare to look at Wu Yan's face. Please let me have a date with you, she agreed. Everyone, who had been confused by the sudden development, was once again confused. Thank you very much. Wu Yan revealed a bright smile. In that case, at this time tomorrow, please invite Senior Flay to the entrance. We will meet there. Yes. Flay's entire body trembled as she replied in panic. Soon after, she hugged Robbie at a loss as to what to do. Robbie carried her on his back and they ran away as if they were escaping. Lei Zhen and the group of girls could only stare blankly as Fry was carried on Rabi's back and gradually disappeared into the distance. It was only after a long time that they finally reacted. You. Charlotte pointed at Wu Yan with a trembling hand. You bastard, did you fall for that big-breasted woman? Teacher. Nagisa is so angry that she even called Wu Yan by the way she used to address him. One can only imagine how angry she is right now. How dare you invite another girl to a date in front of Nagisa? Even Nagisa won't forgive you. Master. Idiot. You're so bad. Womanizer. Astria spat out all the insults she could think of in her pitiful brain. She looked at Wu Yan with disdain. My big sisters are beside you. Wu Yan-san, Yaya misjudged you. Yaya also yelled out. I can't believe that he abandoned his automaton to go on a date with a human woman. This is too abnormal. What you said is the most abnormal. Lei Zhen couldn't help but complain, and then he slapped his own mouth. No, that's not the point. The point is, why did you use my weakness as a condition for a date? When did you find out about my weakness? What weakness do I have? While Charlotte, Nagisa, Astria, and Yaya were exhilarated, Natsuki closed her lace fan. She held Kanon's hand and retreated to the side. She was watching the show from afar. The agitated Charlotte, Nagisa, Astria, and Yaya knocked Lei Jin away. They closed in on Wu Yan with vicious expressions. Here. Release. Release. 1. Down. Now. Seeing the 4 girls closing in on him and looking like they're going to swallow him whole, Wu Yan almost got scared, but he could only bitterly laugh. What are you thinking? I just met Flay today, didn't I? Do you think we really went on a date? Then what's with the invitation? Charlotte continued to press him relentlessly. Are you going to say that it's just an excuse? It really is an excuse. Wu Yan shrugged. I just have some questions I want to ask. Questions? Astria tilted her head to the side. What questions? Well. Wu Yan glanced at Ikaros, who is staring at him blankly, and gave a perfunctory answer. It's just that she looks like she has something that she can't say. That's why I wanted to ask her. Didn't Nagisa say that Flay isn't the kind of person who would kill others just to obtain victory in a night gathering? NN. Nagisa nodded in agreement with Wu Yan. Nagisa thinks that Miss Flay isn't a bad person. So, you really want to stick your nose into other people's business? Charlotte sneered. It's best if you don't get involved in that kind of thing, that's Charlotte's thought. It's not that Charlotte is a cold-hearted person who doesn't want to help those in trouble. She might look fierce on the surface, but she has her own concerns. After all, if Flay really had some sort of indescribable or even tragic reason that was known by everyone, then when they fought in the night gathering, it would cause a fatal hesitation due to the fact that they did not have the heart to do so. This would drag her down and cause her to be defeated in the end. Therefore, it's not that Charlotte is cold-hearted. Instead, it's the opposite. It's because Charlotte is kind-hearted that she's certain she won't be able to defeat Flay if she knows about her indescribable reason. However, Charlotte has a reason why she must survive until the end of the night gathering and become the Demon King. Because of that, she might as well not ask about it and not know anything. That way, she won't have to burden herself too much. Lei Jin seemed to know the reason behind Charlotte's words. His expression became gloomy. That's only natural. From the very beginning, Lei Jin felt that Flay might have an indescribable reason for coming to assassinate him. That's why he went to look for Wu Yan and Charlotte to ask about Flay. Now, he has the same concern as Charlotte. It's no wonder Lei Jin hesitated. Only Wu Yan had a carefree smile on his face. Unfortunately, I don't have any extravagant desire for the throne of the Demon King. That's useless to me. After saying that, Wu Yan turned his gaze toward the direction Flay left. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Chapter 1624. Please tell me what you really think. Sensei. Nighttime, in one of the rooms in the Kamehameha dormitory, Nagisa and Astria surrounded Wu Yan on the bed in an aggressive manner. The one who spoke was Nagisa. She had her hands on her hips as she glared at Wu Yan with her bright red eyes. Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you sure you won't do anything to Miss Flare? Under Nagisa's relentless questioning, Wu Yan could only lean against the edge of the bed. He looked like he just ate something bad. After a while, he finally managed to squeeze out this sentence. I don't mind answering this question that you've answered for no less than 10 times, but, before you answer that question. Wu Yan's eyes twitched as he pointed at Astria and yelled out. Astria, can you put away that weapon of mass destruction in your hand? Humph. Astria raised the kitchen knife in her hand and pointed it at Wu Yan's chest. She stuck out her big boobs. This is a necessary tool to get a man's honest answer. No. This is a threat. You just want me to give you a satisfying answer. Wu Yan refuted with all his might. By the way, who told you this is a necessary tool to get a man's honest answer? Humph. Humph. Hearing this question, Jianghu snorted. Astria puffed up her chest proudly. Her boobs bounced up and down. Sister Shokuhu taught me this. Misaki-chan? Wu Yan clenched his teeth in anger. Huh. Wu Yan gritted his teeth. Damned two-faced queen, I will teach you a lesson when we get back. Don't change the topic. Sensei. Nagisa's anger turned into dissatisfaction. Astria raised her kitchen knife again. The two girls looked at Wu Yan with their red eyes as they inched closer to Wu Yan. As Nagisa and Astria got closer, a light fragrance wafted into Wu Yan's nose. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. He even felt a little dizzy. Compared to a kitchen knife, this is a necessary tool to get a man's honest answer. However, no matter how Nagisa and Astria interrogated him, Wu Yan could only give one answer. There was only one answer. I really won't do anything. Wu Yan tried to defend himself. We just got to know each other today. Even if I want to do something to you, Fleer-senpai won't agree to it, right? Or do you think I am the kind of person who will force myself on you? Then, why can't you bring us with you? Nagisa puffed up her cheeks. We also want to have a good chat with Fleer-senpai. However, automaton cannot leave the academy. Otherwise, not only will the automaton user be expelled, but the automaton will also be expelled. If an automaton tries to leave the academy, it will be confiscated or even disassembled. Wu Yan tried to reason with them. I know that with Natsuki around, you guys will definitely be able to leave the academy safely. But think about it, once someone finds out, I will be expelled. At that time, the device that the technology department lent me will also be taken back. We will have to find another way to complete our mission. Currently, Wu Yan has started to replicate Eve's heart using the device he borrowed from the technology department and the main body of Eve's heart he got from Magnus. The materials were secretly bought from the outside. The device was borrowed from the technology department. He already learned how to operate the device and replicate it. Now, Wu Yan will take some time out every day to replicate Eve's heart. In other words, the third phase of the Demigod Path mission is progressing smoothly like never before. All he needed was some time. Once he had replicated all 1 million Eve's hearts, the third round of the Demigod quest would be completed. Therefore, if he is expelled from the academy, he will have to waste a lot of time and effort to complete the third phase of the Demigod Path mission. Besides, it's true that he didn't leave the academy to get all lovey-dovey with the girls. There's no need to waste time on such a trivial matter. Even Astria with an IQ of 9 understood this. Nagisa must have understood as well. At that moment, the two young girls looked at each other, their faces filled with unwillingness. It seems like Nagisa and Astria really want to go out with Wu Yan. Be good and listen to me. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Wu Yan patted Nagisa and Astria's head. Next time, I'll take you out to play. Also, this time, I'll bring you gifts, so be good and listen to me. Gift? Astria's eyes glowed. Then, can I have a cake? Ice cream. I want ice cream. Nagisa pouted. I want a large one. Okay. Wu Yan sighed in relief. He smiled apologetically and agreed. Wu Yan felt something tugging at the corner of his shirt. His line of sight met with a pair of icy green eyes that seemed to be looking at him expectantly. I want to read as well. Cannon tugged at Wu Yan's sleeve in a bashful manner. Can you bring me some books? Yes. I think we ran out of black tea leaves. Natsuki, who was sitting on the sofa, chimed in. Bring back some tea leaves too. Okay. Wu Yan rolled his eyes. He patted Cannon's head. Cannon blushed, but her eyes were filled with satisfaction. She looked at the head of the bed. Ikaros is standing there silently with her head lowered. As usual, she's guarding the spot closest to Wu Yan. Ikaros. Wu Yan smiled at Ikaros' beautiful eyes. What about you? Do you want me to bring anything back? Me? Ikaros paused for a moment, then she was at a loss. Master, do you want something? Can I bring it back for you? No. It's not me, it's you. Wu Yan said patiently. What do you want? Ikaros's expression became more and more blank. In the end, she cautiously said this sentence. Master, what do you want? Wu Yan, Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, and the others understood the situation. What Wu Yan wants is what Ikaros wants. There was no doubt that this young girl had no desires. She lived only for her master. She wholeheartedly thought for her master. Her heart was completely devoted to her master. She was a young girl who made people feel sorry for her, but also made people want to protect her for a lifetime. Ikaros-chan. Nagisa had already pounced on Ikaros. Nagisa is getting more and more fond of Ikaros-chan. Ikaros tilted her head in confusion. She didn't understand why Nagisa would act like this. She copied Wu Yan and patted Nagisa's head. Even Natsuki couldn't help but speak up for this girl who only cares about Wu Yan. That Flay, if you can help her, please do your best to help her. Natsuki's delicate face was expressionless as she looked at Wu Yan. Although I don't know what's going on, Ikaros seems to be very concerned about that little girl called Flay. That's why you asked her out, right? Wu Yan shrugged with a, I knew I couldn't hide it from you expression. He held Ikaros' hand and called out softly. Ikaros. Ikaros's pair of wings adorning her ears shook cutely as she turned her pitiful eyes towards Wu Yan's face. Master. Flay and the rabbi did have some trouble. Wu Yan smiled at Ikaros. Do you want to help them? Ikaros' eyes flashed with a faint light. After some thought, she nodded timidly as if she's afraid of angering Wu Yan. I don't want to see them hurt, master. Did they cause you trouble? Of course not. Of course not. Wu Yan tightened his grip on Ikaros' hand. The corner of his lips curled up. Leave this matter to me. Hearing that, Ikaros's face loosened up imperceptibly. Chapter 1625. Walpurgis Wangli Ji Academy, the gate. Inside this extremely sturdy gate, there was a reception room. This reception room was generally used to receive guests who needed to find a certain student or professor in the academy. Because they didn't come to visit the academy or for the academy's matters, these guests who came for personal reasons would not be received inside the academy and given a place to stay. Therefore, these guests, after arriving at the academy, would only be received by the academy's guards in the reception room inside the gate. If they wanted to find a student, professor, or the academy's higher-ups, they must first inform the guards, and the guards will be responsible for notifying them. To put it bluntly, these guests were like visiting a prison. Their movements would be restricted, and they could do nothing but sit in the reception room and explain the situation to the guards. This was a very apt metaphor. After all, the walls of the academy were too similar to the walls of a prison, and the rules and regulations were very restrictive to the students. The students' automaton could even be directly treated as a prisoner, and they couldn't freely enter and leave the academy. At this time, in this reception room, there was a person sitting. It was a person wearing a plush coat. His clothes were quite gorgeous, and he had a slender body, but his physique was very sturdy, and he looked like a gentle researcher, very elegant, about 30 or 40 years old gentleman. This dignified gentleman was sitting on a rather luxurious chair, holding a cup of black tea in his hand, but he didn't even take a sip. He just held it in his hand, and his eyes were looking through the window of the reception room. Looking at the night sky outside. No. To be more precise, the gentleman was not looking at the night sky, but at the night view of Walpurgis Wangli Ji Academy under the night sky. In his eyes, There was actually a little nostalgia. Nothing has changed, saying such a sentence. The nostalgia in the gentleman's eyes. It suddenly turned into disgust. There is no improvement, no matter where it is really annoying, fortunately. There were no academy guards in the reception room. Otherwise, with this sentence alone, the gentleman would definitely arouse the hostility of the guards. Knock, knock. At this moment, a series of knocks sounded from the door of the reception room, attracting the attention of the gentleman who had been looking at the night view of the academy through the window. At the same time, a guard pushed open the door, and brought in a young girl with pearl-colored hair tied into a ponytail on the right side of her head, and a wolfhound-type automaton. The instant the gentleman saw this young girl, he didn't conceal his surprise. Flay? Oh. Flay lowered her head and looked at her feet, and spoke in a timid manner. Lord Father, it's really you. The gentleman seemed to be very surprised by Flay's arrival. What are you doing here? Sir Bronson. The guard at the side said sternly. It's Miss Flay's request, Flay. I see me. The gentleman called Bronson, who was addressed as Lord Father by Flay, looked at Flay with astonishment. You took the initiative to ask to see me. This seems to be the first time since you became my adopted daughter, right? Oh. Flay's delicate body trembled slightly. She lowered her head more and more. She nearly buried her head into her bosom. Evidently, to Flay, this adoptive father called Bronson seemed to be able to stimulate the cowardice in her heart more easily than ordinary people. I am very happy, Flay. Bronson placed down the teacup in his hand. An amiable smile appeared on his face. In that case, let me hear why you've come to find me, great father. Flay carefully observed Bronson's expression. When she saw the warm smile on the other party's face, she finally gathered a thread of courage and used a voice that was about to disappear to say these words. There is one thing that I wish to obtain Lord Father's permission for. Bronson did not say anything. Instead, he continued to maintain his gentlemanly smile and silently urged Flay to continue. Flay glanced at Bronson with a somewhat uneasy expression. She was very hesitant, or perhaps it could be said that she was afraid. After a long time, she spoke. Tomorrow. I wish to leave the academy. This time around, Bronson was not only shocked, he was also stunned. Even though Flay was only his adoptive daughter, Bronson was very familiar with this adoptive daughter of his. To put it simply, Flay was a timid young girl who would always display a cowardly side to her regardless of whether it was facing someone or something. Bronson still remembered the day he first met Flay when he adopted her. This daughter of his was afraid of even the food he prepared for her. She sat at the dining table for a long time and only dared to pick up the utensils and carefully take a bite when she was so hungry that she could not take it anymore. Such a cowardly person actually wanted to leave the academy? Flay had been studying in the academy for 3 entire years. However, she had never once made such a request before. Furthermore, even though the academy allowed students to freely enter and leave the academy, it did not allow students to bring their automaton out. In other words, if Flay wanted to leave the academy, she must leave behind Raby, who had always accompanied her like a family member. Without Raby's company, this timid girl's legs would probably tremble when she walked, right? Thus, Bronson was stunned for a long time when Flay took the initiative to ask him to leave the academy. Immediately after, he started to frown. The reason? Seeing that the smile on Bronson's face had disappeared, Flay shrunk back in fear and replied with a mosquito's voice. Someone invited me to go on a date. A date? Bronson looked at Flay with a completely unfamiliar gaze. He felt that all the astonishment he had accumulated in his entire life had been seduced by this daughter of his. Today, all of it was displayed. Then, Bronson smiled. His smile was warm and gentle. It was like the smile of a father who was gratified to see his daughter grow up. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that instead, a chilliness that could penetrate one's heart was present in Bronson's eyes. Flay. Bronson shook his head and sighed. You should know. You do not have the right to go on a date. You also do not have the time to go on a date. Could it be that you've forgotten your mission? Flay lowered her head. No one could see her expression clearly. However, her hands were moving non-stop. It showed how nervous and perturbed Flay was in her heart. It's rare for you to take the initiative to look for me. Yet, it's actually for such a boring matter. Bronson seemed to have lost interest in Flay. He picked up his teacup again. Then, let me hear who exactly is the person you're planning to go on a date with. Flay's red eyes were immediately filled with hesitation. After a while, she opened her mouth. It's Scarlet Eyes. Bronson's hand that was holding the teacup suddenly stopped. A glint flashed through his eyes. You're talking about the Scarlet Eyes who defeated the eldest son of the Kingsford family and suppressed the marshal who was the closest to the Devil King in this night gathering this year? Yes. Yes, after obtaining Flay's confirmation, Bronson smiled. Furthermore, this time around, his smile was filled with delight. I'll grant your request. Bronson, who was clearly against Flay's request a moment ago, agreed to it without hesitation. This caused Flay to be stunned on the spot. However, Flay, there's something I need you to do. Bronson stood up and walked over to Flay. He gently placed his hand on Flay's shoulder. For tomorrow's date, I need you to find out what kind of magic circuit each of the 5 automaton around Scarlet Eyes has. Flay looked at Bronson, who had a smile on his face with astonishment. Find out about magic circuit? That's right. A cordial smile once again appeared on Bronson's face. If it's you, you should be able to do it, right? But. Flay hesitated with an uneasy expression. Why? As the president of the mechanical workshop that develops automaton magic circuits, it's impossible for me, the president of the mechanical workshop, to not be interested in the magic circuit that can suppress the automaton who is the closest to the Demon King, right? Bronson said without trying to avoid arousing suspicion. Fortunately, he found you. As for you, you possess a good face and a good body. If necessary, it's not impossible for you to use some special methods. Flay immediately trembled when she heard the meaning behind Bronson's words. What did he mean? Was he telling her to seduce others and even sell her body? Bronson narrowed his eyes as he looked at the stunned Flay. He extended his hand into his bosom and took out a photograph. On the photograph, there were over a dozen hounds and small hounds of various sizes. Some parts of their bodies were covered in armor. When Flay saw the photograph, she was stunned for a moment. Her expression turned gloomy. You can go and complete your mission at ease. Bronson smiled eerily. As long as you obtain information that satisfies me, you will be able to live together with everyone again. Flay no longer had any hesitation in her red eyes. Yes. Lord Father. Chapter 1626. Walpurgis King Mecha Academy, Tortoise House. Early in the morning, Wu Yan got up from his bed. He stood in front of a mirror that could reflect his entire body and adjusted his uniform. Today is a rare day off. The professors and students of the academy are all on leave. They cancelled all classes. Other than the students who need to be tutored, no one else has to go to class today. Coupled with the cool and clear weather outside, it was indeed a very good day. It's perfect for a date. Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria sat side by side on the bed in their pajamas. They watched Wu Yan straighten out his uniform in front of the full-body mirror. Other than Kanon, Nagisa and Astria had a hint of anger on their faces. He looks like he's having a good time. Nagisa crossed her arms and squeezed out a grumpy voice. Oni-chan, are you looking forward to your date with Miss Flay? A date? Kanon looked at Wu Yen with a longing look. Her cheeks blushed a little. I also want to go on a date with Oni-chan. You. Astria looked listless. The color of her white wings seemed to have dimmed a little. I really want to go out with Master. Your Oni-chan and Master aren't really going out to play. Natsuki was the only one who remained expressionless. She looked at Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria. Do you want to cause trouble for him? You. Woo. Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria lowered their heads at the same time. They looked listless. Master. Ikaros took out a wallet from beside Wu Yen and handed it to Wu Yen. The money is ready. Thanks, Ikaros. Wu Yen took the wallet and rubbed Ikaros' head. He looked at the listless Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria and shrugged. Then, I will be going out. You. Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria groaned weakly. Be careful on the road, don't forget to bring tea leaves. Natsuki glanced at Wu Yen. There's more. Remember to take precautions. Don't make her pregnant. Wu Yen almost fell to the ground. What do you think I went there for? Master. Ikaros's indigo pupils rippled with worry and unease. Really? You don't need me to follow you? Didn't you say that you would leave everything to me? Wu Yen stroked Ikaros' head. She comforted him gently. Don't worry. Although my level was reset to 0. However, with my immortal body, there is no one in this world who can kill me. Hearing this, the worry and uneasiness in Ikaros's eyes lessened a little as she nodded. Then, Wu Yen waved his hand and opened the door. I will be going out first. If anything happens, don't worry about anything else, just call for me in your heart. Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria nodded. Wu Yen grinned and he left the dorm room. Master. Ikaros looked at the door, she clasped her hands together and placed them in front of her chest. Be careful, alone. Wu Yen walked out the door and entered the courtyard under the scrutinizing gazes of the other boys in the tortoise dormitory. You're pretty happy. Just as he entered the courtyard in front of the dormitory, a voice filled with displeasure entered his ears. He stopped in his tracks and a funny expression appeared on his face as he looked towards the source of the voice. Under a tree in the corner of the courtyard, Charlotte, who seemed to be in a very bad mood, was standing there with a displeased expression on her pretty face. Her beautiful golden hair was bathed in the sunlight. Even though it was a holiday, she was still wearing her uniform. Sigmund was sitting on top of her beret as usual. They both looked at Wu Yen who walked out of the tortoise dormitory. You're going to look for Flay, right? Charlotte crossed her arms in front of her chest and said sarcastically. Should I call you an idiot? Or should I say you're a good person? A person like that isn't worth getting to know, you know? It's still early in the morning and you're already talking bad. Wu Yen rolled his eyes at Charlotte. He ignored her and walked out of the courtyard. He walked towards the entrance of the tortoise dormitory. If you were a little gentler, you wouldn't be called a Tier X, I'm not joking with you. Charlotte hurriedly chased after him, shouting as she chased after him. If you knew about Flay's so-called hidden troubles, you'd surely be very disappointed. Oh? Wu Yen looked at Charlotte who was walking beside him. Did you find out something? That's the information that Seal obtained after spending a whole day asking around. Sigmund said coldly. It seems like Seal doesn't want to see you dating Flay, shut up. Sigmund. Charlotte's face turned red. Be careful or I'll replace all your chicken with lettuce. You're still so dishonest. Wu Yen almost laughed out loud. Then, my Miss Charlotte, can you tell me the things you've heard about? Who is your Miss Charlotte? Charlotte glared at Wu Yen fiercely. I only found out about Flay's backup. Backup? Wu Yan scratched his face. You're talking about the sponsor who paid for Flei's school fees, right? He's also Loki's sponsor. Charlotte became serious. Have you heard of the Divine Works? Divine Works? Wu Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. You're quite arrogant. You actually call yourself a god, indeed, you're quite arrogant. However, it's a new ingenious workshop that rose to fame in the past 10 years. They're even nominated for the next generation of ingenious main force in the British Army. Charlotte frowned. Have you heard of sound pressure manipulation? Magic circuit? Wu Yan shrugged. That's the magic circuit that Flei's Robbie is using, right? Divine Works has the exclusive right to use this magic circuit. Charlotte nodded. Robbie might be created by Divine Works. They're planning to test it in the night meeting. It's a test machine for the next generation of ingenious main force in the British Army. The night meeting was a competition to select the best puppeteer in a certain period of time. The participants of the night meeting were all geniuses from all over the world. Therefore, the battlefield of the night meeting would be filled with all kinds of outstanding ingenious puppets from all over the world, old and new. Under such circumstances, if an automaton could display superior performance in the night meeting, it would also prove that this automaton was the best in the world. The night meeting was no doubt the best stage to show the military the performance of the experimental machine that Divine Works had developed. If Robbie could surpass all difficulties in the night meeting and display his outstanding combat ability, the British Army would definitely be tempted. The magic circuit in Robbie's body would become the main magic trick of the automaton deployed by the military's ingenious corps. That's why Flay wanted to assassinate the second-to-last. Charlot smiled mockingly. After all, the second-to-last is not weak. With Flay's strength, it is impossible for her to win against him. If she is defeated in the first battle, the military's impression of her will be the worst. That's why you said Flay isn't worth my time? Wu Yan could not help but laugh. Because Flay wanted to let the ingenious puppets developed by Divine Works be selected to become the next generation main force of the ingenious corps. She also wanted the British Army to become the biggest customer of Divine Works. That's why she wanted to assassinate Lei Zhen. Am I right? That's right. That's right. Charlotte nodded while staring into Wu Yan's eyes. So this is what she's talking about. You're disappointed, aren't you? Are you disappointed? However, Wu Yan didn't seem disappointed. Instead, he looked at Charlotte with a meaningful look. Do you really think that's what Flay is talking about? Yes. Chapter 1627. Charlotte frowned when she saw the undeniable look in the pair of wine-red eyes. Don't tell me that you don't think that Flay planned to assassinate the second-to-last so that the Divine Works would be selected to become the main supplier of the automaton for the next generation of the British Ingenious Machine Army's members? The magic circuit in Flay's automaton, Rabi's magic circuit, was the exclusive right of God's Works, the sound pressure operation. Then, God's Works planned to have Flay assassinate Lei Zhen so that the British Nimble Machine Army would take a fancy to the sound pressure operation. Wasn't that very possible? After all, even though Lei Zhen was ranked 100th, he had challenged many gauntlets in order to obtain the qualification to participate in the night gathering. Furthermore, he had won every single battle. With Flay's strength that was ranked 99th, it was simply impossible for her to be a match for Lei Zhen. However, the first battle of the night meeting was between the 99th and 100th ranker. If Flay was defeated in the first battle, the sound pressure operation would undoubtedly be seen as useless. The British Nimble Machine Army would not allow such a useless magic circuit to become the magic circuit in the automaton for the members of the British Nimble Machine Army. At that time, the Divine Works would also be eliminated by the military. They would lose a big customer like the military. However, if they could get rid of Lei Zhen, this dark horse, and prevent Flay from encountering a strong opponent in a short period of time, then the sound pressure operation would be able to fully display its ability. Through the process and result of the battle, God's works could improve the sound pressure operation. They could make repeated adjustments to Flay's automaton and come up with a way to use it to strengthen Rabi. The chances of the military taking a fancy to Rabi would be much higher. Divine Works was Flay's sponsor, and Flay's sponsor was Divine Works. They wanted Flay to serve them. This was a very normal thing to do. In other words, Charlotte believed that Divine Works had instructed Flay to assassinate Lei Zhen. This was the way for God's works to obtain the greatest benefit. But Charlotte. Wu Yan patted Charlotte's shoulder. Have you forgotten Loki's angel of wisdom? Charlotte was stunned. I think so. The magic circuit installed in Loki's cherub wasn't a sound pressure operation. It's another magic circuit developed by the Divine Works. Wu Yan's tone was full of confidence when he said this. If the purpose of Divine Works is to let the British government take a fancy to the magic circuit or even the automaton that they have developed and sell it to the military, then Loki's cherub was completely qualified, wasn't it? This. Charlotte was speechless. This was indeed the case. Loki was one of the members of the 13, so his automaton definitely wouldn't be weak. In the entire night meeting, Loki was one of the top people. Just the title of 13 was enough for Loki's automaton to be taken seriously by the British government. If the purpose of Divine Works is to let the British government take a fancy to the magic circuit or automaton that they have developed and sell it to the military, then as Wu Yan said, there was no need for Flay. Loki alone could complete this mission. And the magic circuit that Loki's automaton was equipped with wasn't a sound pressure operation. In other words, the sound pressure operation was eliminated by Divine Works long ago, right? Wu Yan sighed. The real trump card that Divine Works used to tempt the British government was cherub, not Rabi. What do you mean? A thought flashed through Charlotte's mind. Why would Flay want to assassinate the second to last? Is there a reason why the sound pressure operation must be taken seriously by the military? That's right. That's right. Wu Yan stared straight into Charlotte's eyes. For example, if the sound pressure operation can't be taken seriously by the military, Divine Works will stop the development of the sound pressure operation and completely eliminate the sound pressure operation. Rabi will be abandoned. Abandoned? Charlotte cried out in shock. In other words, Flay assassinated Raisin so that the sound pressure operation can be taken seriously by the military so that Divine Works can continue to develop the sound pressure operation so that Rabi will not be abandoned and Rabi will be protected? That's right. At least, I think that's the right reason. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Otherwise, it's hard for me to believe that a girl who would fall down when she walks and is afraid of strangers would agree to someone's invitation just to assassinate someone. No matter what, it's my first time meeting Senior Flay. I can't bring my automaton out of the academy. If I wanted to do something to her, she wouldn't be able to resist at all. Even so, she still agreed. Wu Yan rubbed his glabella and glanced at Charlotte. Doesn't this prove that Senior Flay has a reason to sacrifice her own safety to achieve her goal? Do you think that reason is to get a big client for Divine Works? Is that possible? Of course not. If that's the case. Charlotte bit her lips and said in annoyance. Then, she's an idiot who's even more stupid than me. In order to save the life of his automaton, he had to kill a person. For those humans who treated automatons as objects and props, how many of them could do it? Even if she did, she would be treated as a complete idiot, right? It was a pity that Charlotte agreed to it. If someone told Charlotte that if she didn't kill someone, Sigmund would die, then Charlotte would definitely do it. Amidst this sudden silence, Wu Yan and Charlotte arrived at the academy's entrance and saw that figure. The resplendent sunlight of the morning slowly shrouded the academy, illuminating the entrance of the academy, dyeing the thick and heavy academy entrance golden yellow. Right below the golden door, there was a young girl with pearl-white hair. Her expression was a little flustered as she stood there absent-mindedly. Beside the girl was a large black wolfhound kneeling and rubbing against its master's feet. The guards on the gate raised their shotguns and aimed at the dog-shaped automaton. They were probably planning to snipe it the moment it exited the school gate. However, the man and the dog did not pay any attention to them at all. All they did was to stare at the front without blinking. Needless to say, they were Fry and Robbie. Seeing Wu Yan's arrival, the flustered expression on Frey's face became even more obvious. "Senior Fry, I've made you wait for a long time." Wu Yan took a deep breath and smiled as he approached Fry. "I'm sorry for the slight delay, it's fine." Fry shrunk her head back and spoke in a weak voice. I didn't wait for long. In that case, let's hurry up and set off." After saying that, Wu Yan extended his hand and held Frey's hand. When the soft feeling entered Wu Yan's senses from that slender hand that was so smooth that it seemed to be oiled, an enormous tremble came from that slender hand. Following that, a cry of surprise sounded. Of course, the one who cried out was not Fry. Frey's eyes were wide open as she looked at the hand that was holding Wu Yan's hand. She was so confused that her mind went blank and she didn't react. The one who really screamed was Charlotte. The two girls had completely different reactions. Wu Yan pulled Fry and ran toward the entrance. Chapter 1628. That student over there. Come and have a look. Come and have a look. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. I'll give you a discount. Come and have a look. Under the sunlight, the city of Liverpool, known as the Ingenious City, was filled with enthusiastic and lively shouts. The entire commercial street was full of vitality. The people passing by were like streams of water. They gathered in twos and threes and walked in two different directions of the commercial street. The surrounding shops and restaurants were crowded with customers. Ordinary shops like shoe shops, clothing shops, and decoration shops were mixed with the expensive gem shops, showing their products to the passers-by. In the shops on both sides of the commercial street, some of them were also selling some mechanical parts and magic items. There were even some cheap and weak magic circuits and some automaton with lower performance for sale. This was a scene that could not be seen in ordinary cities. However, in the ingenious city of Liverpool, people could easily see shops selling automaton products. Walking on such streets, people could see glass cabinets filled with various parts every once in a while. There were also some rare shops with spheres on display. Those parts were all used to assemble the automaton. As for those spheres, they were stored away. They had not been activated, nor were they equipped with magic circuits. Of course, the parts and magic circuits that could be sold in the shops on the street were the ones that could only be used to build the lowest level automaton products. In the eyes of the truly powerful puppeteers, these things were valuable. Not a single one was valuable. However, it was still much better than those cities that did not even sell the parts and magic circuits of automaton. Listening to the shouts coming from the shops on both sides of the street and the enthusiastic greetings from the shop owners, Wu Yan couldn't help but exclaim as he walked along the commercial street. The people in the ingenious city are really enthusiastic. That's because you're wearing the student uniform of the Walpurgis Kingly Tactical Academy. By the side, Charlot, who had a straight face, spat out his words with a sarcastic tone. The students who are able to study in the Walpurgis Royal Ingenious Academy do not come from wealthy families. They must have sponsors behind them. They must be very rich. That's why these shop owners are so enthusiastic. Ugh. When Flay, who was walking on the other side of Wu Yan, heard Charlot's words, she immediately sobbed. Other than my living expenses, I don't have any money. I am talking about ordinary circumstances. Under normal circumstances. Charlotte began to stammer. I am not in a good financial situation recently. How would these shop owners know about it? That's because you used all your money to buy the hearts of your family members. Wu Yan replied nonchalantly. Otherwise, with the scholarship the academy gave you, you must be very rich as well. Charlot snorted and turned his head away. Flay, on the other hand, looked at Charlot with a slightly surprised expression. Families, hearts? Those are the hearts of the automaton that used to live with Charlot. Wu Yan explained. Due to certain reasons, those automaton that used to live with Charlot were disintegrated. Right now, Charlot is slowly retrieving those hearts. To Charlot, those automaton that used to live with her are like her family. Having her secret exposed, Charlot's face turned red as he angrily shouted at Wu Yan, "You, what are you talking about by yourself? Don't act as if you know me very well. I still haven't asked you how you know about this matter. Those automaton that used to live with you, are your family?" Flay couldn't help but turn her gaze to Charlot. A trace of joy could be seen in her red eyes as she saw her own kind. I also consider Rabi as my family. You. Charlot looked at Flay with a complicated expression. She recalled the reason Wu Yan gave Flay to assassinate Lei Zhen back at the academy. Now, after hearing what Flay said and seeing the heartfelt joy in Flay's eyes, Charlot couldn't help but trust that reason a bit more. Speaking of which, at the moment when Charlot had a complicated expression and Flay was overjoyed, Wu Yan turned his gaze to Charlot. The corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Why did you not only come with us, you even blended in so naturally? I just happened to be free. Charlot had a panicked expression. She glared at Wu Yan as if she was trying to cover it up. Who knows what a pervert like you might do to Flay? I don't mind you finding an excuse to come with us. After all, I don't plan to drive you away. Wu Yan held his head as if he had a headache. Can't you find another reason? Am I that untrustworthy in your heart? Isn't there a saying that one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature? Charlotte sneered. Besides, you're a person who can even lay your hands on your own automaton. What else can't you lay your hands on? All right. Wu Yan took a deep breath. I'll tolerate you. Suddenly, Charlot and Flay who were walking on either side of Wu Yan revealed a panicked expression. They shrunk their necks and quietly hid behind Wu Yan. It was not because of anything else, but because opposite them, a group of delinquent youths with dyed hair and faces full of ruffian look, who could tell at a glance that they were not good people, were arrogantly chatting and laughing while walking over proudly like clowns. Amen? Wu Yan continued to walk forward while questioning the two girls hiding behind him. What's wrong? No. Nothing. Charlot and Flay said so. However, as the group of delinquents gradually approached them, an expression of fear gradually appeared on their faces. It was only when the group of delinquents brushed past them that the two girls finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was one thing for a timid person like Flay to have such a reaction. However, he did not expect the fierce T-Rex to have such a girly side. This surprised Wu Yan. However, after giving it some thought, Wu Yan more or less understood what was going on. Although the puppeteers possessed battle prowess that far surpassed ordinary people and magicians due to the fact that they were skilled in magic and automaton, it was also because of this that there were some side effects that only puppeteers would have. For example, once a puppeteer got used to the feeling of having power and did not have an automaton by his side, the puppeteer would lose his sense of security. His courage would also decrease by a lot. After all, it was only at this time that the puppeteer, who was a cut above others, would be at his weakest. It was natural for him to feel fear subconsciously. This was a common problem that many puppeteers had. Flay was a timid person to begin with. Wu Yan could not determine whether she had such a common problem. However, Charlot should have such a problem. No matter what, the famous T-Rex was just an ordinary girl without her automaton, wasn't she? When he thought of this, Wu Yan no longer had the intention to make fun of them. He bought 3 bottles of drinks from a nearby shop and gave one to Charlot and Flay. A comforting smile blossomed on his face. It's all right. I'm here. Even though it was only a simple sentence, the uneasiness in Charlot and Flay's hearts had more or less subsided. Even though Wu Yan did not bring an automaton with him and was currently in a situation where he did not even have the strength to truss up a chicken, Charlot and Flay were surprised to discover that their hearts had calmed down slightly after hearing Wu Yan's words. It must be said that this was extremely inconceivable. All right. Wu Yan opened the bottle cap and began to drink his drink. Where should we go next? Flay, you decide. Charlot also opened the bottle cap and began to drink her drink. After all, she is today's main character. Flay opened her mouth slightly and carefully took a glance at Wu Yan. Then, she pointed in a direction. I want to go there. Chapter 1629. I want to go there. After spending a lot of effort, Wu Yan and Charlotte, who were drinking their drinks, finally heard Flay's voice that was even softer than a mosquito's. They looked toward the direction Flay was pointing at. However, when the direction Flay was pointing at entered the eyes of the man and woman who were drinking their drinks, the two of them opened their eyes wide. PFFF. Without any hesitation or concern for their image, Wu Yan and Charlotte, under the strange gazes of all the pedestrians on the commercial street, sprayed the drinks in their mouths onto each other's faces. The drink streaked through the air and flickered with a sparkling luster under the sunlight. Soon after, not a single drop of the drink was spilled onto each other's faces. Whoa! Charlot was stunned for a moment before his cheeks exploded with a bang and turned fiery red. He let out a strange cry. What are you doing? Don't blame me. Wu Yan's face also received the drink full of Charlotte's saliva. There's an indescribable aroma on his wet face. His heart couldn't help but waver as he stuttered out a reply. Didn't you also spit on my face? Don't use those strange words on me. Who spat on your face? Charlotte's face was so red that it seemed as if someone had smeared fuel on it. Her eyes were also filled with wavering. There was also shame and indignation. Whoa, smell, there's a smell, a man's smell, furthermore, it's that guy's smell. Charlotte quickly took out a handkerchief and began to wipe her face. It was unknown if she was sobbing because she was humiliated or if she was sobbing out of shyness. Unknown if it was Wu Yan's misconception, but before she wiped her face, a trace of reluctance and disappointment seemed to have flashed through her eyes. It should be a misconception, right? With this thought in mind, Wu Yan began to wipe away the fragrant drink that contained Charlotte's saliva with a heartfelt reluctance and disappointment. After wiping the liquid off their faces, Wu Yan and Charlotte tacitly looked at Flay. Without saying a word, he stood up. In that state of relative silence, Flay seemed to be a little scared. She curled her body into a ball. He looked at Flay, who had curled her delicate body into a ball. Her face was filled with fear, and she appeared exceptionally pitiful. This time, Wu Yan and Charlotte didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy. He silently turned his head and looked in the direction that Flay had pointed at. It was a hotel. Of course, it was not a normal hotel. The sign of the hotel was pink. The surroundings were decorated with pink paint. Pink hearts were faintly embellished on the signboard, and right above the signboard was a carving of a man and a woman. A man and a woman were hugging each other passionately. Although such a hotel didn't seem to fit in with the surroundings, Wu Yan and Charlotte had heard of its existence. It was said that this hotel was specially built for those who planned to do shameful things between men and women. To put it simply, this was an erotic hotel. Although I don't think it's very likely, I might as well ask. Charlotte forced out a smile. Flay, you couldn't have pointed at the wrong place, right? Whoa. Flay shook her head and let out an unclear cry. Although I also don't think it's very likely, I might as well ask. The corners of Wu Yan's eyes twitched. With an extremely uncertain tone, he asked. Could it be that you want us to go in and play? What exactly did she mean by play? Presumably, smart people would know. Even those who weren't smart would be able to understand what she meant by play. His choice of words caused Charlotte and Flay, the two girls, to blush deeply. Then, in this sort of situation, Flay weakly raised her hand. Of course not. Hearing those words, Wu Yan and Charlotte both heaved a sigh of relief. However, before they could finish heaving a sigh of relief, Flay's following words caused the two of them to choke on their breaths. I only need to go in with scarlet eyes. As for Tyrant Rex, there's no need for us to go in, cough, 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 cough. Wu Yan and Charlotte immediately started coughing violently. What did she mean by that? Was she saying that Flay did not have the intention to play with everyone? Instead, she only wanted to play with Wu Yan by herself? You. Charlotte was so emotional that she was unable to complete her sentence. Do you know what you're saying? As if she didn't dare to believe her eyes and ears, Charlotte took a glance at Wu Yan and then at Flay. Then, she pointed at Wu Yan and shouted. You're saying that you want to go in and play with this pervert? Ugh. Faced with the emotional Charlotte who was even emitting a vicious aura, Flay looked as if she was about to cry. After a long time, she squeezed out those words. Tyrant Rex, do you also want to come in? Who wants to go with you? Charlotte ignored the surrounding pedestrians who were pointing at her and giving her strange expressions. She turned her head around with all her might and glared at Wu Yan. Her eyes were moist. Then, she began to vent her anger. Pervert. Terrible. Shameless. You bastard who only knows how to think with your lower body. You're the one who doesn't use your head to think. Wu Yan shouted in exasperation. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I'm not the one who suggested it. It's one thing for you to attack your own automaton, but you actually tricked us into coming out. Do you really want to play with us that much? Let's not talk about whether or not you've attacked your automaton. What do you mean by tricking you out? You clearly followed us here on your own accord, didn't you? What? Are you trying to divert my attention to do something to Flay? You pervert. You're the one who's perverted. What are you imagining by yourself? As expected, you're captivated by that pair of big breasts. What do you mean you want to listen to her unspeakable troubles? You just want to play with her. Please, stop imagining things by yourself. Listen to my explanation for a bit. Don't quarrel. Looking at Wu Yan and Charlotte who are standing in the middle of the shopping street, surrounded by the surrounding pedestrians, Flay hurriedly went up to them. She cried out loud like she was about to cry. Let's go together. It's fine. I don't mind, I mind. Using the last bit of strength in their bodies, Wu Yan and Charlotte roared at Flay at the same time. Flay's eyes rolled in circles from being roared at. She glared at each other and panted heavily. Only at this moment did the two of them realize what kind of situation they were in. There was an empty space around Wu Yan, Charlotte, and Flay. The pedestrians had formed a circle and surrounded the three of them. They were pointing at the three of them and whispering among themselves. Those three people seemed to be students from the Walpurgis Wangli Machine Learning Academy, right? That can't be right. Would the outstanding puppeteers of the magic world's highest academy talk about three people going to a hotel to play together on the street? Aren't puppeteers human? As long as they're human, they'll more or less have some thoughts, right? I've also heard that some powerful and influential students from the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy would sometimes bring students from the same academy to play here. The youngsters these days are truly outrageous. Shoo, lower your voice. Perhaps they're people from some powerful and influential family. If you're accidentally heard, you'll be screwed. After those words were spoken, the whispers and whispers in the surroundings immediately weakened by a lot. However, Wu Yan, Charlotte, and Flay heard everything that was said earlier. Wu Yan immediately covered his face. He could not bear to continue watching. Flay hid behind Wu Yan. She seemed to be very afraid of the surrounding people pointing at them. As for Charlotte, her delicate body was shivering and her pretty face was completely red. However, this time around, her face was not red from shyness. Instead, it was red from anger. I am Count Bilo's Charlotte. Charlotte's face was completely red. She roared at the surrounding people. As a noble person, who would do such a shameless thing? Hearing that roar, the surrounding pedestrians were all terrified. They all ran away scared witless. Should it be said that as expected of the valiant person with the nickname T-Rex? Chapter 1630. Today was a very colorful day. However, for Wu Yan, this colorful day left him with nothing but hard work. Because, when he passed by a bookstore to buy a book for canon, a girl would disappear from his side. Then, a book with a living person inside would mysteriously appear at a corner of the store. The title of the book was, "Buy this book and you can do whatever you want with it." Whenever he passed by a tea shop and wanted to buy some black tea for Natsuki, a young girl would suddenly disappear. Then, all the tea leaves in the shop would be accompanied by a note saying, "Buy the tea and get a free young girl who can do anything you want." Because, when he passed by a food shop to buy ice cream and cakes for Nagisa and Astria, a girl would disappear from his side. Then, all the ice cream and cakes in the store would be smeared on the body of the girl who reappeared with a note saying, "Please eat me." Because, when he passed by a clothing shop to see if he could buy something for Ikaros, a girl would disappear from his side. Then, that girl would appear naked in the fitting room of the shop. Every time that happened, another girl would look at Wu Yan as if he was a filthy insect. She would slap Wu Yan with tears in her eyes in front of all the shop owners and customers. Wu Yan's body was tired just by dodging Charlotte's continuous slaps. In order to endure Flay's inexplicable actions from time to time, Wu Yan's mind was also starting to feel tired. His body and mind were starting to feel tired. Could it be that today wasn't tiring enough? Thus, when the sun was about to set, Wu Yan finally couldn't hold back anymore. "I say, Senior Flay." Sitting on an outdoor table on the second floor of a restaurant, Wu Yan had a sour expression as if he just ate a durian. He looked at Fu Lei who was sitting across from him with a pitiful and teary face. He started pleading with her. "If you want to make fun of me, I'll admit it. But, at least tell me the reason." "Reason?" Charlot, who was sitting beside Flay, coldly snorted and spoke with disdain. "Isn't it just an indecent woman who keeps seducing a weak pervert? You didn't do so many shocking things just for fun, did you?" Wu Yan ignored the mocking Charlotte and continued to look at Flay. "If possible, I want to know the reason." Wu. Tears immediately appeared at the corners of Flay's eyes. "Sorry, you made her cry." Charlotte glared at Wu Yan. "He is indeed the worst kind of pervert. You're not talking. No one will treat you as a mute." Wu Yan clutched his head as if he had a headache. "Don't cry. I just want to know the reason." "I'm not angry," Flay sniffed. She raised her head carefully and looked at Wu Yan. Then, with tears in her eyes, she said this. "She's angry." "I'm not angry." You paused for 2 seconds before answering. "As expected, you're angry. Why are you so shrewd when it comes to this kind of thing? Aren't you usually clumsy and clumsy?" Hearing this, Flay appeared to have received a blow. She was like a deflated balloon and became listless. Clumsy and clumsy. Don't mind these words, okay? Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Your actions are simply too strange. There must be a reason for them, right? Can you tell me the reason? Flay remained silent and didn't say anything. Seeing Flay like this, Charlotte, who had been looking at her with the corners of her eyes, understood that there was indeed a reason behind Flay's actions. Tell me frankly. Wu Yan sighed. Although I am not a good person, I am not a bad person either. I will not blame you for these things. Besides, there are people in my family who are very concerned about you. Hearing this, Flay was startled. Someone is concerned about me? She's the pink-winged girl who saved Rabi from Cherub when Loki attacked him. Wu Yan reminded him. Do you still remember? You're saying. Flay tilted her head and spoke in confusion. Is it Ikaros? Hearing Flay say the name Ikaros, Wu Yan looked at Flay with a profound gaze. Sure enough, the two of you know each other. Flay lowered her head. She seemed to be pondering about something. Soon, her red eyes filled with cowardice met Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. Ikaros, is she your automaton? Ikaros asked with a smile. Well, I guess you can say that. Wu Yan shrugged and gave an ambiguous answer. This caused Charlotte to roll her eyes. I have no idea. Flay spoke with a downcast expression. And here I thought. Ikaros was a human. In other words, Flay had no idea that Ikaros was an automaton from the moment she met Ikaros all the way until yesterday when Ikaros saved Rabi. From a certain aspect, what Flay said was correct. After all, Ikaros was not an automaton to begin with. She was merely restricted by the wristband to act like an automaton. But, to Ikaros, there was no difference whether or not Ikaros was an automaton. In Ikaros' heart, regardless of whether she was an automaton or an angel, she was most definitely a weapon. That's why Ikaros was at a loss because of that question that night. Could a weapon become a human's family? Thinking up to this point, a thought flashed through Wu Yan's mind. Could it be that Ikaros was at a loss because she got to know Flay? Could it be that she saw Flay treating Rabi, a weapon of hers, as her family? The reason why Ikaros decided to save Rabi without Wu Yan's permission, is it because the relationship between Free and Rabi touched Ikaros' heart? She's also a weapon, isn't that the reason why Ikaros decided to save Rabi? Ikaros most definitely did not wish for others to view her as a weapon, right? That was the reason why Ikaros did not wish to see Rabi, who was also a weapon and was treasured by his master, to be harmed. She also did not wish to see Flay, who viewed her weapon as her family, to be harmed. That was the reason why Ikaros gave such an answer when Wu Yan asked her if she wanted to help Flay and Rabi. She did not wish to see Flay and Rabi injured. That was indeed Ikaros' most honest and direct thought. Ikaros told me that she wants to help you too. Wu Yan raised his eyes and looked straight into Flay's red eyes. This is the first time Ikaros expressed her intentions to me. Flay was stunned. Even Charlotte had an astonished expression on her face. Ikaros' intentions are my intentions. A gentle smile gradually appeared on Wu Yan's face. It was a smile that caused Charlotte and Flay's hearts to palpitate with eagerness. That is why I also wish to help you too. Flay's vermilion lips were slightly opened. She looked at Wu Yan in a daze. She was unable to say anything. Even Charlotte was shocked by Wu Yan's resolute words. Seeing that Flay was completely unresponsive, Wu Yan closed his eyes and said something that shocked Flay. The reason why you wanted to assassinate Raisin was because if you didn't do that, Rabi's performance would not be fully displayed in the night gathering. If you didn't do that, Rabi would be eliminated from the divine works and be discarded, right? You. Flay was speechless. You knew about it? Immediately, Wu Yan and Charlotte revealed an expression of as expected. Seeing this, Flay realized that she had been tricked. She lowered her head and a sad expression filled her eyes. Perhaps because of this, Flay lowered her head and sparkling tears rolled down her face. My family is not only Rabi, there are others. Others? Charlotte was confused for a moment. Then, she came to a realization. The same type of craftiness as Rabi? If we don't succeed. Flay squeezed out a painful voice. Everyone will be discarded. In other words, Rabi was not the only one who was equipped with the sound pressure manipulation magic circuit. There were other existences. As for those existences, they were also Flay's family. Once the sound pressure manipulation was not used, all of Flay's family members would be discarded. Wu Yan and Charlotte glanced at each other. They looked at Flay, who had her head lowered and tears rolling down her face. Chapter 1631. In the evening, a man and two women returned to the entrance of Walpurgis Wangli Tech Academy. However, the atmosphere was different from the joyous atmosphere when they left the academy. The returning man and two women were surrounded by an indescribable oppressive atmosphere. Wu Yan and Charlotte, who were walking behind them, looked at Flay's back as she walked in front of them. Both of them had a thoughtful expression on their faces. According to Flay, all of them, including Rabi, were equipped with a magic circuit of sound pressure operation in their bodies. Their appearance was reflected as a dog-shaped automaton, and they were collectively known as the Bgarm series. They were the bandoliers developed by God's works. The sonic manipulation magic circuit was an excellent magic circuit. It could control sound. The automaton that was equipped with the sonic manipulation magic circuit could use the control of sound to perform detection functions similar to ultrasonic waves. It could also perform a concealment function that could eliminate sound. It could even transform sound into invisible sharp blades to attack. Regardless of whether it was detection, concealment, or attack, the sonic manipulation could take care of all of them. Therefore, it had a wide range of uses. It could be said to be an excellent and useful magic circuit. It was because the sonic manipulation magic circuit was so excellent that God's works was able to use the sonic manipulation magic circuit to obtain the right to use the sonic manipulation magic circuit. It was noticed by the British government. However, it was also because the sonic manipulation magic circuit was so excellent that it had a wide range of uses. If it was used, the burden would be too heavy. It was not something that an ordinary puppet user could bear. Therefore, the bandoliers of the Bgarm series were born. Divineworks used real live dogs as materials and added parts of living humans into the modified dogs to develop the Bandal, which was the automaton of the Bgarm series. The birth of the Bgarm series of automaton puppets. It made the sonic manipulation possible. After all, the bandoliers had parts of living humans in their bodies. They could generate magic power on their own to a certain extent. If the automaton had a certain amount of magic power, it could activate the sonic manipulation on its own. Then, the sonic manipulation magic circuit would be used. Not only would it be much more convenient, it would also reduce the burden on the puppet user. This way, the burden would be reduced and it would be very convenient to use. Who wouldn't want to mass-produce an automaton that had an excellent magic circuit and sell it to the military to make a huge profit? Unfortunately, Lei Zhen's appearance caused the Bgarm series production plan to hit a bottleneck. If Flay lost to Lei Zhen in the first battle of the Night Gathering, the military would definitely be disappointed in the Bgarm series automaton. God's works wishful thinking would come to naught. By then, the mass production plan of the Bgarm series would undoubtedly be frozen, and the automaton of the Bgarm series, including Rabi, would be abandoned. However, How could Flay just watch as the Bgarm series automaton, including Rabi, that she treated as her family, were mercilessly destroyed? However, Flay also understood that she would not be able to win against Lei Zhen by herself. That was why Flay wanted to assassinate Lei Zhen. If that was the case, Flay would not encounter an opponent that was too strong for a short period of time. The Bgarm series automaton would also have a good chance to perform. The chances of it being chosen by the military would be much higher. However, the mass production plan of the Bgarm series was still very likely to be frozen. Because of this, God's Works had also developed another series of automaton. The Angel series. It was the Angel of Wisdom that Loki possessed and the automaton that was of the same model as the Angel of Wisdom. In terms of individual combat ability, the Angel series far surpassed the Bgarm series. However, the Angel series automaton was constructed using purely inorganic materials. The cost was very high and the intelligence was not mature yet. Just like mechanical puppets, if one wanted to perform complicated actions, the automaton must possess extremely fine control. In other words, the Angel series automaton was very difficult to use. If the puppeteer was not skilled in controlling the Angel series automaton, they would not be able to control the Angel series automaton at all. In terms of this, the Bgarm series was something that even rookie puppeteers could use as they wished. It was much more practical than the Angel series. After all, no matter how outstanding the Bgarm series was, they were just a group of dogs. They were like ordinary dogs. With a little bit of training, they could be used as they wished. The two series of automaton had their own advantages and disadvantages. However, there was no doubt that they were all outstanding. However, for Flay, this was not a fortunate thing. Because if the Angel series was chosen by the military in the end, the Bgarm series would also be eliminated. Flay's family would also be abandoned. Unfortunately, the controller of the Angel series was Loki. Loki was even stronger than Lei Zhen. In front of her was Lei Zhen, obstructing her. Behind her was Loki, a tall wall that was difficult to surmount. Now, Flay was standing in a position that bordered on despair. However, Flay still chose to fight. She was clearly a timid young girl. However, in order to protect her family, she had no choice but to fight. When Charlotte realized this, she had a whole new level of respect for Flay. Perhaps Flay's strength was nothing in Charlotte's eyes. However, Charlotte could not help but admire Flay's determination. Only Wu Yan knew that Flay's actions were futile. Without saying a single word, a man and two women passed through the prison-like gate of the Walpurgis Wangli Tactical Academy and walked into the academy. Whoosh! At the same time the three of them entered the academy, a sharp sound pierced through the air. It reverberated in the surroundings and drilled into their ears. Wu Yan's footsteps immediately stopped. He raised his head and looked toward the source of the sound. Soon after, a sharp blade-like spike connected to a black wire pierced through the air. It sliced through the air and shot toward them with a sharp piercing sound. This scene was imprinted into Wu Yan's eyes. The target of the sharp blade-like spike connected to a black wire was actually Wu Yan, who was standing behind Flay and beside Charlotte. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted into a mocking arc. He extended his hand toward the sharp blade-like spike that was shooting toward him. Buzz! In the next instant, a surge of majestic magic energy turned into a substantial energy that wrapped around the spike that was shooting toward him. Immediately, the surface of the spike that was shooting toward Wu Yan was covered with a layer of faint light. As though it was being squeezed by space, it stopped in midair without any warning. It no longer showed any signs of moving. It was only at this moment that Charlotte and Flay discovered the situation. Looking at the spike that stopped in midair, their eyes widened. Disbelief filled their faces. That is. Charlotte covered her mouth with one hand and cried out in shock. Telekinesis? This That's right. What caused the spike that was shooting toward him to stop in midair was Wu Yan's telekinesis. At the same time that Charlotte and Flay were astonished, disordered breathing could be heard from the nearby forest. Chapter 1632. Telekinesis was a high-level magic skill. However, this high-level magic skill was of little value to many puppeteers and magicians. This was because the so-called telekinesis was actually magic power that had been compressed to a high degree. Not only did it have to be compressed to a high degree, but it also had to be solidified. The process of using telekinesis consumed too much magic power. Thus, even if many puppeteers and magicians were able to use telekinesis, due to the small amount of magic power they possessed, the telekinesis they used was either too weak or could only be maintained for a short period of time. Only those powerful puppeteers and magicians who had developed their magic power to a certain degree could use telekinesis. At the very least, they could use telekinesis to control the joints of wooden puppets and make them move. Even so, the effect of telekinesis was still very small. Even controlling the joints of wooden puppets and making them move was very difficult. How could one use telekinesis in a real battle? For example, telekinesis was a thread used to sew clothes. Even if one could use the thread to lift a rock, when the rock was thrown at the user, could the user use the thread to tie the rock and control it? The answer was, of course, no. And when the stone turned into a sharp blade-like spike, it looked like a sharp blade. Even if the string managed to bind the sharp spikes, wouldn't it be severed by the sharp blades in an instant? However, at this very moment, Wu Yan managed to do it. In the end, telekinesis was magic power compressed to a high degree. If the user of telekinesis had powerful magic power, then they could use the high output of magic power to strengthen telekinesis to the extreme. Right now, Wu Yan was using the output of magic power that an ordinary puppeteer would use up in 1 second to create telekinesis. He had strengthened the thread of telekinesis to a degree that even steel threads couldn't compare to. Not only did he successfully bind the sharp blade-like spike, he even controlled it. This was the reason why Charlot and Flay were so shocked. A normal puppet user would run out of mana in less than a second. Wu Yan took control of the sharp spikes. About 10 seconds had passed, right? Until now. Wu Yan controlled the spikes that were shooting towards him. He even looked like he was handling it with ease. Just how strong was his magic? He completely ignored Charlot and Flay's shocked expressions. Wu Yan did not even look at the spikes that were controlled by his telekinesis. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the forest where the sound of chaotic breathing could be heard. He sighed. I didn't expect that one of the members of the 13 people, our burning flame sword, His Excellency, Sword Emperor, would actually be hiding in the dark to shoot arrows. His voice slowly reverberated and spread through the surroundings. Before Charlot and Flay could react, a figure walked out from the forest to the side. He had short pearl-colored hair, red pupils, a terrifyingly sharp face, and a short cloak wrapped around his body like a scarf. Behind him was a humanoid robot called Automaton. Who else could it be other than Loki? Sword Emperor Loki? Charlot looked at Loki with great astonishment. The burning flame sword that was reputed to be able to fight against a marshal would actually do something like a sneak attack. This caused Charlot to be extremely astonished. Loki. Flay was also stunned as she looked at Loki, who walked out from the forest. She seemed to be slightly flustered. Loki first glanced at Flay. When he saw that she was fine, his expression couldn't help but relax a little. However, his expression immediately tensed up again. He looked at the sharp spikes that were controlled by his telekinesis in midair. The other end of the black wire connected to the tail end of the blade-like spike was connected to the automaton behind Loki. In other words, the person who attacked Wu Yan earlier was, without a doubt, Loki. Angel Ji. As Loki called out in a deep voice, a red light flashed through Angel Ji's eyes. Traces of magic power surged out from her body. Then, an extremely unnatural wind blew from the sharp blade-like spike that was controlled in midair. That was a hot wind that contained an extremely high temperature. Under the burning of this hot wind, the air around the sharp spikes started to distort abnormally. The spikes also seemed to have an ejector installed on them. They trembled violently and burst apart the telekinesis. Hoo! The scorching hot wind blew through the air and caused the spikes to spin in midair. They drew a beautiful arc in the air. Then, the black wire connected to the end of the spikes returned to Angel Ji's body. They returned to the wings that were pierced with spikes. Oh! Sensing the faintly visible hot wind erupting from Angel Ji's body, Wu Yan spread out his hands. This is the magic circuit installed on the Angel series automaton developed by Divine Works, the hot wind control. It can freely create hot wind that contains an extremely high temperature and control it like wind. Not only can it be used to enhance the spikes and shoot, it can also be used to concentrate the high temperature and use it to enhance the blades like melting steel. It can be used to cut through everything. Wu Yan curled his lips. That's a pretty good magic circuit. No wonder our Lord Sword Overlord has a login code name like Burning Flame Sword. Loki ignored Wu Yan's sarcastic words. He stared at him and spat out a sentence. Where did you bring Flay to? What? Wu Yan looked at Loki with a chuckle. As her younger brother, you can't bear to see your beautiful older sister go out with another man? Answer me. Loki's body erupted with a dense amount of magic. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Don't forget that you don't have an automaton by your side. If I want to deal with you, it'll be as easy as flipping my hand. Is that so? Wu Yan sneered. If by, as easy as flipping your hand, you're referring to the attack just now, then I'm really disappointed, don't worry. Loki took a deep breath. The magic on his body flowed into Angel Ji's body. I won't disappoint you. After saying that, Angel Ji's spiked wings spread open. Numerous sharp spikes connected to black wires shot out. Like arrows leaving a bow, the spikes pierced through the air and mercilessly pierced toward Wu Yan. There were a total of 8 sharp spikes. Every single one of the spikes had a super high-temperature hot wind that could burn a person's skin to ashes. Using the hot wind that caused the air to distort as a driving force, the sharp spikes violently cut through the atmosphere. Withstanding the heavy pressure, the spikes flashed past and shot toward Wu Yan. Facing this merciless attack, Charlot and Flay turned pale with fright. However, Wu Yan's expression remained unchanged. As he looked at the incoming spikes, a surge of chaotic magic surged out from his body. Under the gazes of Charlot, Flay, and Loki, a terrifying magic storm erupted from Wu Yan's body. Soon after, it transformed into pitch-black mist. Like a protective barrier, the mist frantically swirled around Wu Yan's body. If Chuju, Mikoto, Rin Enbin, Ilya, Meiyu, and the others were here, they would definitely be astonished to the point of being unable to recover from their shock. This was because the pitch-black mist frantically swirling around Wu Yan was exactly the same as the magic mist of the saber, swordsman, archer, and archer, swordsman, archer, who borrowed the power of the class cards in the mirror world to materialize and transform into dark heroic spirits. It was a high-density magic mist that could reflect all magic power and magic spells. It could also materialize into a physical form and launch an attack. The spikes carrying super high-temperature hot winds suddenly descended and fiercely pierced the pitch-black magic mist that protected Wu Yan within. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the sky. The spikes carrying super high-temperature hot wind collided with the pitch-black magic mist, sending up a violent shockwave that spread in all directions. Chapter 1633. Clang! It was clearly a collision between steel and mist. Logically speaking, the mist should have been dispersed in an instant. However, the collision between steel and mist here violated the entire laws of physics and produced a crisp sound of collision. The pitch-black mist of magic power and the spikes carrying superhot winds collided fiercely, stirring up a layer of airwaves and scattering the pitch-black mist like sparks. But not long after, Loki, who was controlling Cherub to attack, was stunned. He could clearly feel that when he collided with the black mist and stirred up a shockwave, the ultra-high temperature blast that he cast on the Cherub spikes with hot wind control was shaken off by the strange black mist and dispersed. And after losing the support of the super-hot winds, the sharp spikes were immediately covered by a layer of faint light and stopped at the point of collision with the pitch-black mist of magic power. It was telekinesis. The moment he realized this, Loki swung his arm fiercely. Cherub. I'm ready. Amidst a mechanical response, Cherub Archangel turned around and formed a steel body that looked like it was made of sharp blades. With a leap, he stood in front of Loki. Shing! At the same time, Cherub's spikes, which had been dispersed by the pitch-black mist of magic power and was controlled by telekinesis, turned around and shot across the air without warning. Like flashes of light, they struck Cherub's body by a hair's breadth. Clang! Amidst a clear clashing sound, the 8 sharp spikes mercilessly pierced into Archangel Cherub's body made of steel, and were sent flying. If Cherub hadn't stood in front of Loki in time, then Loki would have been riddled with holes by now. You bastard! Loki glared at Wu Yen. He stared at the pitch-black mist of magic power that protected Wu Yen and kept fluctuating. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. What is that black mist? Something insignificant. Wu Yen pulled a sinister smile on his face as dense, pitch-black mist rolled on his body. But I'll use it against you. It's definitely enough. It was more than enough to be described with words. That was a high-density mist of magic power that could reflect all magical powers and spells. Even among the heroic spirits that used class cards to materialize, only saber, swordsman, and archer were able to use this powerful defensive means. In order to recreate this move, Wu Yen ran into a lot of obstacles. In the end, with the support of his almost endless magical powers and Natsuki's guidance, he succeeded. With this, at least before his magical powers were exhausted, Wu Yen didn't have to worry about being threatened by magical attacks and spells containing magical powers. It was precisely because of the high-density mist of magic power that Wu Yen was able to use the super-high-temperature hot air on Cherub spikes, which was the hot air manipulation magic power, to reflect off the spikes. Otherwise, there was no way to control the spikes that were enchanted with magic power alone. And Loki seemed to have seen through this point. Although I don't know what it is, it can nullify magic and even magical attacks, right? Loki calmed down. Then, as long as it doesn't contain magical powers and doesn't use magic, you can't do anything, right? After saying that, Loki waved his hand. Cherub's eyes flashed red as if he received an invisible command. He grabbed the 2 giant blades equipped on his arms and stomped on the ground. Bam! The violent movement caused the ground to crack like a spider web. Cherub bounced up and charged forward like a bullet. Before he reached Wu Yen, the giant blades in his hands were already slashing down. At this speed, Cherub should be able to appear in front of Wu Yen and slash his giant blades accurately at the enemy's head. The Angel series was clearly an automaton that was very difficult to control. Puppeteers who were not skilled could not even make it move, but Loki could easily make the Cherub make such agile movements and attack as if he had predicted it. Loki's strength was evident. In the face of Cherub's attack, Wu Yen helplessly realized that he couldn't ignore it anymore. With all of his means and levels restricted, Wu Yen could only rely on magical powers. Although he could rely on the high-density magical mist to be immune to magical attacks and could also rely on telekinesis to resist the enemy to a certain extent, that was all he could do. That huge blade, which was as tall as a person, was a pure physical attack that did not contain any magic power. Looking at how it was slicing through the air, the strength was enough to split open a fake mountain. If he were to use his telekinesis to cover it, wouldn't it collapse in an instant? This attack can't be blocked. With that in mind, Wu Yan tapped the ground and instead of retreating, he charged forward. With charge on both sides, he arrived in front of Archangel in a second. Loki's expression showed that he had miscalculated. Because with Wu Yan's charge, the giant blade that was supposed to slash down on Wu Yan's body couldn't fall in time. The corner of Wu Yan's lips curled into a small arc. He ignored the giant blade that was halfway through its slash and turned his body to Cherub's side. With his back facing Cherub's side, Wu Yan extended his arm and grabbed Cherub's body as though he was carrying her on his back. He lowered his body and lifted Cherub off the ground, spun her around, and threw her out with all his might. Originally, with Wu Yan's physical strength restricted to that of an ordinary person, it was impossible for him to throw Cherub, who weighed close to 300 kilograms. It was a pity that Cherub happened to be in the midst of charging in the air. Using the momentum of Cherub's charge, Road didn't have a foothold, couldn't stabilize his body, and exerted force when he twisted his body. Cherub, who weighed close to 300 kilograms, was thrown high into the air like a large piece of trash. And it was in Loki's direction. What? Loki's pupils shrunk, but he didn't have time to express his emotions. Looking at the gradually expanding shadow above his head, he quickly pounced to the ground beside him. Bam! At the next moment, Cherub smashed heavily into Loki's previous position, stirring up a cloud of dust. Loki rolled on the ground in a sorry state. Then, he flipped over and knelt on one knee. He lifted his head with an ashen expression. As for Charlot and Flay, they were already stunned by this scene. The two young ladies didn't know why Loki ambushed them and why he attacked Wu Yan. They also didn't know what that pitch-black mist of magic that Wu Yan used was. However, the two young ladies had eyes and they saw it clearly. As one of the 13, the Burning Flame Sword, who was known to be the closest to the Demon King, and the #1 Marshal, Magnus, couldn't even defeat a person who didn't even bring an automaton. How could they not be dumbfounded by this? Only Wu Yan knew. That was all there was to it. With the high-density mist of magic, Wu Yan wasn't afraid of any magic or magic attacks. With telekinesis, Wu Yan could also resist to a certain extent. With infinite martial arts, even if his physical abilities were restricted to the level of an ordinary person and he couldn't clash head-on with an automaton, he could still contend with it. However, Wu Yan's abilities were restricted, and his level was suppressed to 0. This was also a fact. Wu Yan was confident that he wouldn't lose against Loki. But he wouldn't lose. If he wanted to win, it would be impossible if he didn't have any means to attack. Unless he exhausted Loki's magic power or found an opportunity to take down Loki, the automaton user, first. Otherwise, he could only rely on the connection between him and his familiars and have Natsuki use a spatial control magic to teleport over. Clap, 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 clap. Suddenly, the sound of clapping reverberated in the silent air. He didn't even use an automaton, and he was able to suppress Loki to this extent. As expected of the man who once suppressed Marshall. Chapter 1634. He didn't even use the automaton and was able to suppress Loki to such an extent. As expected of the man who once suppressed the Marshal. When a voice that was unknown whether it was an exclamation of admiration or praise echoed in the air, Loki and Flay's expressions changed. Loki's expression became somewhat unsightly while Flay's face was filled with fear. Who is it? Charlotte was shocked. She raised her head and looked at the sky. At the same time, Wu Yan, Loki and Flay also raised their heads and looked toward the source of the voice. Soon after, the four of them saw an inconceivable scene. A person was standing in the air where the voice came from. That's right. Someone was standing in the air. It was a gentleman in his 30s or 40s. He wore gorgeous clothes and had a handsome appearance. He looked like a researcher who had immersed himself in the sea of knowledge for many years. The gentleman's body floated in the air. He lowered his head and looked down at Wu Yan with a gentle smile on his face. While clapping, he released an extremely strong sense of existence. He was telling others that he was not an ordinary person. Around the gentleman's body was a layer of light that was exactly the same as the layer of light that covered the cherub's spikes. It enveloped the gentleman's entire body. Without a doubt. That was telekinesis. This gentleman who was floating in mid-air was using his telekinesis to hold his body up, allowing him to float in mid-air. Without a doubt, that was the same level of inconceivability that Wu Yan had used telekinesis to control the automaton's hidden weapon. The magical power of the gentleman who floated in the air was at least 10 times higher than that of an ordinary automaton user. It might even be higher. Looking at the figure of the gentleman who was looking down at the ground, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have understood something. He smiled. So that's how it is. It's no wonder that the guards inside the gate didn't do anything when the students were fighting in front of the gate. What he meant was that this person was the one who had secretly tampered with it. It's nothing. He only told the guards that the divine works was testing the mech. I was just watching from the side. Nothing will happen. Those fellows who are afraid of trouble will naturally not care too much about it. Since something has happened, it will happen. They can just push the blame to me. The gentleman smiled. His body slowly descended to the ground, and he stood upright. Loki clenched his fist and then exhaled deeply. He withdrew his magical power and bowed to the gentleman with cherub. Lord Father, Lord. Lord Father. Compared to the straightforward Loki, Flay was much more uneasy. It would be better to say that she was afraid. She bowed to the gentleman. Lord Father. Charlotte looked at the smiling gentleman in surprise. He is the president of the divine works to be. Lord Father. Wu Yan to look to the others assessed. You're Bronson. It is my honor to be remembered by the Scarlet Eyes. Bronson did not even bother to look at Loki and Flay. He merely looked to Wu Yan and smiled. Ever since I came to this academy, I have been hearing rumors about your distinguished self. Today, I finally got to meet you. Furthermore, you even managed to suppress my most complacent son with your bare hands. You did not even use your automaton. It would appear that this year's Demon King's throne will be yours. Hearing those words, Charlotte smiled wryly. Flay took a glance at Wu Yan. Loki clenched his fist even tighter. He stared at Wu Yan. It was as if he wanted to use his gaze to cut off a layer of flesh from Wu Yan's body. Although there was no hatred in his gaze, it was filled with hostility. Let's stop with the pleasantries. Only Wu Yan smiled mockingly as he looked at Bronson, who was praising him. In that case, the president of the renowned divine works, the Sword Archangel, who once won the Night Gathering and almost obtained the Demon King's throne. Your Excellency Bronson, may I ask, why did you ask Loki to attack me? He once won the Night Gathering and almost obtained the Demon King's throne. Charlotte stared at Bronson in a daze. Oh. Bronson raised his eyebrows slightly. Your distinguished self seems to understand me quite well. However, there is one thing that you have misunderstood. I did not ask Loki to attack you. That was purely Loki's own intention. Please forgive me if I have offended you. Didn't I say that we will stop with the pleasantries? Wu Yan curled his lips. Your Excellency Bronson, you are not an idiot, and neither am I. Your Excellency Bronson, this is equivalent to tacitly agreeing and aiding the evildoer. If you can do it, then don't do it half-heartedly. Not only will it be meaningless, it will also cause others to look down on you. His impolite words caused Charlotte, Flay and even Rocky's hearts to rise to their throats. Bronson still had a smile on his face. Unfortunately, there was no smile in his eyes. That is truly rude of me. I merely wanted to experience your distinguished self-strength. If I have offended you, before he could finish his sentence, Bronson was met with Wu Yan's sarcastic gaze. He stopped talking and his smile disappeared. His expression turned apathetic. Since your distinguished self has already said so much, I will no longer embarrass myself. However, it is true that I wanted to experience your distinguished self-strength. Unfortunately, I did not get to see your distinguished self's automaton. To put it simply, compared to me, you wanted to see the strength of my automaton more. Or perhaps, to be more direct, you wanted to see the performance of my automaton, right? Wu Yan sneered. As expected of the president of the mechanic workshop. You are only interested in mechanics. No, no, no. I am also very interested in your distinguished self. Bronson nodded sincerely. Even now, I still find it hard to believe that your distinguished self is able to suppress Loki, who has an automaton with his own strength. Furthermore, I am also very interested in that pitch-black mist formed by magic power. May I know if there is any room for discussion between us? The silent Charlotte, Flay, and Loki were at a loss for a moment. It took them a while before they understood what Bronson meant. Bronson wanted to discuss, or perhaps trade, with Wu Yan. He wanted to obtain the method to use that pitch-black mist of magic power. No. It wasn't just that pitch-black mist of magic power. Bronson also said that he was very interested in Wu Yan's automaton. He was also interested in Wu Yan himself. Come to think of it, he wants to get his hands on Wu Yan's automaton. He might even want to recruit Wu Yan into his divine works. It wasn't strange at all. Let's not talk about the fact that he's a magician. He's bound to think of unknown magic and powerful means to use magic. Let's not talk about the fact that he's the president of a mechanical workshop. It's normal for him to be interested in an excellent automaton. Wu Yan himself is also very valuable. After all, Wu Yan was very strong. He was so strong that Bronson had given him the title of Demon King. If Bronson could rope in such a person, and if such a person won the night gathering and obtained the title of Demon King, he would have the right to come into contact with forbidden knowledge. In that case, the divine works that he was loyal to would be able to use this opportunity to conduct research on forbidden knowledge. For example, forbidden bandoliers. Bronson must have noticed this. That's why he said something that piqued Wu Yan's interest. In just a few short sentences, Charlotte, who didn't know much about Bronson, had a clear feeling about him. This seemingly polite gentleman was definitely an existence similar to Felix. In other words, Bronson was a hypocrite. He was a mercenary. To be more precise, he was an unusually cold and emotionless person. Charlotte instinctively felt disgusted by Bronson. Wu Yan, on the other hand, laughed heartily. Before that, can I make a request? A request? A request? Yes. That's right. Wu Yan stared at Bronson. Can you hand over the Bgarm series? Yes. Chapter 1635. Can you hand over the Bgarm series? The moment those words were spoken, the air in the room froze slightly. Like a swamp, even the wind became viscous. Charlotte and Loki were silent. They didn't want to say another word. That was because the two of them knew who Wu Yan was asking for. Flay blanked out for a bit. It took her quite some time to comprehend what happened. She looked at Wu Yan and then at Bronson. Her face carried a bit of panic, a bit of nervousness, and a bit of hope. Bronson looked at Wu Yan, who was looking at him in surprise. Soon after, he seemed to have understood something. He glanced at the panicked, nervous, and hopeful Flay, and a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. Looks like you're very fond of my daughter. For her, you're even willing to use yourself as a condition. How surprising, use myself as a condition. Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest and he sighed. I think you've made a mistake somewhere. Mistake? Bronson couldn't help but look at Wu Yan. Sir, didn't you intend to join my divine works in exchange for the freedom of the Bgarm series of automaton? That's why I said you've made a mistake. With a calm expression, Wu Yan said something that shocked everyone present. I only want you to hand over the Garm series automaton. I don't have any intention of paying you anything. What do you mean? Bronson narrowed his eyes. You don't want to pay me anything? You want me to hand over the Garm series automaton to you? If Wu Yan really had such an idea, everyone who knew about it would definitely laugh out loud. He didn't want to pay anything and only wanted to obtain a group of automaton with decent performance that would not burden the puppeteer and could be controlled by a rookie puppeteer. What was the difference between this and not wanting to pay for a house? However, in the face of this question that would make everyone laugh, Wu Yan gave a calm answer. That's right. This time around, it was not only Charlotte, Flay and Rocky that were stunned. Even Bronson was stunned. He started to frown. He frowned and said in a displeased manner. What do you think, sir? If it was someone else, would they agree to such a request? You will agree to it. Wu Yan smiled confidently before he continued. This caused everyone who was still in shock to be greatly shocked. In any case, you didn't intend to let the Bgarm series of automaton continue to survive in the first place, did you? Charlotte and Loki were shocked. Flay's beautiful face changed drastically and she became dumbstruck. Bronson's gaze toward Wu Yan was no longer filled with emotions. There was only coldness and a hint of sharpness. Sir, what do you mean by this? Do you need me to make it clearer? Wu Yan acted as if he didn't care about this powerful enemy who had once seized the throne of the Demon King. He didn't even bother to be polite when he spoke. Comparing the performance of the automaton of the Garm series and the automaton of the Angel series at the night meeting, choosing the one with superior performance and selling it to the military? As if he was amused by his own words, Wu Yan chuckled and shook his head. You don't have such thoughts at all. You've decided from the very beginning that the automaton to be used as the main force of the British Army would be the Angel series, and the Bgarm series of automaton would be discarded, right? What do you mean by this? Charlotte couldn't help but take a step forward and questioned Wu Yan. You're saying that he deceived Flay? Contrary to Charlotte, Flay took a step back and looked at Bronson. She shook her head repeatedly. It seemed like she hoped that her adoptive father would give a negative answer. However, Bronson didn't even look at Flay. His gaze remained fixed on Wu Yan. I've been expressing my goodwill all this time. Yet, you slandered me like this. Do you think that I, Bronson, am easy to bully? While speaking, a wave of magic power gradually emerged from Bronson's body. It spread out like a ripple. Although the wave of magic power was very obscure, it seemed to have added weight to the entire space. It created an abnormally heavy pressure. Charlotte and Loki felt their shoulders sink. Their hearts also sank. Flay, who was weak, felt even more exaggerated. It was as if she was hit by an invisible force. She was forced to take a few steps back. What a heavy magic power. Charlotte's expression was a little uncertain. If this Bronson were to participate in the night gathering now, apart from Wu Yan and Magnus, no one in the academy would be a match for him. Charlotte had such a feeling when she sensed Bronson's magic power. Even though Bronson was eliminated in the night gathering in his year and hasn't made any progress in the past 10 to 20 years, his strength still couldn't be underestimated. However, to use magic power to compete with Wu Yan? Wouldn't that be showing off before an expert? Didn't I tell you not to do it half-heartedly? That would make others look down on you. Even Charlotte and Loki felt that the wave of magic power was heavy. Wu Yan's expression remained unchanged. He turned his head and looked at Bronson. Actually, if you think about it for a bit, you'll understand. Even if you almost obtained the position of Demon King, you're still not a Demon King. The Magician Association has a rule that only Demon Kings have the right to come into contact with taboos. Apart from Demon Kings, anyone who comes into contact with taboos will be wanted. Wu Yan had a faint smile on his face. Sir Bronson, the automaton of the Bgarm series is a Bandal, isn't it? No matter how dumb Charlotte, Flay, and Rocky are, they understood Wu Yan's intention when they heard him. The automaton of the Hellhound series is a forbidden doll. In other words, the materials used to create the automaton of the Hellhound series will definitely include a part of a living person's body. Using a human body is a taboo among taboos. If the fact that the automaton of the Hellhound series is a forbidden doll is exposed, then the creator of the automaton will definitely be arrested. In serious cases, they might even be sentenced to death. In other words, no matter how good the automaton of the Hellhound series is, it is impossible to sell them in large quantities, let alone to the military. If the Magician Association finds out, Bronson will definitely suffer. Under such circumstances, would Bronson really allow his workshop to mass-produce the Hellhound series? The answer is, of course, no. In fact, it is more likely that Bronson will abandon the Hellhound series to cover up his crimes. Charlotte was right. Bronson has been deceiving Flay from the very beginning. Father. Lord. Flay's pretty face started to turn pale. Lord Father, is deceiving me? Bronson did not answer. Instead, he coldly glanced at Flay. You were the one who exposed the fact that the automaton of the Hellhound series is a forbidden doll, right? I see. Bronson shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect that. Not only did you not do anything, you even went to another direction. Bronson raised his head and he looked at Wu Yan, who is standing in front of him. If you want the Hellhound series automaton, I can give it to you. Chapter 1636. In an instant, Frey's originally deathly pale face regained its rosy color. Her red eyes revealed a joyous expression. But, Wu Yan, who sensed the tension in the air, Rocky, who knew Bronson's character very well, and Charlotte, who had a bad premonition, did not feel happy because of this. That was because this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Sure enough, in the next second, Bronson spoke with a tone as if he was talking about business. Divine Works is willing to give you all of the Bgarm series of automatons. However, my condition is that you must give me one of your automaton in exchange. Boom! Right after Bronson said those words, a berserk magic whirlwind suddenly erupted. Like a typhoon, it exploded in all directions. The shockwaves surged through the entire area. The magic whirlwind whistled through the air. Everyone present felt as if their hearts had been struck by a heavy hammer. Before they could even react in shock, the magic whirlwind that had transformed into a magic whirlwind assaulted their bodies. Immediately, regardless of whether it was Bronson, Rocky, Charlotte, or Fry, all of them were struck by this apocalyptic apocalypse. They were all hit by this sudden apocalyptic disaster. Their hair and clothes fluttered wildly in the wind. Their bodies were also pushed back a few steps by the impact. Their chests felt stuffy, as if they were about to vomit blood. It was extremely uncomfortable. Like leaves in a storm, everyone present ignited the magic power in their bodies with all their might to resist the incoming magic whirlwind. At the same time, they raised their hands to block their bodies. At the same time, they raised their heads. Looking forward, there was only a single emotion in their eyes and faces. Astonishment. Impossible. Being in the midst of the magic whirlwind, Rocky was astonished. With great difficulty, he spat out those words. How could a human, possess this level of magic power? That guy. Charlotte raised her hand. She raised her hand to block her eyes. However, she did not close her eyes. She stared at the figure in the center of the magic whirlwind with a complicated expression on her face. So he's actually this powerful. Who is he? Even Bronson was gritting his teeth. He was unable to conceal the astonishment in his eyes. Is he really just a student? Even a real demon king wouldn't have this level of magic power, right? Could it be an individual with a special bloodline? Questions filled the minds of everyone present, but no one could answer them. At this moment, the only thing that entered their ears was a heart-chilling laugh. You want me to trade with the people around me? As if his body was on fire, Wu Yan's entire body was emitting a dense flame. His magic power was like boiling water that had been released from the dam, gushing to every corner of the scene. Wu Yan, who was in the center of the magic storm, stared at Bronson with a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. Do you think that the whole world is filled with filthy things like you who treat life as trash and think that they value life highly? You. Bronson's handsome face was twisted with anger. If Wu Yan's tone was aggressive when he spoke to Bronson, then now, he was looking down on Bronson. He didn't even try to hide it. I'm not negotiating with you. Wu Yan retracted some of his magic power and shot a piercing glare at Bronson. You have to understand that I'm threatening you. Threatening? Bronson's eyes widened. You still don't understand? Wu Yan spat. Anyway, the rabbi is in the academy. As long as one of the puppeteers inspects this Garm series automaton, the fact that the rabbi is a bandolier will be exposed. Do you think that the divine works can stay out of this matter? Do you really think that the divine works can stay out of this matter? Are you trying to threaten me with a snitch? Bronson tried his best to maintain his composure, but under the suppression of the overwhelming magic power, the elegant smile on his face was as ugly as it could get. Do you think that the divine works didn't infiltrate the judicial department? Do you think that divine works will be punished in the end? I told you that you're not an idiot, but if you think that the divine works is safe after infiltrating the judicial department, then I'll have to change my assessment. Wu Yan sneered. Could it be that you, a new mechanic workshop, have the ability to infiltrate the judicial department and the Magicians Association that manages all magicians? Bronson's face turned pale. Don't think that you're the only smart person in the world. The members of the Magicians Association have a better sense of smell than dogs. Do you think no one knows what you're doing in the dark? Wu Yan looked at Bronson with pity in his eyes. Don't tell me you think there's no one from the Magicians Association in the academy? Do you need me to introduce you to them? Bronson finally understood what Wu Yan meant by threat. If Wu Yan really did know someone from the Magicians Association, then the divine works would be targeted by the Magicians Association. And if he was targeted by the Magicians Association, Bronson's secret activities in the divine works would be exposed sooner or later. At that time, Bronson would be in deep trouble just by touching the taboo and using his naked body to create a forbidden doll. Not to mention, the things he did were far more than that. For the first time, hesitation appeared on Bronson's face. The Magicians Association was a bystander. They never interfered with national politics and were only responsible for managing the taboo and code of conduct of magicians. If the divine works wanted to assassinate a government official, the Magicians Association wouldn't pay any attention to them. Even if they found out, the most they would do was inform the country's judiciary and let them deal with it. However, if the divine works created bandoliers and violated the taboo of magicians, the Magicians Association would sniff them out like a dog and stick to the divine works like a bug. Once it was confirmed that divine works had violated the taboo, there would be no mercy left. That was why the Magicians Association was Bronson's most feared enemy. If Wu Yan really knows someone from the Magicians Association, and if he exposed the fact that the Garm series automaton is a bandolier, he's not going to be able to do anything about it. Bronson didn't want to imagine the consequences. Wu Yan was right. This wasn't a negotiation or a deal. It was a threat. Bronson was silent. Following Bronson's silence, the storm of magic gradually calmed down. Charlotte, Flay, and Rocky looked at Wu Yan with complicated expressions before looking at Bronson. They were waiting for his decision. I understand. After a long time, Bronson looked at Wu Yan coldly. I hope you can keep your mouth shut as well. Flay was finally unable to conceal the joy in her eyes. Charlotte and Rocky's expressions also relaxed. Wu Yan seemed to have known this would happen. He didn't show any expression and only glanced at Bronson. Let me give you another piece of advice. Don't do things you shouldn't do. One should know when to stop, sir. Bronson's tone became unfriendly. Are you planning to use this to threaten me for the rest of my life? No, as long as you keep your word, I won't bring this matter up again. Wu Yan turned around and left everyone with a view of his back. However, if you do something you shouldn't do, I will give you a big surprise. After saying that, Wu Yan left without looking back. Seeing that, Charlotte hurriedly chased after Bronson. As for Rocky and Flay, they were speechless as they saw Bronson's gloomy appearance. Chapter 1637. Walpurgis King Mechanical Engineering Academy. The main entrance, Bronson was standing by the window of the reception room and looking into the distance. His hands were placed behind his back as he maintained his posture. He remained silent. Rocky and Flay were standing at the entrance of the reception room. They were looking at Bronson's back. One of them had an expressionless face and could even be said to be a little cold. The other had a slightly pale face and her head was lowered. She looked as if she wanted to leave the scene. Compared to Wu Yan's situation, a heavy feeling that made one's heart beat was slowly spreading in the air. It made Bronson's back look very daring. As Rocky and Flay looked at his back that was filled with boldness, they both understood one thing. Their adoptive father was very angry right now. It was only natural that he would be angry. After all, just a moment ago, the adoptive father of the night gathering, the man who almost became the Devil King and was still the new leader of the mechanic workshop, was threatened by a brat who was still studying in the academy. Moreover, it was a threat that forced him to compromise. Even though Bronson usually behaved like an aloof gentleman and did not show any obvious emotions towards anything, Rocky and Flay knew that their adoptive father was much colder and crueler than he appeared to be. Bronson had clearly planned to scrap the GARM series of automaton, but now, the GARM series was about to be scrapped. However, he lied to Flay and gave her hope so that she could fight. It could be seen from this. Moreover, with Rocky and Flay's understanding of what Bronson had done and what he and his sister had done, lying to him was just a small matter. Bronson had done a lot of truly cruel things. Naturally, such a cold and cruel person would have a strong sense of self-esteem. He was threatened by a brat who was still studying in the academy. For Bronson, it should be an indescribable humiliation. Bronson did not show the anger in his heart on his face. However, his body was faintly fluctuating. An obscure magic power that was difficult to control appeared clearly in Rocky and Flay's senses. Therefore, Rocky and Flay knew very well. Bronson was very angry right now. However, Bronson was not the only one who was angry. Rocky and Flay were also very angry. Of course, the reason why the siblings were angry was definitely not because Bronson was threatened. At least, Flay was not angry. Now, Flay was certain of it. Bronson was indeed deceiving her. He had no intention of letting Flay's family return the GARM series automaton to her. How could Flay not be angry? Unfortunately, no matter how angry she was, she could not show it. Flay knew very well that if she disobeyed Bronson, her ending would not be any better than the GARM series automaton that was originally going to be abandoned. If the Bgarm series automaton was destined to be abandoned, then it might be possible for Flay to disobey Bronson after learning that he had deceived her. However, Bronson had already promised to give the Bgarm series automaton to Wu Yan. Wu Yan had also promised to return Flay's family to her. Everything was progressing in a good direction. As for her anger, she decided to hide it in her heart. Driven by this thought, Flay continued to act as if she wanted to leave this place. As for Rocky, his red eyes were flickering non-stop. He was clenching his fists tightly. No one knew what he was thinking. After maintaining this incomparably heavy silence, Bronson finally spoke after the sun had set. Flay's delicate body trembled. An expression of fear appeared on her face. However, that expression of fear soon disappeared. She continued to lower her head and remained silent. However, she took a step forward. Bronson seemed to have sensed Flay's movement. With an emotionless voice, he said those words. "Are you, the one who betrayed me?" Bronson should be asking about the leaking of the secret that the Bgarm series automaton was a forbidden doll, right? After all, the difference between a forbidden doll and an ordinary automaton was that a forbidden doll was capable of generating its own magic power to a certain extent, whereas an automaton was unable to do so. If no one leaked the secret that the Bgarm series automaton was a forbidden doll, then as long as Rabi did not lose control of himself, no one would be able to discover this matter. However, Wu Yan knew about this matter. Because of that, it was normal for Bronson to suspect Flay. However, Bronson's words nearly caused Flay to lose control of herself. Betrayal? Speaking of which, Bronson, who had deceived Flay, was the one who had truly betrayed Flay. However, it would appear that Bronson did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for his actions. In fact, he even felt that it was only natural for him to do so. How shameless and shameless was he! Flay bit her lips without leaving a trace. She lowered her voice and spoke. No, that was indeed not the case. Flay did not mention the fact that the Bgarm series automaton was a forbidden doll. It was Wu Yan who suddenly exposed it when he was talking to Flay. Flay did not know why Wu Yan would know about this matter. However, it was precisely because Wu Yan had seen through her that Flay revealed all of her difficulties. Thus, from the very beginning, Flay had only revealed her difficulties to Wu Yan. She did not mention anything else. It was unknown whether Bronson trusted her or not. However, he nodded his head lightly. Since you've said it like that, I'll believe you. After saying that, Bronson turned around and expressionlessly looked at Flay, who had her head lowered. In that case, did you manage to find out about that brat's automaton? Hearing those words, Flay started biting her lips again. Not only did he deceive her, after the matter was exposed, he actually acted as if nothing had happened and wanted her to work for him. Flay once again realized how ruthless and cruel her adoptive father was. She could not help but raise her voice. No, right after she said that, Flay felt the scene before her eyes turn dark. Unknowingly, Bronson had arrived before Flay. He looked at her coldly and raised his hand. A slap was ruthlessly sent toward Flay's face. Slap. A sharp and clear sound echoed through the reception room. That was, without a doubt, the sound of a slap. However, the person who was slapped was not Flay. Flay raised her head in shock and looked before her. In front of Flay and Bronson, a person was standing there. Surprisingly, that person was Loki. It was Loki who stood before Flay and used his own face to receive Bronson's slap. Loki? At that moment, Flay spoke in a confused manner. Bronson's gaze grew colder and colder. He looked at Loki, who stood before Flay. My complacent son, are you planning to disobey me? Lord Father. Loki did not even bother to pay attention to his swollen face. He raised his head and fearlessly met Bronson's ice-cold gaze. He opened his mouth and said those words. I will seek out Scarlet Eyes for a duel. Hearing those words, Flay was startled. Bronson also frowned. Soon after, he understood Loki's intention. Do you want to use the duel to investigate the information of those automaton? No. Loki spoke coldly. If there's a chance, I'll sabotage the automaton and bring their magic circuits back in person. Loki. This time, Flay became anxious. Bronson's eyes flickered. Then, he smiled lightly. Very well, I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, Loki turned around and walked out. A drop of dark red blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The reason for that was because he had bitten his lips. Chapter 1639. Go. Angel Ji. Mand. Under the limited light, the automaton named Cherub raised its steel head and reflected the light into flickering arcs. One of Loki's hands had already reached out to Cherub. Rays of magic power shot out from his hand like a gun and connected to Cherub's body, causing Cherub's body to surge with magic power. He then converted this magic power into power and activated the magic circuit in his body. Buzz, the space around Cherub Archangel trembled. A hot wind of at least a few thousand degrees rose from Cherub Archangel's body and enveloped her. At the same time, Angel Cherub lowered his body and got into a charging position. The super-hot wind on his body exploded. Boom! Like a jet, Cherub's lower body blasted out a scorching hot gas, pushing him forward with a sharp air-breaking screech. Like a jet, he shot towards Wu Yen with the giant blade in hand. Big brother. Nagisa and Kanon looked at Wu Yen nervously. Master. Ikaros and Astria stared at Wu Yen with their crimson eyes that rippled with illusory square frames. Only Natsuki remained silent. Her gem-like eyes stared at Wu Yen as she waited for Wu Yan's orders. Wu Yen had said that he didn't want the girls to treat him as their master. But now, the girls were playing the role of automaton. Therefore, at the very least, he had to act like an automaton in front of others. What's more, this was a battle. It was natural for the leader to make the decision. Wu Yen didn't raise his hand when he saw Archangel leaving a trail of scorched earth in her wake. Archangel is like a flamethrower. She left a trail of scorched earth in her wake, but Wu Yen didn't raise his hand. A ball of magic power burst out from his shoulder. It poured into Astria's body. Astria, it's your turn. Yes, sir. Astria replied. She held the laser lightsaber in her hand and held it behind her back. A pair of pure white wings spread out. He slammed the door. He pushed Astria out of the room. Whoosh! Amidst the piercing sound that reverberated in the air in unison, the humanoid robot, automaton, riding on the super-hot wind and the angel-like beautiful sword-wielding girl collided head-on. They collided with each other. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing against metal, the giant blade that was covered in ultra-high temperature hot wind also clashed against the light sword that was formed from light. It stirred up a strong gust of wind that blew in all directions. When the swords clashed, Astria's crimson eyes flashed. She flapped her wings and charged forward with explosive power. Screech! Sparks flew as the lightsaber and giant blade clashed against each other. Astria raised her sword with an ear-piercing screech. Clang! Archangel was bigger than Astria in terms of size, but Astria was able to deflect Archangel's blade with incredible strength. Ha! Astria shouted and spun in the air like a top. She turned the laser lightsaber into a spinning blade and slashed towards Archangel's neck like a tornado. In the face of such a fierce spinning slash, Angel Cherub dodged to the side, easily allowing the spinning slash of the lightsaber to graze by less than 5 centimeters, evading the attack. When Archangel dodged, everyone in the room felt an unnatural air current erupting in front of her. Archangel's speed was pushed to the limit. Archangel. Loki extended his palm towards Archangel. An even more ferocious magic power materialized into a circle of light that rippled outwards. Archangel's eyes glowed red. The hot air in front of her disappeared in an instant. Instead, an even more intense hot air burst out from behind her. Archangel's retreating figure stopped abruptly due to the hot air behind her. In less than 1,000th of a second, she charged forward again. Archangel's laser lightsaber brushed past Archangel's body and slashed at Astrea, who was still spinning. Archangel raised her giant blade without hesitation. The blade glowed with a fiery red luster. She slashed at Astrea's waist like a fish on a chopping board. Unfortunately for her, Archangel with wings was no match for Archangel, who relied on hot air to propel herself. Not to mention, Astrea had the most mobility among all Archangels. Clang! Astrea froze in mid-air as if she was embedded into space. She maintained her horizontal position. She raised her laser lightsaber to block the slash. Humph! Seeing this situation, the corner of Loki's mouth rose slightly. The magic in his hand surged even more intensely. In an instant, the wings on Angel Cherub's back that were interspersed with sharp spikes spread out. With a bang that was no different from a gunshot, 8 sharp spikes that were like sharp blades with black wires at their ends shot out. They circled in the air, stirring up gusts of air as they descended from the sky. Astrea wielded her laser lightsaber and was in a stalemate with Archangel's greatsword. She was in a stalemate with Archangel's greatsword. If Astrea was pierced by the hot air, her alluring body would be pierced by the spikes. Wu Yan couldn't help but snicker under such circumstances. You sure know how to play tricks. Wu Yan extended his hand and with a hum, his mana turned into ripples of light that rippled outwards. Return the favor. Astrea's gaze sharpened. A whirlwind of mana erupted from her body. Her strength increased by several folds. The laser lightsaber in her hand vibrated violently. Even the giant sword that was locked in a stalemate with the laser lightsaber started vibrating. Screech! An uncomfortable, ear-piercing sound reverberated through the air. Sparks flew in all directions. Under the effect of the laser lightsaber, Angel Cherub felt an unparalleled force spreading from the giant blade in his hand, causing the giant blade to tremble. Clang! Archangel's giant blade was deflected away as if it had slashed a spinning fan that was as hard as steel. Clang 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 clang. Astrea performed a dazzling sword dance. Her sword left afterimages in the air as she deflected the 8 spikes that came down from the sky. TCH. Rocky smacked his lips and waved his hand fiercely. Spin. Angel G. I'm ready. Amidst the cold mechanical response, Cherub's body stirred up an extremely hot blast, causing the surrounding air to distort and emit a burnt stench. Riding on the hot wind, Angel Wisdom leaped into the sky and flew into the air. Her figure, which made people think of an angel made of steel, emitted a creaking sound, like the sound of gears sliding. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Angel G was like a transformed robot. His body had completely changed shape. His shoulders, arms, and greatsword merged together and became a single piece of metal. All the parts on his body combined together in an orderly manner. Not long after, Angel Wisdom transformed into a great sword. It was a gigantic sword that was taller than a person, more than 2 meters in length. Angel Cherub's face was etched on the hilt of the sword and the blade of the sword. Rocky raised his right hand and grabbed the hilt of Angel Wisdom's greatsword from afar. He swung it down with all his might. The moment Rocky swung his arm, Angel Wisdom's greatsword spun and sliced through the air as if it was thrown by an invisible giant. It whistled through the air and went straight for Astrea. Astrea was surprised. She didn't expect Cherub to be able to transform. However, she still managed to dodge the attack by flapping her wings and retreating like a flash of light. TCH. When Astrea dodged, the spinning greatsword scraped against the ground, creating a crack in the ground. Whether it was scraped by the greatsword or the crack, scorch marks appeared on the surface. Chapter 1640. Many of the people present were speechless when they saw the huge sword that Cherub had transformed into cut open. It was as if it had been burned by the huge sword that Cherub had transformed into. Archangel's greatsword was a terrifying weapon to begin with. It wouldn't be surprising if a part of one's body was missing after being sliced by such a weapon. Unfortunately, the magic circuit that Cherub was equipped with was the hot wind manipulation, which allowed her to freely use the magic of ultra-hot wind. With the addition of the super high temperature of several thousand degrees and the 2-meter-tall sword, what else could the Cherub not cut open? Perhaps even a meter-thick steel would be sliced in half in just a second. Even if Astrea wasn't under the level restriction, her soft body would be sliced in half by Archangel's slash, let alone Astrea who was currently under the level restriction. Of course, that was when Astrea was hit by the sword. With Astrea's extreme speed, close-range combat ability, and outstanding reflexes, Archangel wouldn't be able to land a hit on Astrea unless Archangel could force Astrea to reveal an opening. Yao Wang spun in the air, creating waves of heat as it whistled through the air. The blade of the greatsword glowed with a fiery red glow. Archangel drew a fiery red arc in the air. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes at the sight of Archangel who looked like she was covered in flames. So that's how it is. This is the origin of the landing code name, Burning Flame Sword, indeed. Waves of heat rolled out, and the entire blade of the greatsword was covered in a fiery red glow. It drew a circular fiery red arc in the air, as if it was burning with flames. The constantly rotating greatsword indeed looked like a rotating flaming sword. The login codename Burning Flame Sword was very concise. It fully showcased Loki's most impressive trait. There was no doubt about it. This flaming sword spinning in the sky was definitely the most impressive part of Loki's automaton! Burning blazing sword. It was worthy of its name. Archangel faced the burning flame sword with several thousand degrees of heat that could melt steel and cut through anything. Astrea looked at Wu Yan. She was asking for Wu Yan's opinion. Because Archangel faced the burning flame sword. Astrea wasn't afraid, but she was in danger of getting hit. If she got hit, she would be out of the game. She wanted to block the burning flame sword effortlessly. Even Ikaros' Aegis might not be able to withstand it. However, Astrea's Aegis is much stronger than Ikaros' Aegis. Aegis is much stronger than Ikaros' Aegis. If she uses Aegis equals 1, Astrea is confident she can block the flame sword that can cut through anything. That's why Astrea is asking Wu Yan if she can use her Aegis equals L, area of effect shield. If she uses Aegis equals L, Astrea won't have to worry about defense anymore. She can attack with all her might. At that time, the outcome of the battle would be decided in less than 10 seconds. Wu Yan thought of the same thing as Astrea. After some slight hesitation, he agreed to it. After all, the burning flame sword was already a threat to Astrea. It's fine if he couldn't hit her, but if he did, Wu Yan would raise the entire academy to the ground. Even if he didn't care about the outcome, he had to consider Astrea's safety. What's more, trump cards and whatnot were meant to be used in times of need. That's why there was no reason to hesitate. Just as Wu Yan was about to nod his head in agreement, something strange happened. Boom! Suddenly, a violent surge of magic power rose from a certain direction outside the arena like a whirlwind, enveloping the entire arena in waves of magic power and causing loud rustling sounds to ring out. This violent magic power did not emerge from Loki's body. Loki didn't have this level of magical power either. Only Wu Yan could turn magical power into waves of magical power. Perhaps in the entire academy, only he could do it. However, the magical power also didn't come from Wu Yan. Instead, it came from Flay, who was standing not far away from Rocky with a confused expression on her face. Loki, who was closest to Flay, widened his eyes. Wu Yan and the other young ladies were also surprised. Magical power that could blow trees away gushed out of Flay's petite body like it was free of charge. On the other hand, Flay's face was filled with panic and bewilderment. It was apparent that Flay didn't know there was such a level of magical power in her body. She didn't even know why the magical power burst out of her body. That was because it wasn't Flay's intention. Flay's magical power went out of control. What's wrong? Nagisa was startled. What's going on? This magical power. Wu Yan looked at Flay in astonishment. That's not a level of magical power that Flay can possess. Or rather, I don't even know if magicians and puppet users can release magical power of this level. This magical power is already comparable to a vampire's. Natsuki's delicate face turned serious. Be careful. I don't think things are that simple. As soon as Natsuki finished her sentence, the magical power on Flay's body erupted once again, setting off violent waves. Loki, who was the closest to Flay, was caught unprepared. The waves of mana hit his body and blew him away. Loki. Flay was startled. Then, her face turned pale and revealed a pained expression. Ayo. Right at this moment, Rabi, who was standing beside Flay, suddenly let out a roar filled with madness. The little bit of intelligence in his eyes immediately disappeared and was replaced by complete madness. The astonishing magical power surging out from Flay's body entered Rabi's body. It caused Rabi to appear as if his body was covered in golden steam. As he roared, he began to absorb Flay's magical power. Soon after, Rabi's body trembled. His appearance also began to change. His thin and weak shoulders began to swell. His claws began to elongate. His black hair began to stand on end like a hedgehog. Even his teeth became sinister and sharp. His body doubled in size. He no longer resembled a dog. Instead, he resembled a tiger. In a short instant, Rabi's appearance changed completely. His aura also became much stronger. His eyes were filled with madness and saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He resembled a wild beast. Rabi. Rabi. Flay had an expression of pain on her face as she released her enormous magical power. She looked on helplessly as Rabi underwent an unprecedented transformation. Ayo. Rabi raised his head and roared. His roar caused the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. Enormous magical power filled his entire body. Woo! Ah! 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 At the same time, Flay started to whimper inaudibly. Her knees grew weak and she fell to the ground. Due to her slender yet voluptuous body releasing more magical power than her body could handle, her muscles began to emit popping noises. Her muscles were damaged all over and blood was seeping out from them. Seeing this scene, Loki, who had just climbed up from the ground, narrowed his eyes fiercely. The group of girls cried out in alarm. Even Natsuki had an astonished expression on her face. As for Ikaros, her eyes trembled. She immediately wanted to rush over to Flay. However, Wu Yan grabbed Ikaros' hand and looked to Flay, who was lying on the ground with an ugly expression on his face. He already knew what was going on. Ah. 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 Before the attentive gazes of all the people present, Flay appeared to be unable to endure the pain from her body. She screamed miserably and began to struggle on the ground with a painful expression on her face. However, the more Flay struggled, the more her skin ruptured. Her blood also began to seep out even more violently. Soon, the ground where Flay was lying on turned into a small pool of blood. Guji, in the past, Rabi would definitely rush over to his master's miserable state. But now, he did not even bother to take a glance at his master. He bared his teeth and glared at Wu Yan with his blood-red eyes. Bang! Rabi stomped on the ground with his powerful hind legs. Without any warning, he charged toward Wu Yan, who was looking at him with an ugly expression on his face. Chapter 1641. Roar. Full of madness, a beast-like roar shook the space, mixed with a majestic and chaotic magic power. It was as if a typhoon was blowing to every corner of the scene. Read the latest novellas. The beast-like roar sounded. The owner of the roar, Rabi, opened his mouth that was dripping saliva and filled with razor-sharp teeth. He gathered his mana. At the next moment, like an invisible mortar, an invisible shell with a violent impact shot out from Rabi's mouth. It dug up the soil on the ground, sliced through the atmosphere, and tore through space, shooting straight ahead. It was an impact shell composed of sound controlled by the sound pressure manipulation magic. The target of the impact shell composed of sound pressure was Wu Yan, who was still fighting with Loki and the angel a moment ago. Flace Automaton suddenly barged into the battlefield and attacked Wu Yan. Master! Ikaros flapped her pink wings and arrived before Wu Yan. She extended her arm and propped up the Aegis barrier, protecting Wu Yan, Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon. Boom! Almost at the same time as the Aegis barrier was propped up, the sound pressure shell shot out from the front. It landed heavily on the Aegis, absolute defense circle, causing a cloud of dust and a muffled sound to be heard. Roar! Rabi, who had transformed into a tiger, did not care if his attack was effective or not. He roared as he dashed forward madly. He blasted out cannonballs made of sound pressure and bombarded the enemy continuously. Boom! 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 But Rabi still ignored them. It was certain that Rabi had completely lost his mind. Now, it was a wild beast that only knew how to attack. However, this beast did not attack others. Instead, he only locked onto one target. He kept releasing the sound pressure manipulation magic, releasing sound pressure cannons that were comparable to real cannonballs. As Rabi continued to use magic without restraint, more and more magic power surged out from Flace's body. Replenished the Ruby's body and support it in releasing magic. Immediately, Flace's skin ruptured again. Even more blood gushed out from her body. Rabi! Even though Flace's injuries were clearly painful to see, even though she was in so much pain that she was unable to even stand and could only lie on the ground, she completely ignored her injuries and pain. She only cared about struggling and extending her hand toward the crazy Rabi. It was obvious that Flay wanted to control her automaton. However, Rabi did not have the slightest intention of responding to Flay. He continued to release sound pressure artillery shells into the center of the increasingly dense smoke and dust. Flay's control was completely ineffective. In this sort of situation, Flay wanted to directly use force domination to control Rabi. However, force domination required a high degree of concentration. At this moment, Flay's entire body was howling in pain. How was she supposed to concentrate? Beside him, Rocky looked at Flay, who was lying on the ground with blood dripping from her body. However, she was still persistently extending her hand toward Robbie in an attempt to control him. Seeing this, Rocky clenched his teeth hatefully and turned his head around to look at Robbie. Angel G. I'm ready. Angel Cherub lowered his body, and the wings with spikes on his back spread open. Bang! 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 Sharp spikes shot out from his wings like bullets. Poochie! The spike flashed through the air and sliced through Ruby's body, leaving a hideous wound on his abdomen. Roar! Robbie let out a howl of pain. Immediately after, the crazed expression in his eyes became even more intense. The magical fluctuations on his body also became more and more intense. Amidst the intense magical fluctuations, the wound on Ruby's abdomen suddenly started bubbling like sarcoma-like bubbles. With a rise and fall, the wound on Ruby's abdomen seemed to have been filled with new flesh and blood. It was completely healed. Rocky was startled. Although the wound from earlier was not fatal, it was enough to make an automaton lose its ability to move. Such an injury was actually healed in an instant? Rocky never knew that the Vgarm series of automaton possessed such a powerful regenerative ability. However, in the next second, Rocky understood the origin of that powerful regenerative ability. There was a price to pay for that. The instant Ruby's wound healed, the enormous magical power enveloping his body also weakened by more than 80%. At this moment, even more blood flowed out from Flay's body. The blood turned into torrents in the air and shot out like arrows into Raby's body. This caused Raby's weakened magic power to instantly recover to its peak state. Looking at this scene, Rocky also understood. Flay's blood has been converted into magical power. That's right. It was impossible for Flay to possess such an enormous amount of magical power. The magical power that caused Robbie to lose control, enlarge, and gain powerful battle strength and powerful regenerative ability were all converted from the blood that was forced out of Flay's body. A human's vitality was a raw material that could be converted into enormous magical power. And the most important factor in a human's body to display vitality was fresh blood. In this world, the fresh blood of a living human was a high-purity magical power conversion agent. In the world of blood frenzy, the amalgamation of magical power, familiars, were also lodged in the blood of vampires. All of this proved that a human's blood was the best raw material that could be converted into magical power. Otherwise, why would vampires, one of the races with the strongest vitality, treat blood as their foundation, and even treat the blood in their bodies as more important than their brains and hearts? This was all because blood was the best raw material that could display vitality and was the most suitable raw material to be converted into magical power. Currently, for some unknown reason, Flay was forcing out the blood in her body and converting it into enormous magical power to replenish Ruby's body. Because this magical power was simply too enormous, Robbie was unable to bear it and thus lost control. Thus, the one who truly lost control was not Robbie but Flay, who was uncontrollably converting her blood into magical power for some unknown reason. Needless to say, the amount of blood in a human's body was naturally limited. If Flay were to continue converting her blood into magical power, she would die sooner or later. This also meant that she absolutely could not attack Robbie. Once she attacked Robbie, Robbie would automatically convert the magical power into vitality to increase his regenerative ability and heal his injuries. As for the magical power that he lost, he would use Flay's blood as the price to replenish it. That would only hasten Flay's death. Tisk. Loki smacked his lips loudly. Stop. Angel Ji. Yes. Upon receiving Loki's order, Cherub stopped attacking and retracted the other 7 spikes that were about to land on Raby's body. Roar! At this moment, Raby roared and leaped forward. With a fierce dash, he pounced on Rocky with a piercing sound. He extended his sharp fangs and tried to bite Rocky's throat. If he was bitten, Rocky would definitely die. No! Robbie! Fry, who was bleeding, shouted with a pale face. However, Robbie still ignored his closest master. Just like that, under the gaze of Loki's narrowed needle-like pupils, he stretched out his sharp canine teeth and bit Loki's throat. Ding! At this moment of imminent peril, a shackle flickering with purple light pierced through the air and coiled around Robbie's body, tying him up in midair. Soon after, a figure appeared behind Fry. That figure extended a hand and pressed it on Frey's head. A weak magical power flowed out from that hand and pierced into Frey's head. Frey's head tilted to the side and she fainted. Robbie let out a whimper. His body was coiled with shackles and he fell to the ground. His body returned to its original size. However, with a bang, a portion of his flesh exploded. You're tuning into the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.